dear. Had a whole meltdown around here of all the things. Took me a bit to get some of them back. Weird times. Weird times. That's not it. Let's go to this one. Mm-mm. What are they? Okay. Audio is working. Wildly enough. Audio is working. Oddly enough. Look at that. It's amazing. Miracles. My dude's miracles. Alright, where were we? Sniffilations in the last stream, right? Behold, he rode a pale horse of bullshit right into YouTube. As I recall. Alright. So we're just going to continue on. I'll backtrack a bit, alright?
There's just a lot of suspicious stuff.
And I never.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. Celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight.
Introducing the boldest Cheez-It Crunch.
Chop on my cheddar, cause I'm gonna be jalapeno.
And I never did understand what was going on with that. I mean, they just a lot of little suspicious things that was going on.
I never did understand what was going on with that. There's just all those suspicious things. Most suspicious fucking thing is your fucking ass. Doing all this suspicious ass shit. Dirty lations for all these fugly little liars. With your fugly little self, you fuck face. Yeah. Whatever.
So the FedEx truck would take boxes and dump stuff from the boxes to the hogs?
Sure.
It was a UPS truck that was doing that.
Whitsick. Oh! We want to know where Whitsick now applies. You left all that out there, right? Because it sounds as goofy as well done with the DCS took my daughter horse shit. Right? We're just gonna forget all that happened there. Anyway, you have to watch the last one to figure out the fuck's going on here. I'm not going over everything. We're just in the middle of Sniffilations. Alright.
The UPS truck. Okay.
But there was a FedEx truck that would go up there and deliver stuff too. And see, they was delivering to a bogus address. And the reason I found that out, they kept coming to my address trying to figure out where a certain address is, and then that wasn't even on that road, you know. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I was supposed to leave it at this certain place up here."
Huh.
See, that's when you're trying to eat background shit, this shit, false address, all that shit back onto someone else. You're just trying to put all the things in a thing for Tragedy Pimp and go, right? To explain away certain shit that other characters, you and Ziggy and ICU and Jenny and Adrian and Ryan and Don B and everybody else fuck around with, huh? Jensen, Monster, everybody. Everybody doing all the things since 24. For sure. Right? But damn sure during these days. Love it. It's great. Fuck exactly what you said. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we get it.
Just a lot of suspicious stuff that he's
suspicious stuff that I don't know if he had anything to do with Summer or whatnot, you know.
Right.
What the hell are you getting paid for all this fuckery around the streets? Create all this giant bubble bullshit for it. What the fuck is really in it for you? Like, who's got your ass? Like, nah, don't answer that. It's rhetorical. Really. Who is really responsible? For all the things. From Summer vanishing to script writing as planned within a few days. That hit the stratosphere with all of Fred's Loveliest Lies Tale book. With nice meetings in between. And sense of McDonough's dirty tool bag. Right to him. On the ground critters from local beyond. Deals with the devils and crossroads, right? Dirty little bags, dirty this, dirty that. Carrying on.
and he's close to Andy, of course, and there's other suspicions like his stuff. He like with his name, like he.
Who was close to him?
It's weird.
Deliver stuff too, and see they was delivering to a bogus address, and reason I found that out, they kept coming to my address, trying to figure out where a certain address is, and then that wasn't even on that road, you know. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I was supposed to leave it at this certain place up here."
Huh.
There was just a lot of suspicious stuff that he's
suspicious stuff that I don't know if he had anything to do with Summer or whatnot, you know.
Right.
Hitchin' britches, Sniffilations.
and he's close to Andy, of course, and
Are we talking about that wit sicko that you and Fred developed? The MIB shit? To target because Fred's in his pissy little pants about it. No. We had neighborly interactions with the normal motherfuckers. The normal neighbors. Nice neighborly interactions. Monster wasn't close to. But nobody going from one place to the other being like, "Hey, bro, dog." Lunch or dinner dates or shared beers or hanging out in lawn chairs, bottom each other's driveway 24 hours a day or nothing. Right. A lot of high and by neighbors, as certain folks walk their dogs and shit like normal neighbors, real ones. Real ones. Unlike Fred's imaginary that he forgot to finish looking for dogs to put himself that other neighbor's driveways to around, That's it's cool. Man, you're the only one with imaginary dogs to try to get near other people to get info like that. That puts you about here above that neighbor in suspicious territory. Like, the fuck were you doing from the beginning, Fred? Were you teeing the fuck out of everything on behest of cornbread, chicken feed, or Dawn, or Tragedy Pimps, or Juanita, or Serafina, probably fed to you on purpose by others, local and surrounding from the beginning? Connected with true crime YouTubers? Wouldn't surprise me. Carrying on.
And there's other suspicious, like his stuff. He like with his name, like it's weird. Like his supposedly he has ties to Utah too, right?
Yeah, he used to live 3 or 4 houses down from Dawn in Utah.
Holy shit, dude. Y'all just build anything to anything, wouldn't you? Alright, Sniffilations.
It's weird. It's very strange, and that's one of the things I talked to with the lady. So one of the ladies, when I she's not with EquiSearch anymore, but she was affiliated with EquiSearch, and she was part.
Oh, we know, Ziggy. We know all about your EquiSearch ties that lined right back up McDonough's butthole for years prior. And Mike's of her evil and all that. Her profiling, whatever it was. We know. But we know who you were in touch with even while they were on the ground on the first couple days, and then all the return trips. We're well aware. Which is a little concerning, quite frankly, don't you think? I don't know. I hear tell there was a couple somewhere around groups got in trouble for fucking feeding shit back to social media too. And I'm not saying EquiSearch, but I'm just saying there's other shit. But boy, I'll tell you what. Some weird fuck shit occurring right before EquiSearch and during the times there. As McDonough was there, as all shit was going on, End of July, wasn't it? Ziggy? Sort of. I mean, I know you can't remember those dates where it concerns the boys, you or Fred, July bastards. But, surely you remember talking to your buddy around those dates. You got the dates on that? Mm-hmm. Oh, we know. We know. Carrying on. You can tell that thing's much like a town bicycle, too. Huh? Surprised you ain't besties still. Y'all got a lot in common. Carrying on.
Crew out there, and she told me that they were very suspicious of Ed because they found ties to him in Utah, and ties to him to Don from before he lived at Ben Hill. And it is weird because it seems like that whole holler are all connected somehow in some kind of weird, like.
I mean, there used to be another
like with the Toms. I mean, it's weird, and I know, and that's what they're trying to why they're trying to keep Fred quiet. They do not.
What was he about to say? He said there was another. Was he about to say? Sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry. What name did Ziggy just start to try to mention? But you don't.
before Summer went missing and stuff,
Yeah.
Ed Redmond used to, his brother-in-law, he said it was his brother-in-law anyway, would visit him and stuff and stay in a camper right there, right beside of Ed's house, or the old house. Ed don't live there now. He lives in his new house, but
On the same property.
yeah, but it was weird that
What do you mean, did I get some ice cream, Maggie? I have coffee and ice. No, I already have a giant fuck ton of store-back ice cream. I mean, was I just supposed to have done anything to acquire ice cream? What kind of question is that right now, Maggie? Seem a little off topic to you?
he drove a white Dodge truck, and he'd always have cameras all over the truck, like on every corner of the truck, going in and out of the holler and stuff, like he'd video and stuff.
Really?
It just didn't make sense why somebody would have cameras like each
So
corner
he
of
would
his
have
vehicle.
like a view of the kids playing while driving through if he had cameras on his truck. Like he'd be able to see where all the kids were.
Yeah, but what on earth would have given you the impression that I got ice cream? Maggie, you see? Now it's weird that you just want to bust in with that off topic. Talking about 55 flavors of rum.
Whatever he was doing.
Yeah, I don't know really what he
we
was
can
doing.
only we can only like
That's just
we can't
odd.
really-
Take notice
There's
of
a lot of cameras was on Ben Hill Road and stuff. I don't know who turned it.
Right, Fred, right. Yeah, and honestly, if anybody was riding around with 45 cameras on their vehicle, going up your way is probably to thwart any tee set up fuckery. Right? Or your lies or anything like that, or anything crazy as they had to pass by your ass. Otherwise, I'm gonna call bullshit.
And stuff. I mean,
you do know like who did. But
Thompson had cameras. I had cameras. Richard Goley had cameras, and Ed Redmond, but I don't know if Richard Goley and Ed turned theirs in or not.
You can't even get nobody's motherfucking name to it. You crazy.
it's like would have
He don't know nothing. Nothing.
some important footage.
right.
If I hope that he did turn it in
But at the same time,
because of those trucks that went back there.
I wonder why. Well, I mean, they may have, but there's cameras along every road leading out of Ben Hill. If you go out Ben Hill and turn left, go towards Roswell, the fire department on the right there, they got a TBI surveillance camera right there. If you come out Ben Hill Road and you turn right and you get to end of Beach Creek, if you turn left, there's a camera within a mile right there on the right. It's a TBI surveillance camera. And then if you turn
It's before or after the. Well, it's fun, Fred. It's fun. It's just like Fred when he was dropping off folks and the blue van fucking on it, and him and Ziggy's fuckery and the drop off of Stick Shovel Boy and all the beginning of the course, set up plant fuckery for, I don't know, since 24. And he was like, "This pole's got an FBI camera on it." Only person that seems to give a shit whether they do or don't is this old boy here. But ain't much changes 3 years to him in the trail crowds.
At the end of Beach Creek, there's a camera right there at that first church, and then there's another camera at Tater Hill and Long Star on that road. But if you come back this way, and if you turn on Reservoir Road, there's two.
Sounds important. On how many people in between there and on their properties and on these roads do you think had fucking cameras in between all the churches and all the businesses and things? But if Fred does, what a jerk bag, fucking stupid.
Keep residents informed about what's going on.
Surveillance cameras on it. One's a Sullivan County surveillance camera, and one's a DEA camera.
As you can see, what Fred's real concern is about cameras. Like always, it's really about law enforcement. TWRA, drug enforcement. Because catchulations apply. He's been stressing those his whole life. Bless him. Bless his little heart. Anyway, whatever. If he says so. I mean, you're stressing something? It's no wonder this boy had all this traffic in the blind spots and trying to figure out triggering distance and fucking with other people's shit, right? While others in the area, what's sick? He's mad at shit. Like, no damn wonder, right? But nah. So sad. And wait, what happened to all them other cameras? You swore a while back that we're in certain places and the dogs doubled back. You couldn't blah blah if you didn't go past this one that way. What happened to those? You forgot to mention those? Fuck out of here.
But if you come out Ben Hill and turn right on Beach Creek, and then you get to the end of Beach Creek and you turn right onto Long Star, and then you turn right onto Old Blair's Gap, they've got cameras on that road too. Which is,
it's 2020 fucking 6, you goddamn dumbass fucking junkie. Everybody got a camera. Fucking idiot. Even people you and your illustrious crew can't track down. Uh-oh.
You're just wondering if they
yeah, I'm
tracked
just
all these.
wondering if it just don't make sense to me why they ain't pulled all of the footage and stuff from them cameras and know who traveled that.
What you mean it don't make sense to you? You just don't know why they didn't track down those people and put all that footage to the cameras and like, did the FBI or somebody come to you, treat you just like you were one of them and theirs and tell you that they had or had not? I'm gonna bet no, since you don't even know whether the other neighbors on Ben Hill turned theirs in. Make it make sense, Sniffilations. Fred don't even know if very close neighbors turned theirs in. But yet he's like, it don't make no sense why they didn't go get all this footage from all these places, all this stuff. With all law enforcement treating you like one of their own. Told you, neighbors, or you don't even know that neighbors turned in us there. Then why in the fuck would you know who did what, when, where, why, up and down all the road? You don't. You just spewing bullshit out of your butthole, Sniffilations. And Tifflations and Donkey Show here, like, since the beginning, and encouraging it. Dear public, don't stop and think too hard about it all.
For instance, if Don came through a certain road or Candace come through a certain road or ever who, they could ping it off of them cameras at a certain time.
What do you mean they could ping it off of them cameras? And for instance, if Dawn and them came through at certain times, oh no. You mean all the roads with all the cameras you just mentioned and the play? And what do you mean ping it? Do you even know what the fuck you're talking about at this point, Dipped? Or you just in there freeing it sounds good to dumbasses? You know, because you remember that original interview. Wait, you just want to realize, like, where you were like, I could tell a lot of people believe it. If I told the truth, they wouldn't. Right? Seriously. You're a jackass. Grade A jackass. But that's okay. You're fucking the Donkey Show. Anyway. Like. Paying off the cameras. Yeah, there are things you ain't got now, the stuff, but also they be featured on it. All that would also go into what makes models program and all that stuff. Wi-Fi or this other, or internet based, or whether they're like CCTV types, shit like that. But Fred's such a dipshit, he only knows words like ping or makes up shit like dipping to make things sound better for him. So, depends on Fred in the day to day. You know. Now, Maggie, I'm gonna ask, what kind of, have you ever seen a motorcycle in your life? What do you mean with a blue frame? You know what a frame is, right? To any vehicle. What are you here for, Maggie? Weird it's during this shit here. Ain't it? Probably not. Probably has to do with certain things recently too, don't it, Maggie? Who you talking in the background, Maggie? What y'all really want? Core team, dirty bananas. What's everybody want? Ernie posted a short of it. A short of what? That's not what the fuck I asked, was it, Maggie? It's almost like you're ignorant as fuck about motorcycles or what a true frame is on a vehicle. But you're asking these questions right now. Alright, homie. Yeah, you don't. You gotta go. Bye-bye now, Maggie. Carrying on.
Because they know what road they had to come through on and break things down to how.
And maybe they have done that. We don't know, but
that they've not done it. But
it
just makes me wonder if they have.
Okay, hold on. So that's a good question. Okay, so How does Fred know the difference between whose camera is whose? Basically, like, so you had mentioned.
It almost seems like the databases in corn and chicken all day wear some shit to cook and all things. They want something. They want more. Or they deserve more. Like the Nanner is full of shit club of scripters. Go fuck yourselves. Have a nice day.
One was the TBIs. Well, I don't want to answer for you, Fred. You can answer.
I'm gonna bet if things exist, there are others that aren't tragedy pimps. That's all I'm saying. Go fuck your databases, you fucking whorebags. Carrying on.
I imagine in my head, I know why you know, but you can explain.
Okay, if you turn your Wi-Fi on your phone and you're searching for Wi-Fi, if you're traveling down the road, hit a show every Wi-Fi coming up, and then it even show.
It pings off networks, Fred, not just cameras. Who made Fred aware of tech and he got it wrong? But also him and his team and Core and everybody else. I mean, a lot of people are smart. They're well aware of this. And they turn off shit as they travel so it doesn't ping on networks or towers. Right, Fred? Back and forth to exits and drop zones. Yeah, I fucking know. Fuck face. Pissed and materials, bro.
The cameras, it'll show you when you're getting close to one, it's a DEA surveillance camera, and it'll give you a number.
Do you think that was someone naming their David just to put that?
Right, they just name them outright so everybody knows. Like FBI 1 camera. Y'all ever been sitting in a parking lot and you see some like busted ass Honda where a signal's clearly coming from and it's got some like 17-year-old in it? Has this personal spot named FBI 12. Fred, you should have stopped using dope a long time ago. You ain't okay. You ever been sitting at your house and seen a dumbass nanner or one of you other crews showing up on things that are always recording passerbys who are too dumb or egotistical to know shit like that? And it'll show up like nanner or real names or the real make and models of cars as they say. I mean, you ever seen shit like that? By God, I have. Love it. Like little stalkers with the crew and naners and uniforms. They do stupid shit. Little locals. They do stupid shit. Their cars have their names or shit or their hot spots, and as they drive by, or they sit a little too long, or they pass by 40 times a day. It hits and is recorded. It's fucking amazing. I love technology. I have for years now. It helps with compiling. It's one of my favorite things.
You can name your Wi-Fi. Like David did FBI surveillance Wi-Fi name once.
Yeah,
like, do you think it could have been that?
But if you take and travel the roads and you watch your phone and stuff, and when it starts saying that, when the strength gets strong, if you look on the poles, you'll see the cameras and stuff.
Either way, it's just, there's cameras. He doesn't. That's how what he's going by. What he thinks they're whether they are, whether or not there's cameras. You know what I mean? That's where he's going.
Where they were, they're not, or there is. There's cameras. That's what he's getting at. But yeah, Fred's got a problem. He's still got vanished SD cards that belong to everybody in the community. That he swore his but weren't, but also belonged to everybody else. He's got a vanished SD card problem. and his own camera problem and his own eccentricities, we'll say, around him for decades now. He'd be stressing them hard always. Stressing shit like drones before that was popular or real. Meth monkeys, even.
He says that though. And as far as like Ben Hill Road, like you just know whose cameras is whose because they're on their property.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, because I mean, they got a lot of them pointed right on the road and stuff. Just like Ed Redmond, he had them 2 cameras straight across from my driveway within 20 foot of my driveway, too. One right on my driveway and one right on my camper, you know?
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Okay, Fred. Now we're going to need you to stop and think about it. So if all these vehicles were back here in the holler at your place on the 15th, and one of the other neighbors had cameras directly pointed at your driveway, where you and Laura were, right? And all the things, and Chad was coming and going, and Candace was walking up and down. Holy shit, Fred, do you mean all that could be on those cameras? So then why on earth are you and Z even bothering to waste everybody's time about blue truck, white truck, Mississippi tag, this tag, Andy was, blah, blah. Oh, wait, Andy and 3 others in the car. Wait, oh, wait, Andy swapped out. There was a weird, mysterious girl in one, and Andy met her in the blind spot. And hold on, there was this and that, and somebody dropped you off, so I don't know. Huh. But then other days, you're like, no, there's only one camera on me now. You got, and that's the mid one, and blah, blah. And see, this is just too much. Nobody think about it real hard. If what he says is true and there are 2 cameras pointed at his driveway, then what the hell's all this about with Ziggy and Fred and everything else throughout this room for all these years with Candace walked up the driveway? No, Candace drove up. No, Don came on XYZ day. No, Chad came in. No, Cotton was at the back of the house. No this, no that. No, Andy was in the car with this one. No, we had this person with him. No, I let him and dear Pruitt, here's the email. Fred remembers a blue truck now, but Andy was on the road. Andy was on the road. And Pruitt being like, all right, thanks, bye, click. And you're like, eh. So what the fuck's the problem? There's 2 cameras pointed at your driveway. Well, you got no problems, do you? All of it should be there on somebody else's cameras. So what the fuck you doing out here, bro? And then all that shit would have passed by other cameras, wouldn't it? So what the fuck you doing out here again? Cue Jeopardy thing. I mean, the area on others throughout all these cameras on all the roadways everywhere, and all these businesses, and all these very much GPS located, data driven trucks, things, UPS, FedEx, etc., were known to the area and what times of travel and all that, then. Right? You think your neighbors and otherwise probably got those on cameras, or were got them on cameras. Well, it looks like that neighbor in particular would have them acting weird and feeding the hogs. Don't you think, Fred? So, why on earth would you be out here telling all these tales? I'll wait.
So, Fred, go back to the day of, if you can, I know it's been a long time. If you were to like sit down, say you were on a talk show, right? And somebody sat you down and you were going to do like a documentary style conversation with someone. If you could go back to the day that summer when
Wasn't he sort of planned to or promised to Ziggy's meltdown around 24 or so? About the y'all go make Fred look like the bad guy and Andy look like the good guy, and then somebody reined her in real good, and then she went to crafting, and not crafting lines like usual, but crafting shitty crafts, and a weird, funky time. Another setup deal time. Huh? What if? What if some company really would? I don't think they're gonna, but that'd be sad and tragic. Okay then.
saying
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986, and 30 years
your own, in your own memory box, how would you describe
I'm not the documentary thing. Bitch, he sits on YouTube and act like. But if you run a documentary, y'all okay out there? Don't answer that.
that day? Like from the time you say you woke up until the police showed up, or you weren't.
You want a
there when the police
timeline or?
Yeah, basically like a rundown, just like in a nutshell, how the day went, what like if you were to explain it all, like in a nice little package for someone.
I mean, the day was
Yeah.
almost like a normal day. I mean, other
Almost like.
tree trimmers in there and stuff. There's a lot of tree trimmers in the holler. I mean, that's what.
What time did they get there?
What you say?
What time did they get there?
Oh, I don't know what time they was down the holler. They was working before you get to me that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they weren't down there where you could see them, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't see them back there at the end of the holler or nothing.
But what time you went out? What time you went out?
You couldn't hear them? And wait, what happened to you? Wasn't it Fred that swore he seen Dawn with the boys that morning? Or was that Dobbs? Or who the fuck was that? I swear Fred did at one point, didn't he? Yeah, because I asked Laura about it, didn't he, Ziggy? He said he swore he seen Dawn there at different in that morning. So, and that would have been before he cut out. So what, you didn't see him there then? See, this is where the fuckery comes in. Sniffilations.
In the morning, and did you see him when you went out in the morning?
No, I didn't see them when I went out in the morning, but I see them when I come back in.
What time was that? Like 10:30?
11:30 or so.
Oh, okay. 11:30.
But I mean that.
Well, there's a lot you saw that morning, so yeah.
See, that morning, Dawn, when I was going out it was around 8:30 that morning. I was going out to go get some cigarettes and stuff, and Dawn was at the bottom of his driveway in the red Subaru coming out of his driveway, and
like I said, I might have Dobbs and one of Fred's tails mixed up, but wasn't it what? Yeah, it's Dobbs and Subaru. Yeah, well, I don't know. There's been so many liabilities, including by Dobbs on here.
for a fact that the oldest son was sitting on the passenger side in front, and then there was two kids in the back. I don't know if it was the two younger boys or what, but I'm assuming it was. But I'm thinking, what time did?
Why would Don be sitting at the end of his driveway in a red Subaru with kids? And how hard were you looking or slowing down? And at that angle to be able to see. That was pretty dark. You know what? Freak Pac-Man.
The boys back to the holler because he's leaving out of the holler at that time with them.
What? Hold on. We're going to rewind that.
Now was sitting on the and Don and was at the bottom of his driveway in the red Subaru coming out of his driveway.
Coming out.
And I know for a fact that the oldest son was sitting on the passenger side in front, and then there was two kids in the back. I don't know if it was the two younger boys or what, but that, I'm assuming it was. But I'm thinking, what time did he bring the boys back to the holler? Because he's leaving out of the holler at that time with them.
Whatever you say, Fred.
Yeah, and that was, you said what time about?
8:30.
8:30 or 8:30 or.
So Don was at the bottom of the driveway pulling out in the red Subaru, and he had Josie with him, and
yeah, he was sitting in the passenger side seat in the front.
Okay.
I know I can see him playing, but see, when I was passing him coming out, because he waited on me to go on by him before he pulled out behind me. And
Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Harbor Freight.
Zaxby's just dropped dry rubs, and they're not playing. They've got zesty lemon pepper.
The kids in the back, I couldn't tell
which ones you were. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was pulling out behind you. And you're telling me all the way to Kingsport River with him behind you on a 2-lane. You didn't notice when or where or anything Dawn in the red shiny Subaru with all the children cut off, turned off, or went? Okay, Fred.
But I do know the oldest son was sitting in front on the passenger side.
Okay. And then, so then you went out to get cigarettes. What time did you come back from getting cigarettes? And then how did your day go? What did you notice? Anything you noticed at all?
It was about 11:30, I guess it was, when I came back in, and there was some tree trimmers and stuff as you turn over Simpson.
God damn. My daddy went out for milk and never came back. It took you from 8:30 to, did you just say 11:30 to go get a pack of cigarettes? That damn longest cigarette run in history. No wonder y'all didn't have time to haul them cars out. Oh, wait, you did. But then you did. And then you did. And then you didn't. Shit, if you'd not been on a 3-hour fucking cigarette run. That dope really makes you tell time differently, right? Just slips. Time keeps on slipping, slipping into the future. You know what? Fuck it.
Right there. And then they had some working on Goaly's property, which is the crappie.
Then
do you even still yet know that man's name to even attempt to pronounce it right, or you just rolling with that? It's probably best you just keep rolling with the wrong one, honestly.
To get cigarettes. What time did you come back from getting cigarettes? And then how did your day go? What did you notice? Anything you noticed at all?
It was about 11:30, I guess it was, when I came back in, and there was some tree trimmers and stuff as you turn over Simpson Lane right there, and then they had some working on Goaly's property, which is across from 167 Ben Hill.
Okay.
They had a truck stuck actually in the field over there, but something.
So when you came back at 11,
The game to himself. And boy, it's like those idiots who have to do math on their hands. He's like, God, I'm saying, do you hear it? You hear him every now and then do that in the background? I was trying to think. I like mustard and biscuits. Right? I was trying to think what bullshit to eat out of my butthole next. Ziggy, what was it I was supposed to say for you and TM? Again, text it to me. I forget the script. Fuck out of here. You shouldn't have to go. I was trying to think, what happened next? Shouldn't be shit you forget, you jackass. You should be able to recite that shit like that. Wildly enough, you can't. No matter what goddamn time and day it is throughout all these years. Fuck face. Fugly little liar.
the tree trimmers.
Right there, and then they
Listen.
some working on Goaly's property, which is across from 167 Ben Hill.
Okay.
They
You know what the trick is here and why people are so goddamn gullible to Fred's horseshit? It's because it sounds more real if he can recite addresses or do this or give you placements of fucking dumbasses or who don't know what the fuck. But it makes it sound more official or like he's telling the truth. He can go, it's cross Smiths or this address, this or whatever. It's just enough with it. And why can this motherfucker just recite everybody's address? With the vanishing mail arcs and shit, it seems a little funky.
truck stuck actually in the field over there, but something.
There he goes, dumbass. The truck stuck in the field. Or I was trying to think. What you got to think about? Bless.
So when you came back at 11:30, the tree trimmers were
I took and started messing around with some old junk vehicles. I'm moving them from up there at 207. I was moving them from top of the hill to the bottom of the hill along the road right there so I could try to get some loaded and stuff. And then I took and went to not 20.
Hey, Fred, it's try or try not. You've been trying hard for some years. God bless you.
167 to try to load that blue Escort, but I never did get loaded and stuff.
Okay.
But before then, though, let me go back.
Yeah, take your time.
But before then, though, wait, hold on. Let me go back. Back to what? Getting harder and harder, ain't it, Fred? Unlike your fucking dick up a missus ass. You trying to think. Good luck with that, buddy. I just love it. It's great. I mean, it's it's funny, but it's not. How much this piece of shit has been able to do, create chaos, fucking pull these tragedy members to use him to like I just but it's infuriating and it makes you want to shoot flames at your goddamn ears and jerk his goddamn tongue out of his mouth. Because of what it's enact like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. It's all the things at one time.
It's hard to keep all this
he's
shit
he's
straight.
afraid of like getting it out of order or something.
Yeah, no. If you mess up, just say so. Listen, this is not like some kind of interrogation or anything. Don't get nervous.
Everything in order.
Yeah,
How it really does. But when okay,
Yeah, take your time.
it's hard to keep all this
he's
shit
he's
straight.
afraid of like getting it out of order or something.
Yeah, no. If you
What do you mean it's hard to keep all this stuff straight? I mean, it ain't even hard for fucking Cletus and Dingbat up there on 110 to keep whatever their versions are semi straight through. You seem to have the hardest time of them all. Boy, you can't keep shit. You keep shit about as straight as you know, as a dog's hind leg, just crooked and fucked the whole way. You just ain't built right.
mess up, just say so. Listen, this is not like some kind of interrogation or anything. Don't get nervous.
Everything in order.
Yeah.
How it really.
Watch out, Tim. Don't do that. You might get that boy crying. I don't know. Say cornbread to him one time. See if he cries or melts down.
But when I went out and seen Dawn that morning at 8:30. Then I was going to get cigarettes. I come back about 11:30.
Whoa. Was like you were gonna get cigarettes, or you was like you was gonna haul cars, but it never did. Which past tense is a you know what? Fuck it.
Started messing with the vehicles and stuff from 207, pulling them from top of the hill down to the bottom because you can't load them up on that hill. And then I got tired of
Inclusion of shit nobody asked.
messing with them because I know that they was bigger vehicles and I know they couldn't get them loaded easy without help because I didn't have help that day other than
Laura, you didn't have to help that day other than Laura. Okay, motherfucker, I know you drunken ass. You could have loaded any of them cars by your damn self. Hell, Laura could have loaded one by herself too. The fuck are you doing other than fucking with the public? Bro, even I can load a goddamn car myself on trailer. Been there, done that throughout my life. Are you okay? But wait, you did load. But wait, you didn't. But wait, you loaded them to have them ready for the next day. But wait, you took them off. But wait, you didn't that day. Oh, bless. Bless. I don't know what to think about this mess.
And she most time just sits in the vehicle. I most time use Marvin Simpson to help me.
Oh, God, who are you, Dawn? Well, I have Laura, but most times she just sits in the vehicle. Jerk. You is a jerk, sir.
The Ballast Beach Pillow is compact, easy to inflate, and stays where you need it.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to grow out.
The alopecia commercial done heard about Ziggy.
Vehicles, but before I took and left from 207, that's when the blue GMC Canyon came in and went to Ed Redmond's and turned around, and then he pulled in between 207 and Ed Redmond's driveway, and he kept sitting there.
What time do you think that was?
That was probably, I don't know, it was around 3, I guess it was at that
That's
time.
important. Okay, so a GMC Canyon.
And what a tool, right? He only knows. Maybe Fred was brought out here by a douchebag and dirty cops, and who knows what else. That way everybody go back calling Fred a liar and correcting her, give him information and being trigger bitched. And then everybody making Fugly here feel like a king or something special. I'd say wrong on all counts. Maybe it's just a dirty tool, though, to essentially hide. Y'all picked the wrong fucking tool, and especially if you're wanting answers for summer. I'd say his tool's been selected more for cover up, setups, scripting, bullshittery, and hiding behind. For someone, some things in the community, and YouTubers up to no good. From the word go. But hey, whoever thinks it works for them, have at it. Oh, wait, you have been. I don't think it's going to work for anybody.
And went to Ed Redmond's. And what did you say about Ed Redmond when Ziggy asked you what time it was? You were saying he was sitting somewhere?
No, just go ahead and like what you were saying about the truck and stuff, what the truck was doing.
Canyon, it was sitting in between my driveway and Ed Redmond's driveway, pointing back out of the holler like they was sitting there waiting on somebody or something, or trying to figure out I don't know what they were doing. They were just sitting there. But I kept us sitting there waiting on them to come on.
Is this the same blue truck a dome that you and Fruitmare? Is this a different blue truck? We don't know. Fred's got all the vehicles going. Is this the blue truck supposedly met in a blind spot? We don't know. Or is that the white truck with the girl? Is this? We don't know. It really gives a fuck either, but I don't know why you're worrying your fuck little head about it, Fred, if everybody's got all the cameras that it got caught on.
And the way I had the trailer hooked up and stuff, I couldn't take in turn in the driveway, so I just backed all the way down. I was waiting on them to come on out, so I wouldn't have them held up.
You can only fit one car on that road.
Yeah.
Wait, did he leave out Andy in this version of the blue truck? They were stuck behind Andy, or who was stuck behind Andy, and he was waiting on him to come out because it seemed like the one was beating Andy, but then he backed up so he could get in and out. I don't know. Holy shit.
And then when we get done back down the holler a little bit from in between. Well, it's before you get to 207. There's a real steep curve right there and a big turnaround spot. But that's where I seen that girl out of Mississippi had.
You mean
Mississippi
165, right? Because 207's at the end. You mean 165 that happened at, right? When you saw the girl?
No, it was right before you get to 207.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But she was in a little, I'm thinking it was a Nissan. It was a real pale blue, almost a white, pearly blue.
What the fuck is considered a white, pearly blue? Both of those things cannot exist at one time. Now, pearlescent blue, yes. A light blue, absolutely. But a white pearly blue, what the fuck? And you're trying to what, place this one in that blind spot again? Ain't nobody's ever okay. Holy shit.
So Nissan, what kind of Nissan do you think it would have been? Like if you could have assumed what kind of car was it, like an older Nissan? Was it a newer Nissan?
No, it was a newer like Nissan.
Newer?
I can't think what model it or what make it was.
Here's that goddamn rise and fall, that little blip, Fred. Confident airtake. It's a thing. I swear to God, it's
consider new.
So Nissan, what kind of Nissan do you think it would have been? Like if you could have assumed what kind of car was it, like an older Nissan?
Would have been TM. Either it was or it was not.
Was it a newer Nissan?
No, it was a newer like Nissan.
Newer?
I can't think what model it or what make it was.
What do you consider new? Like anything in the last 20 years? Is that what you consider new, or what do you consider new?
I found myself where I knew I needed to finish my education. I chose Purdue Global because the faculty understood.
Well, he was probably, just like the Canyon, he was probably 2006 to 7. But that Nissan, he was probably 2012 or so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And it had is that, what else about it?
Did it have Tennessee plates on it?
And if that was going in, that's supposed to have been going to Ed Redmond's to visit.
Okay, that's in Mississippi, right?
Student.
With the Mississippi plates?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
Mississippi.
And then what color was the GMC Canyon? Do you remember what color it was?
It was a single cab, and it was dark blue. It almost could have been mistaken as black.
Okay.
And the windows were tinted. I mean, you couldn't even see through them. When I went on to 207, or not 207, 167 to try to load that station wagon down there, at little escort station wagon. Mm-hmm. I was sitting in the road and stuff, and then Andy came in, and I had to move the vehicle and stuff out of the way for him to go on in. And then it was like he was in there for a little bit because I kept staying backed up. So I figured he'd just go in and back out.
Okay. So if he was in there for a little bit, then he's on cameras and you're certain of it. So what are you doing wearing your fuck little head off? All the cameras that say you're full of shit, Fred or Minnie.
But he was like in there like almost 10 minutes or something.
Because Andy's house is before that. So yeah, he would have no reason usually to go back there. But he was.
I think Andy or any of us can be wearing a motherfucking robe. All right? We can. At any point. All right, especially since Ye does the other family. For we go where the fuck we want to go. All right, uh, and Ye does have reason. Are you? And it don't matter. I like what the fuck. Ask Fred's bullshit trash company if they had a right to be on everybody's properties, teeing around, running from police and shit like that, though. Hiding in their shit, leaving shit behind, wrecking on people's shit, throwing shit out on people's properties. You know, like, dude, right? I don't know, just showing up people's doors, scaring the shit out of their daughters and crap, stealing shit off their properties. That's Fred's company about that. As far as the rest of us go, I think we can come and go in where the fuck we like. Especially when there's other family and friends and neighbors and all that shit. Hell, for all you know, we could have been looking for a goddamn dog or, you know, like real ones. Or just lost males. Oh, fuck. There's no reason for him to be back. According to you. And the other was on the 14th. There damn sure was a reason. I'll carry on.
Fred, you go ahead.
Because I pulled back, finally just pulled back out in the road and stuff and just hooked the trailer or the car back up trying to take.
It'll always perplex me ish. What Fred's little mixed up database leaves out the one little car Freddie don't want to mention. It's him and his trails we probably freaked out about, and Fred spreadsheet about got shit started about probably on the 14th. Because he's an idiot, and they're idiots, and they're tweakers, and very like, why was that there? You know, you can pretty much tell that these days. But yeah, who knows what shit that started, right, Fred? Anyway, tweaker brains, man, they don't like. But yeah, it's always amazing to me what one vehicle Fred leaves out that was actually around or falling in and out certain vehicles on the 14th. Ain't that wild, Fred? Man and his daughter, you say? Well, what set Freddie off?
Winched it up on the trailer, and by the time I started doing that, here he come back out, and the blue truck was right on his bumper.
Huh.
And then I took and I was out of the truck at the time, and I just Laura's sitting in it. I said, "Well, let me get back up a little bit so I can unhook this and just back it on up here." And then after that, after we backed it up and stuff, they went on out, and then I'm like, "Well, hell, it's too late to even try to get to the junkyard now, you know." So we just unhooked the trailer and stuff right there on the side of the driveway.
Symptoms can occur.
Between the heat and the sweat, water might not be enough. Replenish with liquid IV made with electrolyte.
67, and we went on now, you know. So we just unhooked the trailer and stuff right there on the side of the driveway at 167, and we went on out and stuff.
It's almost like listening to like a proud preschooler, isn't it? When your teacher and they're remembering and reciting their own addresses after parents teach them. I'm glad your parents taught you your own address or addresses. That way you wouldn't get lost too far away. People had to bring you home. Your poor little dumbass. As you teed around everywhere. It really is. It's like a proud little girl. I know my address. It is. I'll never get tired of it. I mean, he says his own address and recites them like a proud little preschooler. I just love it. You want to write that down in crayon? It's okay, none of us could decipher that anyway. And it would be spelled wrong. So we probably couldn't find you or the address that way anyway. You're always more of a vocalist, storyteller anyway. You just need to be able to tell somebody we're homeless. Right? Fucking idiot. Anybody got any of them gold star stickers we can give him for reciting his own addresses at some point? Like it's a big goddamn brr, brr, brr. Anybody?
To Kingsport.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even
Okay,
know.
and what
And
time
that's
was
what I
that?
run. Oh, when we left on out, it was about 4:10 or so.
Okay, so you left for Kingsport around 4. O'clock. All right, like between 4 and 4:15. So,
And there's more. Like,
Don't even get me started on that art. Y'all remember way back in the day when Fred said he seen Candace and them on Lone Star? Yeah. Well, you'd have to assume that would be around 309-ish, wouldn't you? But then back in the day, he said he also seen Andy back there, all that at 3 to 3:30. But then that changed. Now he's at 3:42, and then yeah, you know what? It's fine. Y'all figure it out. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, what more?
no,
I
tell
mean-
everything. It all these details matter. Every single thing
Yeah.
matters because you don't know who
Mhm.
might know something who's listening
Yeah.
and other people's reactions to what you say. And don't think for a second.
Oh, other people's reactions to what you say. OMG. It's a whole douchebag tool bag of stiffies. No! Well, shit. Months later. Still no. This seemed like a dirty red truck tragedy pimping Ryan Nanner filthy little piece of fugly little arse. Well, I hate that for you. Good luck.
That there are not people on this platform that do try to silence people and that do try to also distract.
Are there now, TM? They do try to silence and distract. No. No way. No. Fugly little Irish Club. Hold on, guys. Alright, I had to get some more ice. Anyway. And as a matter of fact, we're just going to put a note right here. Database it how you like. Since certain illustrious ice-cream characters want to come and play. Alright. Who knows why? Today of all days. And why during this piece that I know later features something meant to get to. Too bad y'all didn't wait a minute before you sent that in. See, now it's going to be nice. See? Uh-oh, y'all done fucked the pooch again. My God, y'all, it's fine. Anyway. But see, it's got me in my core feels, alright? I'd hate for y'all to make me feel like I had to call the FBI this week and be like, dear FBI, TBI, all locals surrounding. These people are bothering me for something recently, and I have proof of it. And suddenly this team built around and for certain shit all these years, and these players in this goddamn drama are all wanting the same thing suddenly. And it looks like it dates back to when Ziggy and Fred and Tiffany and crew and Nanners and ICUs and McDonough's and Jensen's and and they were fucking around with Van Hill with Jenny and Adrian and Ryan and Don B. This piece they did so long ago. And then this character just shows up today. Just right after. But I'm being bothered locally about certain things that are maybe or maybe not helping in our script right carry on the demons at the crossroads contracts of look at Donnie's heavy guilty while Candace is in the clear for some goddamn dumbass documentary or to make whatever off of for years. Surely I'm just crazy. I need to turn off the YouTubes. And it seems like their FBI and local surroundings, like in their world, like they're scripting another portion of the dirty tea bags to teabag the public with, and around Summer's case, with another version of Fred versus Andy fiasco fuckery surrounding bicycles, tricycles, planes, trains, and automobiles. While some illustrious motherfuckers keep targeting my children. I don't know. It has a feel to it. Apparently, all the way back to all that shit earlier this year. For the past, I don't know, almost 5 years. Same team, too. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know, man. Could just be me. I might be a little overly sensitive. But I feel like there are enough pieces held, acquired, known. Seems like certain people were trying to lift off certain things since all the way in the back. And you have this today. Things locally that are fucking around with that dirty banana. And she's sticking to that script of probably build on the, Dawn's guiltier than sin, but Candace is in the clear. Shit from the get-go. Anyway, dear team, you should have held off on that one for a bit, because I had skipped enough through this the other day when I touched the button. That was the place I was gearing towards. See, y'all always like Pomeranians. But you see, since I've seen certain movements locally and very recently, anyway, so, but you should have woed a bit with your giddy up. It's like pre-fuckalations, tragedy bounce. Dirty, dirty.
Other creators from being able to get to this information. I'm still here. That's not happening. So that's why I'm doing it. People and that do try to also distract other creators from being able to met all these details, met every single thing matters because you don't
I rewound a bit.
might know something who's listening and other people's reactions to what you say. And don't think for a second that there are not people on.
They're a bunch of reactionary hoping bitches, aren't they? It's always like a fucking Jerry around here, I know. And it works so great at first on people. It's what they're used to. It's great. Once you become aware of it, though.
Platform that do try to silence people and that do try to also distract other creators from being able to get to this information. I'm still here.
Yeah, what do creators having rights to this fucking information? You mean creators? Random motherfuckers in the world that are freak bags, profiteers, cons, criminals, working. What right do you have to any information for starters? And then what are you gonna do with it besides fuck it up, fuck it around, try to fucking pull cleansing for those like Leilani or shit like that? What are you gonna do with it? Besides fuck up shit. Fuck up people's real lives, go extreme, pull in some more people, contact, do all the fuck shit. Do the evil with it. You ain't gonna do shit with it but that. Cause you can't. Cause get this, you're not law enforcement. You're not the feds. You're not the big brain motherfuckers. Y'all ain't even real OSINT or otherwise. Maybe they summon motherfuckers back in the background, but you some bitches though would fuck them up too, right? And as you're getting off, even if there is real OSINT or other whatever, I mean, you are fucking up shit because you're getting off the ride and kicking the goddamn zoo animals and shit. So even if there's real anything out there, you're fucking up what could be really had in any real way online by what you and the databasers and the real lifers are doing. And how you're script writing for characters around or having them add on shit or telling them what to say to papers and news and whatever else, man. See how it works? No, I don't think that's what she's trying to do. I don't think she's trying to silence you at all, or she would have spent years making sure to prop up all your comments on her live streams or being like whatever. I mean, like, I don't think that what. No, she's insinuating you belong to her. She's been trying to hint wink at that for eons. As a matter of fact, she told me you were friendly to her on the way back. I mean, there's all kinds of recordings, but anyway, I mean, like, and she always told me to trust you over doing blah blah blah, right? She ain't trying to silence you. She's trying to fuck with me, and I guess insinuate you belong to her. Just like Benny did. Just like Benny, so many others. That's what she's trying to do. Yeah, well, they also do insinuate that you belong to no one and that you belong to the whole group, essentially as a tool. They do that quite often. They've said that outright for years. I don't know. But Tiffany thinks I'm oblivious, and she thinks it's cute. Tiffany, am I supposed to like steel toe boot die, or what? Am I supposed to be all sus? I don't know. Get him. Because there was a certain winter that she was totally against keeping it. Remember when she's over here and I gave her a little ranch so she get up there and all like, boo boo? It was no, trust die, but not do. It's been a great many years, die.
That's not happening. So that's why I'm doing this.
And tell them like everywhere you've stopped and who you saw everywhere. So there's alibi, you know.
And then when I took and left from 167 from unhooking the trailer and stuff,
in reactions, right? Tiffany, don't tell them that. You also do things to try to trigger people with crew and group. And manipulate them with those like CZ and trigger baits. Don't tell them about those techniques this group uses. Or targeting and attacking people's children, family, making them have heart attacks, trying to get, all that. Targeting their children, pretending part of that group. All the things, right? Just in order to get more and more and more. Or at the very least, drama and hate entertainment bucks, right? And still get destruction.
Ben Hill, turn right, go towards Kingsport. Well, go to Light Hollow Road, to Glenda Heads to try to use the Wi-Fi there.
Okay.
And there's always usually a transactions happening. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
When I get there, there's actually nobody there at the home. So when I came back out of Light Hollow Road and come to the stop sign, I turn right. That's where the motorcyclist broke down the first driveway on the left as you come back out on Beach Creek.
Okay.
First driveway on the left. I want to listen to that again.
Which is?
When I get there, there's actually nobody there at the home. So when I came back out of Light Hollow Road and come to the stop sign, I turn right. That's where the motorcyclist broke down the first driveway on the left. As you come back out on Beach Creek.
Okay.
Which is?
I just want to hear it one more time.
Who's?
When I get there, there's actually nobody there at the home. So when I came back out of Light Hollow Road and come to the stop sign, I turn right. That's where the motorcyclist broke down the first driveway on the left. as you come back out on Beach Creek.
Which is who's?
Tim Shipley and
Which is Bill Shipley's brother.
yeah, Tabitha Shipley lives there. But
Okay.
they was there helping the guy on the bike, and the only reason I stopped that.
So they were already there. Tim and Tabitha helping the guy on the bike. Don't text messages between you and Tabitha say differently. You know? Well, I don't know what to tell you. Ghost of Third Eye. It's actually not. If you know anything about where most names similar to me reside across the U.S. and the history of the names and last names cascading away. It really isn't, but you do carry on. Oh, what the hell has that got to do with price tags in China? I don't know.
If they needed help is because I thought I recognized one of the boys that was driving the car. Was sitting in the car. And that's the only reason I pulled over and asked them if they need any help or anything. And then he's like, well, if I had somebody to haul it would be nice. I said, well, just give me.
You thought you recognized one of the guys in the car? Well, boy, ain't that changed since way back. Y'all remember? He actually gave names of the guys in the car, didn't you, Fred? I believe you did. Now it's you thought you recognized.
It's and I'll take and go and get a trailer. And
tired of sifting through jobs that don't feel like the right fit? Introducing Indeed Career Scout. Find the job that's right for you.
When I use my Bosch dishwasher, I feel like a dishwashing superhero. And when Bosch is cleaning power...
It's about where we turned in the tip. About that interaction that happened right there.
I went back to Ben Hill, and I'm not seeing nobody on the road.
Why would you have to turn in a tip about that interaction right there? If Fred from Night 1 was honest with feds and law enforcement and told them his entire day, what he'd done, how he'd done it, with whom, etc., then why, Ziggy, would you and Fred have to turn in a tip about that there? Are y'all trying to get some of the course up? What is going on here? This reeks. I mean, who are you, Don and Candace, trying to pencil shit in? What the fuck? You turn in a tip on those moments there. Implying what? That Fred left some shit out to L.A. or something? Till you come and play? What kind of reeks to high heaven is this?
Nothing. When I took in, from time I left from 165 and went all the way to Light Holler, and when I left that,
Are we talking about like tip and dips? Like when you got Laura, and I do mean when you got Laura, to finally respond to what I actually said was Becca typing as monster in the messenger to her. Finally, Laura responds after months. Goes with the, yeah, we actually seen you. And then Freddie got shit dipped, because that would make it seem more legit. Like if Laura says it, then law enforcement will buy it, blah, blah, blah. That'll somehow change reality. as caught on camera. Dipshits. GPS, it'll change all that. Y'all stupid. Wasting law enforcement's time and shit. Is it one of those tips? Like, did you get messages going between the Shipleys and everybody else, and then you and Fred went and sent the tips in that somebody said, and basically it's just trying to fuck with shit and set people up and fuck with them? Probably more of that, huh? To create high seas drama for something. Bananas all bananaed up in between. I don't know.
Or the only one I seen was that motorcycle and that car sitting there. It was gold Lexus that they was in, and then the motorcycle was a Harley. But when he took and told me that he'd like for somebody to holler it if he could find somebody, I said, well, give me a few minutes and I'll run and get the trailer and I'll be right back. And when I went back to Ben Hill, I never seen nobody along the road or nothing, never seen nobody when I went in the holler, but there was a few tree trimmers that was still across from 167 in that field. They were still trying to get a truck unstuck. Okay. But when I hooked the trailer up and went all the way back to where the motorcycle was, I never passed no vehicle or nothing. And then I pulled up right there, and they loaded them.
But wait, Fred, didn't the others come online and it was actually a power outage and shit to K crime and something like that? You know? Lord of mercy.
Like on the trailer and stuff, and then he got to talking about when we was going towards Kingsport with it. He was talking about he had recovered the bike that somebody had stole it at West Side Inn, and he found it on the creek, but he didn't tell me where he found it. But when Tabitha texted me
hold up,
after the searching it on, there was a few tree trimmers that was still across from 167 in that field. They were still trying to get a truck unstuck. Okay. But
this is strange. You know what's strange about this, Fred? Times you've given them when you're saying certain people were still present. When you went young. Things had sort of cut out and such before you really. Other people had arrived on the road that day, and well, you said you were going during a certain time, and then, but you were up and all, but then you didn't leave till 4 or some shit, and then you were down there like, well, you had bounds. But okay.
When I hooked the trailer up and went all the way back to where the motorcycle was, I never passed no vehicle or nothing. And then I pulled up right there, and they loaded the motorcycle on the trailer and stuff. And then he got to talking about when we was going towards Kingsport with it. He was talking about he had recovered the bike that somebody had stole it at West Side Inn, and he found it on the creek, but he didn't tell me where he found it.
He said on the creek. Okay. But he didn't tell you where.
But when Tabitha texted me, I don't know, after the search in Baileyton and stuff, he was saying that he took and found it on Ben Hill Road. Okay.
So after the search on Van Hill, you get contacted. Something said about this thing being found on Ben Hill. Ah. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out, well, he's not.
You'd think these people would have made that character aware of, if they'd known that this thing had been found on Ben Hill, that that day that you were also a fucking freak bag from Ben Hill, who's often known to be a little sticky fingered. So, and warning by having your whole back. I mean, to West Side. I mean, ain't that one of the fan favorite places? It's been since torn down throughout last year, but let me tell you, it wasn't no end there in the end for it. It was a dope den. So, somebody from there, is that what you're saying? The dope in was down the creek. And then shit broke down, but then you're eating it somewhere. And like, I mean, that's a U territory, bro. That's that dope shit territory shit. And I know a bunch of others out there, right? They all like visitors of that place, but I can tell you my ass wasn't. So, and I don't know many in Ben Hill that it was. I'm sure it was for Fred. Or wait, I don't know. Like, and then you'd think while people were looking for this back before discovering it, I guess what, on the 15th, all their cars would have been featured on cameras too, looking for it. And what on earth would propel somebody to be in Ben Hill looking for it? Because really, people looking for anything missing or stolen only ever sort of came to your place, didn't they, Fred? Everything from horses to cars to cameras to property stakes. Missing dope, missing money, missing guns. Didn't they, Fred? It's usually where I came looking for shit. Missing or for sale cheap. Or, maybe they just hung out in blind spots waiting on you to meet them with some shit too. I don't know. Just depends.
That car's not on none. The Thompson camera ain't on. But when Tabitha texts me, I don't know, after the searching Baileyton and stuff, he was saying that he took and found it on Ben Hill Road.
Okay.
He's saying he took and found it on, but what?
I'm trying to figure out, well, he's not, that car's not on none. The Thompson camera ain't on my cameras. I don't know about, if they're not on Thompson and mine, that means they didn't come on in the holler. So that either meant he found it.
And the fuck would you know, bro? If you were fucking around with certain people's cameras, or you have been shown pictures like some off of certain particular cameras on certain days, etc. But that doesn't mean you were shown all. But so that all leaves me options, my dude. I And why are you always heavy concentrating on just the one? Sorta. I don't know. You and the crew did like fuck 'em and shit. Making sure shit wasn't seen on shit.
Simpson Lane, Don's, or Holler. So that either meant he found it on Simpson Lane, Don's, or Andy's.
Now I want y'all to take that and clip it together where he then was Ziggy the other day. Says there's only 2 driveways before that camera. It's Don and Andy's. But now there's a whole ass other road with other people and other driveway. Oh, wait. Now, months later, Fred, Z, this crew have landed on there's only 2 driveways. But months ago, Fred had at least a whole ass other road full of driveways and left out quite a few others. And then Don, an hour or whatever, he had at least 3. Now he's narrowed down to 2. The evolution of the Smith monkey and his fairy tales of fuckery. Wow.
I mean, that narrows the way the camera's set up. You know who's traveled if you're looking at the camera. Is that
What do you mean? The way the camera is set up in there, you know who has traveled if you look at the cameras. You've been looking at the cameras, Fred. You've been trying to figure out how to thwart certain ones. You've been having center hung shit, getting center hung before them, or backing up after them and having fits, because, you've been doing any of that fuck shit? Never. You've never. I don't know. All things possibilities.
one or Andy's?
No, so
I mean, that narrows the way the camera's set up. You know who's traveled if you're looking at the cameras.
Now, I mean, what do you mean narrows? And they're set up in certain way and travel. I mean, it sounds like you've been, I don't know, sounds ways, man.
One, so you know where a vicinity it had to came from, but on the way towards Kingsport with it, first he asked me if I would take it to Molnex Drive, and I'm like, at the time I didn't realize where Molnex Drive was. I'm like, well, I really don't know where it's at. He said, well, you care to take it on West Side Inn? I said, I don't care to. I said, I'm going to Kingsport.
I got a question. Are there any possibilities that something could have been taken around and parked in desolate or sort of abandoned driveways to the left on a certain roadway and placed places on a particular road? Hidden in the bushes. Second driveway is to the left. Right after I stopped. You know what? It's fine.
Anyway, so we went out and we stopped at Zoomers and stuff because they had to get gas in their car.
Why are you telling it backward. What are you doing here?
And we left from there and went on the west side. But on the way there, he's talking about he had traded his dad a red Toyota truck for that bike. And he was talking about that bike was like his baby girl. And then he got to arguing on the phone with somebody about something about how they gonna like it when they ain't got their.
Who are you, Hunter, in the vehicle with Candace and Candace Senior and Summer? Don't even. So it's flavor, man.
Girl or something like that.
Who's
And hold on, we're gonna go back to this too. I mentioned the other day, but
girl, and then he got a for that bike.
not only are there similarities there with the Hunter and all them tale of overheard and Dawn called about some guy named Billy and little kids that McDonough. Well, wait, was that just in McDonough area? And then Andy is the drug dealer or whatever, right? That the world's gotten mixed up at this point. And McDonough's did a lot of that, and it seems to be deleted from the internet. But Andy wasn't actually named as the touchy-feely guy. It was the Bills, all the Bills. Right? God damn those ever moving, swapping teacups and Mountain Dew and pizzas. And angles to where you can't actually tell where audio is or is not, or splicing my day. God damn my bad. Anyway, but yeah, and bleeps and blops and all that. So, anyway, yeah, it has that feel to it. Overheard, don't get us, blah 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 blah. Has that feel to it, but then it also has the.
And he was talking about that bike was like his baby girl. And then he got to arguing on the phone with somebody about something about how they gonna like it when they ain't got their baby girl or something like that.
Who said that?
Those words very much mimic when Dawn asked Ziggy about how would you like if you just got your baby girl back and blah blah. Now, this place has narrated the hell out of that, and so that means that Dawn had just gotten Summer back and blah blah. But a whole lot around here firmly believe that what he meant was where Ziggy had just gotten little Ziggy back. Because little Ziggy was not in her custody, and she just got her back, and how would she feel if she'd lost him? So, it's very much mimicky of those words there, you little fugly parroting bitch. I find that strange, right there. Carrying on.
The guy that I was hauling it.
Also, let's make it known that most of us out here know that males especially are prone to calling their trucks female names or baby girl this or whatever, or giving it some female's name. I'm pretty sure that's been around since like fucking unicycles and Henry Ford began and whatever, right? And they're always like, that's my baby right there. Tap, tap, you know. Mustang, Sally, Mammy songs, and all the fucking car names are female. It's not odd for someone to refer to their vehicles as she, especially man. I don't know. So, but make it sound nefarious, like a UPS or FedEx truck stopping to get their shit ready for the rest of the route. Okay. Parrot it and make it twist in with words of Dawn and have that flavor Anna Hunter, Candace Senior, Candace Call thing, and all the bills, and then do that.
What was his name? Do you remember?
What was his name? Do you
Oh,
remember?
I don't know his name. I never met him before. It's the first time I ever seen that boy. I was
That's
just
so
had
interesting.
stopped and helped him.
Yeah, and that's what we turned in recently. That's why that we wanted that person, you know, that contact that.
You just now, earlier this year with the Van Hill fucker, you just now turned that in. Fred, who was like, they treated me just like one of them. He didn't tell all these things to Ellie or FBI on the 15th. Because shit, he done them all on the 15th right before re-entering the road with a bike. They never asked him, even when he stopped and was raising hell and about not being able to or getting in the road or whatever. They didn't ask him about the whereabouts and none of this. Fred and Ziggy just now turned it, but only after Tabitha contacts them after the Van Hill. And while these are doing red truck fuckery with the rest of the group around. Okay. Yeah, guys, this smells perfectly normal.
There to turn in that footage, and now they're trying to act like that interaction didn't happen.
And then they try and say it happened on the 13th.
Yeah, now they're doing exactly
but
what
I know
Andy
it was
did.
the 15th, 100%.
Okay, so here's the fucking deal. Most of us know, and hell, I think even the public knows, because many others off of those hollows have told you those hollows will search too. You can see aircraft and others, you know, and shit. This is what spooks horses during certain. You can see it, okay? That these hollows were searched and come through as well, especially after certain characters wanted to come into play and whisper until dawn again, just for targeting motherfuckers off certain hollows. I'm pretty sure that Ellie would have had all this footage, you think. So what the hell are we arguing about? Like, what's going on here? You know? What the fuck is really going on here?
Yeah.
That's the only day I
Footage, and now they're trying to act like that interaction didn't happen.
And then they try and say it happened on the 13th.
Yeah, now we wanted that person, you know, that contact that lives there to turn in that footage, and now.
You're assuming they didn't if they had? And then Fred, after all these years, didn't turn it in or talk to it to Ellie or TBI till Ziggy recently during the Van Hill thing. Just forgot that all the way. And all his dip stunts, lure stunts, scripting stunts, fuck around law enforcement, feds, Summers case, in real ways. For all these years, all you motherfuckers stunts, trying to set up evil TE stunts. Continuing the Fred versus Andy nonsensical horse shit storylines. I don't know, man. And then they're all coding to try to get another Fred versus Andy tricycle, bicycle, planes, trains, and automobiles going. For the past little bit. Uh-huh.
To act like that interaction didn't happen.
And then they try and say it happened on the 13th.
Yeah, now they're doing exactly
but
what
I know
Andy
it was
did.
the 15th, 100%. Because that's the only day I.
They're doing exactly what Andy did. I don't know what is what with them. Alright? Ain't none of my shit. Y'all be the ones doing all that with or around them or I don't know. Ain't none of my goddamn business. unless it concerns coming to me real life shit. They're trying to get my for the dirty crew of fugly little liars and scripters going extreme real life and fucking around, or tragedy pimp call out shit. This does stink high heaven of a bunch of fucking fuckery and dope shit I want no parts of. Alright? That's between y'all. Y'all keep it wherever the fuck. Keep it the fuck away from me. And you could eat my whole ass on the more mirror. Mary. And I'd love to tell you it's all my imagination, but I've seen the mirror locally lately. Looks like they were after mirror and a lift up of this shit. Way back there. So there. That's why y'all been doing all that fuck shit, so Steve and all this shit, this bike shit. That's why. This bitch and that dirty bitch and that fugly ass motherfucker with the monk bowl haircut been trying to lift this new version of Andy versus Fred. Tricycle, bicycle, planes, trains, and automobiles off. The fuck you say? And probably as a distraction shit around certain characters she would love for a big ass. This her shit rolled around Ryan, McDonough, Jensen, the fuckery, ICU, Jenny, Adrian, Ziggy, and Fred most certainly most another player since 24. Leading up to last year. Now I find it really convenient this is happening around shaking and earthquaking around certain shit that belongs goddamn well to the core and Freddy britches here. Plenty things. Since 24. And other little local stalkers and fuck arounders and all the things since I don't know Boswell Ford. And all these groups with the McDonoughs and the Trishers and the Jamies and the Brads and the TMs and the Jennies and Adrians and such, right? Right, mares. Ain't nobody interested in no more of this bullshit. Y'all go ahead and learn how to keep these cells. Quit fucking around, motherfuckers. Stop it. Stop it. Okay.
Any box.
Yep.
Ever hold a box.
Plus, you talk to law enforcement. They're doing exactly
but
what
I know
Andy
it was
did.
a 15th 100% because that's the only day I hauled any box.
Yep.
Ever hold a box.
Plus, you talk.
Whoa, that was the only day he hauled bikes, and then he was like, "Ever hauled a bike." Boy, I'm calling bullshit.
You talked to law enforcement about it that day, so like.
But when we got to West Side Inn, I pulled in front of the office right there, and instead of pulling in behind the motel or anything, I was pulled right there in front of the office. And when he unloaded it, he pushed it the bike down beside the office in between.
That is one of your favorite places to park throughout the decades. Ain't it, Fred? It is, as I recall. About like 9 3/4 pumps. Is it? Shifty little bastard.
Down the sidewalk in between the pool and
the poo.
Up the motel is like 4 doors down on the left right there is where they put the bike and stuff. And then I ended up leaving then, and I went from there to Zoomer's.
Hold up. Hold up. Which store did you put that at Westside during that time?
And so when he unloaded it, he pushed the bike down beside the office in between, down the sidewalk in between the pool and up the motel is like 4 doors down on the left right there is where he put the bike and stuff. And then I ended up leaving then, and I went from there to Zoomer's and to use Wi-Fi and try to get some gas.
You know, Fred, even though some of us are not visitors to places like that, some of us do have knowledge of who, what, where, when, and how people are staying there, especially long term or otherwise. Who's cooting with who locally? Movements, certain folks.
Stuff, and while I'm there, Andy pulls in, and that's around 5:30.
That's the gas station everybody goes to in town.
Okay. This is when Harry met Sally at Zimmer's at whatever. Okay, pump whatever. At 5:30, though obviously not. And I guess he missed Candace at the other place entirely, but didn't remember Fred put himself at a dope house in particular in the area. Somewhere around the core. You would just, and what'd you need Wi-Fi for at 5:30? Fred, he's everywhere and nowhere. He's been his own Doctor Goddamn Who. Fucking Matrix. Shit. Something dark side. It's the fuck.
Again.
And I remember in the beginning, he also seen Candace on Lone Star. So we're gonna get back to that. When did that happen? Oh, but in Seraphine is where he fucks up and thinks she's talking about one Dawn, but he's talking about another, and he said he hadn't made it to Dawn's yet. I don't know why on earth he would be making it to Dawn's that day. The gear slippage is a Fred. How many people might have been waiting on this motherfucking delivery eating Yahoo in blind spots in or around the area that day as he made his little travels and needed Wi-Fi to hit him up before and hadn't quite made it places and was that I don't know. And boy, if he had shit to drop off or meet people with, like, he says he met somebody, right? And they alerted him to, like, just. Then what the fuck was he in need of money so badly for? He was hauling junk off. I don't.
Siverkia.
But he did make it to where it was they owed it back to him type shit. Still, yet you wonder then what the hell you still need money. Hauling shit. It's fine. Here, And you didn't charge nobody nothing for hauling that shit with that truck. You just took that gas hit, did you? Right, Fred, right. Right.
Gas at Zoomers at 5:30.
So.
And then I leave Zoomers and go somewhere to pick up something and sell something, and then I'm there for a little while.
So you went to pick up something and sell something. Were there multiple substances involved? So you and Ziggy been lying about that too. I thought you only liked your pills, Fred. Oh dear.
I mean, there's some people.
But why'd you do that when you knew that other guy that stopped you owed you stuff and was on his way to you? I ain't feeling
You saw there that.
Well, that's a different place. But
Fred was all over that day.
Sell something, and then I'm there for. I leave Zoomers and go somewhere to pick up something and sell something, and then I'm.
So that's why you need Wi-Fi. Okay. Got it. Did you... Oh, wait, that's right. Your phone was taken and dipped. Well, I'm glad Ellie's got that info.
There for a little while.
You don't want to name that one, all right? Got it.
And there's some people that you saw there that.
Well, that's a different place.
Oh, shit. Now Ziggy done fucked you up. Ziggy done went, well, you saw some people at that place. And you're like, no, this is a different place. Oh, but that's the other place you named stopping at for all the things in the bike, whatever else, right? See, now y'all just fucking up. God damn it, Tiffany, hold their hands harder. Slay shit, targeting people's children shit. Holding hand ass bitch. It's okay here in a minute. Tiffany will slide in like the snake she is and fix it all. Just give her a second. Tongue will go straight up butthole. Fork till tongue. Anyway. So now Ziggy's all like, what the fuck? Man, how many dope houses were you at, pal? You just a user, though. But you're also so, and. See?
Fred was all over that day. He was all around town.
And then I'm there for a little while.
I mean, there's some people that you saw there.
I leave Zoomers and go somewhere to pick up something and sell something, and then I'm there for a little while.
You sound about as enthusiastic to talk about that as you did when you told Ziggy that you've been questioning about the scam and the 50K. Am I right? Curb your enthusiasm, Fred.
There's some people that you saw there that.
Well, that's a different place.
Fred was all over that day. He was all around town.
Yeah. Well, some people's names that came up in this case, like he did.
There comes the forked cleansing tongue. It's okay, Fred was everywhere. All right. So then, what we have here is, so he left. He's seen supposedly monster at Summers at 5:30, and then he went somewhere and spent time there a while. But Y'all remember how he said he'd come into the road and was warning the first cops, etc., that cops were in summer. And you remember the first times for us he'd fucked around and found out, and people had actual videographic proof that he was a motherfucking liar, and then he went, whoops, maybe the cops already at the end of the road might also recall me, and when I came in, oh shit. I don't know what he did, but he changed his story real quick, like around about his time of entry into Ben Hill again. So, I don't know, spending a while to me would be a while, Fred. Not 5 minutes or something, and then being Ben Hill went, and all that with your original times. Yeah. Gets better though, don't it?
That day, so it helps just to know for.
No, I think that he's useful in this all. Like he's useful.
So you know where these certain people.
Yeah.
So you know where these certain people were at that time, if you believe Fred, or and then you can get things to corroborate that, and
Then from there.
You get times where all these other people were, if you believe Fred. Yeah. I think that ship sailed with the first interview when Fred said, I can feed people bullshit and having them believe it and have them disbelieving the truth. I think that fucking ship sailed when he said pool, though that had already been done. And everybody knew it wasn't mine, but y'all continued, much like the other garbage, targeting it, much like everything else Fred said immediately was known to be bullshit. But, Aaron Taffy, right? Wildy didn't know Andy or anybody else, or me to be drug using cartel, traffic, blah, 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 prostitutes. Never heard any such thing on that first walk and talk, huh, Zig? Oh, that's the biggest tale of all. You tragedy pimp, lying ass, tapering motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here. Seriously. I don't know that he's recovered from anything, Trail Junkie, too. He ain't recovered from being a goddamn liar. He's addicted to it. It's fucking straight addiction. It's a compulsion, even. Much like Ziggy's. They're just compelled. Anyway, which trial groups are you part of, Trial Junkie? Tell me it ain't none of them with the gavels. Alright?
What is called a dope house. When I left that dope house, I took and went back towards Beach Creek, hit Lone Star, and I'm coming down Lone Star, and I stopped at where Brandon Clark and several of them always hung out because they done contact me and let me know they needed something.
Was that at Gwenda's?
Jesus Christ. So now you're gonna, originally you named the names that, and now you're like, no, I'm gonna keep it myself. And then they had contacted you and like, they needed something too. So what the fuck did you need money hauling off shit? Why were you so desperate for all the funds? Did you owe somebody something? Or you were just trying to get stuff? It's fine, Fred. It's fine. Shoot out.
Was that at Gwenda's or?
No, that's on Lone Star.
Okay.
He was living on Lone Star at that time. And then when I get there, there's several people there. I mean, Marvin Simpson was there.
Did you just sniff? I don't know. Hold on.
Always hung out because they done contact me and let me know they needed something.
Was that at Glenda's? Was that at Glenda's or?
No, that's on Long Star.
Okay.
He was living on Long Star at that time. And then when I get there, there's several people there. I mean, Marvin Simpson was there. Brandon Clark was there. I was trying to think who else.
And I gotta tell you, didn't he originally say he picked up a bike from there too? And then he also said there was another one broke down near Bailey's and all that shit near the dollars on that into the branch. And then now what y'all got all the tricycle, bicycle, planes, trains, automobiles going, don't ya? Man, if this featured John Candy, it might be amusing.
Beverly was there. Kayla was there. Her mom was there. There's about 15 people there, so
Okay.
I think of it.
Sometimes it's hard to tell whether it's him sniffing or Ziggy's perpetual allergies.
I probably Josh or that Jamie Cox is there.
No,
Oh,
that was the first place I stopped at in Kingsport off of Princeton.
Oh.
But
I think this is helpful. I think all of it is helpful. Even
what? Somewhere near the area where it's spray painted "Summer is a Whore" in the roadway. I know that's got to do with another person named that, but anywhere near addresses used by about 600 flophouse having motherfuckers throughout all the decades. The core address is used by all of them to do weird shit from, with state level shit all the way down. Fuck up bail bondsmen, police, benefits, flop houses, where a whole bunch of them always got their shit. Plants, maybe. Queens who have been maybe touched against their will and shit. Somewhere in or around Benham. Anything like that. The shared addresses of the floppers and core. Plenty things. Here's a couple round, ain't they, Fred? Yon May, few Yon May. Whole bunch out certain other ways. Some downtown or complexes, for years, including another, molested queen. Also, plenty things. Anybody want to talk about it? I'm gonna bet no. Not publicly, right? They just want to keep T fuck around in Shadowlands and go in extreme real life with Freddy Britches and crew here. Until it goes public. Because I don't bring nobody shit or nothing, but y'all just getting a little bit on my nerves. Just a wee bit. can you kindly unwind your dope shit and your Shadowland shit and your bone picking shit from all this around summer so that more light can shine and we can hopefully, and by we, I mean not me at all, but law enforcement can see past all the shit. Because maybe half of these motherfuckers left out be wouldn't be such messy lights shining on you motherfuckers. Or if anybody had balls and stood up to the blackmail and fuckery by these motherfuckers coming into the creek. Wouldn't be all wound in now, would it? Sloppy ass goddamn kids, grandkids, and great grandkids being sloppy. And taking tragedy pit money for crack rocks. So it'd be nice at this point if you just don't mind that. Just Shadowland that to the side for now. Yeah? Be great. Because nobody wants to fuck around that. Nobody. Some people just want answers for summer. And by that I mean a little clearer and less muddy tragedy pit toolbag waters of doom. So that law enforcement can stop being fucked with, tampered with, chaosed about, fucked with, so that they can finally pull Summer out of the darkness and into the light and bring her home to her community. And somebody can be arrested for it. So how about court and everybody else and the bad nanners and all the bullshittery and the scripting just stop, and certain fuckery with courts and otherwise just stop with their shit, because nobody gives a shit about that shit. Nobody was talking about that shit publicly, because fuck that. Ain't nobody's goddamn business. Yeah, y'all made it. I mean, y'all did it. But stop. Because there are some out here that can make Fred look like a goddamn angel of dropping ass fuckery. Except some people can do it in a real legit way that they ain't no fuckery in, with receipts to back it up. So how about we just knock it off now? Okay? Everybody set that aside till it's time for all that in the darkness. Separate it now. I'm asking nicely. Alright, carrying on.
I know you've talked about a lot of this over the years too, but to have it, that's why I asked, like, if someone was to sit you down and talk to you about all of this, to have it all encased in one, like, as your recollection serves you going through it is helpful to have it, you know, like someone just like, no one's ever really, I feel that when it comes to Summer's case, Ziggy.
See, Snake there. It's like Fred's tails. Her little clearing of the throat. It's because her own goddamn forked tongue's gagging the fuck out of her carrot reflex. She up to fuck shit. If Ziggy could do that wild ass laugh and a sniffle, and Fred could do the hitch my pants and the sniffle, and she could do the clearing the throat, we could almost have a goddamn band of demons here. Almost. Like a goddamn barber shop quartet of fuckery.
Given Fred a platform, he has one every single day. But
right, he does have a platform every day. So what you going on with this build up nonsense of Fred's nervous? Fred come here to speak. We had a plan for months. And that's wild. Months, you say? It wouldn't coincide with extreme insertion by ICU and Ryan and Tom B and shit on there on Pain Hill, would it? Jenny and Adrian's. People sitting shit through Fred and Ziggy that would sit through the others playing games, would it? Nah. Y'all probably wouldn't have had no 13-hour phone calls or nothing about it, right? It's fine.
Not the same as bringing it over here where.
Oh my God. Wouldn't this been around the time that somebody was screaming at me wildly? Red trucks. Sound like some Penny. You gotta go tell Penny and Tiffany right now, you know. That shit's wild. Still the only time ever and the only character ever speaking to me when I do some shit like that. It still reeks.
Other people who knows, maybe they might not want to go to your channel because they don't want someone to get pissed off at them, or who knows, there would be a million reasons why, right?
Okay, so it's an excuse for doing this on this one's channel. Because if somebody goes to or blah blah, what? Oh.
But when you have a different setting even, and people asking questions in the chat, or it's just a different dynamic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Talk, you know what I mean? Like, he's also like accused relentlessly of having something to do with Summer's disappearance.
Not really. Not really. Y'all do that to everybody else with Fred. Fred's just called out continuously for being a goddamn liar. Accusing everybody else of. I mean, at this point, you got the police department even telling the public, nope, name ain't crossed the desk, nope, not a suspect, and saying, yeah, I wouldn't believe shit Fred says. So, but not saying Fred's not a suspect. If Fred's the one getting his phone hard taken and downloaded and polygraphed about all kinds of shit, including that goddamn dirty ass scamathon y'all ain't going, according to Fred. That's wild. I just don't know, man. I don't think anybody's accusing Fred of being the one responsible for Summer vanishing. He does try hard, and so do y'all make him look sus or guilty of it, or like a player in it somehow, or helping hide or obscure things for somebody or something, maybe. But the person, now, fucking with you all and fucking with everybody on the ground here with his goddamn diabetes, yeah, all has been calling it out. And you remember someone was trying to tell the world that in the beginning. Well, Fred's Fred. But whatever, you know. Fred was even, much like Ken Stone, was like, yeah, I'm just fucking with these motherfuckers. I'm like, whatever, Fred, you do you then. They ain't trustworthy, but I guess you get your dollar from them, make them holler. I don't give a fuck. I ain't paying no more attention to Fred. Turns out, probably should have. But yeah, yeah, I don't know, man. And then to get through the model and you realize that Fred's been fucking around with y'all since like minute one. Corporate things connected. Core shit. I don't know. Weird stuff. He and trespassing on other people's property in and around Ben Hill for YouTubers and others to get things. I don't know, sneaking around, listening, fucking people's cameras, doing all the weird shit. I'm sure it was all just for Summer, though. Right? Right. I gotta tell you, Fred's responsible for certain things in and around Ben Hill or other areas of Beach Creek at that time. Things fucked with them would have been rendered unusable, or he could have never turned into law enforcement, which would have been the absolute opposite of helping find Summer. Just saying.
negate the fact that Fred recorded things that day that were going on. He was serving the police like for I really
I love the hot words. The manipulative words are slithers. Fred was serving the police. You want to play like the fucking national anthem or something like that? He was there protecting and serving. The fuck? What do you mean recording, bitch? The first day. Bitch. We know what he said, but it wasn't the first day. And nobody's seen him other than him going by, and he couldn't even shove a 10-penny nail up his asshole. Other than that. And yeah, that's just what the TBR, FBR, local surrounding agencies needed. While helicopters were up and they were first interviewing everybody from Dawn, Candace, the closest neighbors, brother, they needed Fred to go in for them. While they were standing right there, you dumb bitch. Dear world, they needed to have Fred creep down. And wear wire on all of us. Me, Andy, the children, Dawn, Candace, Summers brothers. Yes. While all the local surrounding agencies, TBI, FBI, all them, were all there in our faces all evening, all night, throughout the night and the next day. Yes. They needed to send to Fred in. Are y'all fucking stupid? I can tell you what days Fred should. But see, he formulated his story in days around what he heard online. And in the beginning, it was best to let things run and not give specifics. And Fred built from those things very Weeby-like. And that's how you catch a fucking cat here. So no, and once again, I'm just going to insert here. Nobody gives a fuck if Fred had wires up his ass, his phone recording, Laura's twat recording. Nobody gives a fuck who was recording, wearing a wire, wearing bunny ears, antennas, or any of that shit, alright? I hope everybody in the goddamn neighborhood and up and down Beach Creek was. Quite frankly. Because this is not dope level shit. I mean, this is Summer's missing. She's a child. That's entirely different. So yeah, fuck yeah. Hope everybody was wired. Hope everybody had their phones go. You know? Those who care about Summer do not care about who was recording them. Unless they got shit to worry about. And Fred only started going on with the he was wired shit after he thought Dawn was wired on him. I'm just saying. You see, Ziggy, it matters when you say to Fred. Or what Fred hears. Because then he'll weave from it and you can pick out cat hairs and Fred's Fred.
have a lot of respect for someone that will record and pretty much just like serve as a rat.
Well, yeah, because Fred knows of people who other people were asked to record who refused, and he.
That's what I'm saying. So would Fred be?
Now hold on. So you're telling me the feds or law enforcement also made Fred protect and serve Fred aware of who refused to record for them, or the others had But they didn't let him know whose cameras did what or whose footage was turning it on. But wait, they did, but they didn't. I think Fred's protected and serving something.
To say who refused to help Summer, I think that's important too.
Yeah.
Who are the people that wouldn't record for Summer?
Dave Britt was one of them.
Okay, Dave Britt.
And he was, but they did that for a reason. I don't.
Dave was trying to see where he stood in something. I think reason they was trying to get him.
This, but that's the only one you know of,
that's
right?
the only one I know right there.
Yeah.
I know he refused to record for him.
Yeah. But now he.
Okay. God bless. I didn't know it was upcoming, or I would have just skipped by it. Lord of mercy.
Know if of others by name, but that person was a suspect too. I mean because
who the fuck said so? Was there ever a list given by law enforcement in the first place? Closest you ever came was the media saying Candace, and Dawn and people close to Summer at church, Candace Sr., outward onto other family members and neighbors. Since when did law enforcement ever give a specific list of names? I'll wait. There y'all go, calling somebody suspect again. Ziggy not caring how no that is. Just like most of you do.
Fred heard the police talking about that guy. That guy was good friend.
Yeah, they thought he had something to do with something there too. But see, he run dope with Dawn, so I think that's why they thought he had something to do with something.
Fred.
Does the same apply for you, buddy? No, nothing about Dave didn't want. Why's he doing all this to everybody? Dave, what'd you do to piss this motherfucker off? Did you have words or something? Did you go confiscate something that belonged to you? Did you have words 3 decades ago? What's in Fred's crawl with you, bro? He's only fucking with all. Fuck out here. His problem with Andy is that Andy raised his voice to him for the first time here on the 14th. He pissed. You can't get over it, man. Wit sex is the same. Ghoulie is the same. Everybody else is the same. We're all getting hit because Fred's in his pissy panties about shit. Sorry, son of a bitch.
Feel that Don was more of a user or more of a dealer? I think I already know the answer, obviously, to this. But or do you think it was mixed?
I feel like he's more of a user.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, then how do you elect cartel mounts? Because 50K in dope's a lot of dope to sell. That's a dealer, Fred. If you owe 50K, 50K ain't user. Dope on credit. But wait, no. Earlier we heard Fred fuck up and say it was money that had been taken and not given back to. Now it's no. Don's more of a user than a dealer. But wait, 50K owed to a dealer in Knoxville. That ain't user amounts, Fred. Oh, goddamn. Y'all telling me none of you tragedy pimps decided to fucking hit this sideways? Nobody. Not even curiosity. No friends. Nobody. But if you feel like he's more of a user, then what the fuck is your problem with Don? And the prostitutes and the Knoxville and you swearing up and down that him and Eddie and Coots owed money. That ain't usage shit, Fred. That's dealer, cartel, like that's movement shit. And then you just fuck up your whole shit. I mean, your whole shit. Ziggy's shit. By going, no, I think he's just a user. Like, I could play this one clip here into fucking oblivion, and it's enough to knock Fred and Ziggy on their ass every day, but where y'all doing it? Nowhere. Problem is, though, you have others around the area saying it's Dawn and Fred bringing shit up. Prior to Summer Rash. You have Dawn talking about crack furries and shit. Takeoffs around weird busted bubble faces and vigils and Amy Tate's running amok and clearly the crew already inserted around 110, right? Devils and crossroads and deals, oh my. And then Ziggy can't even remember the date the boys were taken. All the amazing setup-y tampering critters like Amy Tate's and others. Working with those of the blew the hands off bees variety, who are also not until and they fuck up a sleigh that Tiffany Marie tries to hold their hand and an oopsie. But a sleigh of the copy and paste only Ziggy holds variety. Telling all those like Brad and shit what to say to certain agents of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
I mean, if it's true that it was like given all that, I don't know. I think it was supposed, it's probably mixed, but obviously heavy on the using.
Right. Well, no dealer is ever going to really accomplish much when they're using their supply anyway, so.
See, they realize Fred just fucked up. Now both fork-tongued bitches are gonna try to cleanse that. Pretend Fred didn't just fuck up everything. Because in that statement, Fred just fucked up everything Ziggy and Hans Hill had built. No, I just think, Dawn's a user. And then Ziggy and Fork-tongue here like, nah, well, Panic at the fucking Tragedy Pimp Disco. They're gonna talk for him, they're gonna... Hope y'all didn't notice see that.
Okay, so when you were frequenting any of these places throughout the day, stopping here, stopping there to do your work or whatever.
Places. Did you really just allude it to that? You mean dope houses. And then you also didn't say to make your sales or usage, because clearly he's a dealer. You really said places and watered that down from dope houses, which even Fred had the balls to say. You watered that down to places, so the public didn't think much. And then you proceeded to say he stopped at these places for work. No, guys. What they're doing is not clear. It's foggy and vague. Magic 8 Ball says to check back next Wednesday.
Did you notice anything that stood out to you that might have felt different than all the other times you had been to these houses and gone these places and dealt with these individuals? Like, was there anything that
dealt? So, not worse. I love resume language, it's great.
looked back on that day and thought, or the next day, or that week, and was like, that was weird because that guy never did that before? Or what a strange statement for someone to make. Like, is there anything that stood out to you throughout your travels that
Even if it did, could anybody, including Ellie or a family friend, especially after formulating bullshit texts and turning them in like clues to the feds, and him and Ziggy in her emails and buffer system of, oops, I missed whatever, to Ellie. Oh, I'm the one talking to Ellie, so Fred don't, so Fred can't get charged with. Whoops, I got it wrong. Whoops, I got it wrong. Whoops, let's text Tabitha suddenly during a certain time. Whoops, let's turn in a tip near that time. Whoops. I think it's pretty clear to Ellie and Feds that y'all been manufacturing this whole time. And by you all, TM, I didn't mean that. You remember when you and AB, and I know BK even had several fake accounts running, but CAB went that one step further with you, and he created actual Gmails and did really deep, dark, dirty shit in my name and with my likeness on them, and then started all these, and then was typing as me in chats. Remember that, Tiffany? And then you clipped those things, you screenshot them, and then you put them up on your wall and accused me of saying these things and making me look certain ways. And I was like, man, that is written exactly like my sort of writing style, but I don't recall saying that. And if I said that, then it must have been a reply to something else, not what she's making. I don't. And then it turns out AB was caught in this, and then I reported it to the real feds and TBI, and then to the Moose Bunch police and all that shit on AB. So you manufactured fake, quote, evidence to make people falsely believe things with AB using absolutely illegal means, you know, and the Google shit and account shit and all that. Remember that? And then you remember the text with Ernie shit, Tiffany? How much other shit, Tiffany? Yeah, so y'all be manufacturing food. And y'all are big on that. Texting and saying one thing's also true, so then you can do whatever and then turn it to Ellie like it's something and whatever too. You're big on that. You can see that with Fred and Ziggy pretty often. They do things. Also with Ernie, wildly enough, Tiffany. I wonder where they got that idea. And can your buddy Nick, who you helped target me with over my cancer and disabilities there a couple months back on remains, after lips and heels been can you explain when Ernie hit the travel centers and shit right after crossing over in a politics course and suddenly getting a fuck ton of money? Can you explain why your buddy Nick wasn't hunting him full tilt at those travel centers or calling police and there was no big deal around here? Until Lisa and all him then decided it was a big deal and they were going to continue hunting him after he got to whatever that guy's name was, the fake ass in the basement filler. But nobody bothered to catch him on the ground and no fucker on that. And he just came in and shoulder bags were placed inside of a travel center and then left out of town quietly. And then he started the rise of kids on buses and all that shit. But then he just had a fuck ton of money. He went on to do whatever. And then Lisa reads the prescription on, and then he gets caught and yeeted off about like he did with that white van. And somebody got him the job, and then Trigger bitched him on the way and knew with that much money at that point, too, he would possibly use and other things. Does anybody have anything to say about any of this? No?
I mean, when I was traveling to them few houses and stuff, I didn't notice nothing or
Okay.
different, you know. I mean,
Well,
no, that's
at
helpful.
all. I just stopped at 2 houses. I mean,
you did.
well, I went to only houses I stopped at was Glenda Heads. And after I left Ben Hill was Glenda Heads, Amy Cox's, and then back out on Lone Star. That's only 3 houses I stopped at.
Well,
that day.
I do. What about, was there anybody not there that you thought was suspicious? Stuff like that.
When I stopped at the last place on Lone Star, I mean, Doug Gott and Pete Clark usually there, but they wasn't there. That's only 2 that wasn't there.
So much like damn, this can't for anybody suspicious. But damn, for your fuckery, I mean, you've sworn up and down half of these people are sus. Throughout all these years, or made them look such. Now during this one, you're suddenly like, no. What? Certainly became uncomfortable mentioning names. During this, unlike other periods, did you? While other portions of the group were. You really don't want to piss off certain things that the group wants their little dirty nanner hands on, do you?
That's usually there.
I know that stood out to him because he's mentioned it to me before, so that's why I asked him that.
Because, I mean, Donald Bernard, he was there.
Both those people are now dead, by the way.
Yeah, Pete and
Y'all made look all kinds of ways, but one person couldn't have been was in the hospital. Oh, yeah. All the things.
And they're heavily, and yeah.
But see, that's where I picked up the second bike, the bike that belonged to Brandon. When I'm there doing my business, he's asked me if I would take his bike and work on it. And I'm like, well, while I've got a trailer here, go ahead and load it up, you know, and I'll take it on. Then I said, there ain't no sense in me making a special trip. If you want it worked on, go ahead and load it, and I'll just take it home as I go. Then when I leave there, I'll go towards Beach Creek. You go down Long Star, and then
yeah.
But see, that's where I picked up the second bike, the bike that belonged to Brandon. When I'm there doing my business, he's asked me if I would take his bike and work on it, and I'm like, well, while I've got a trailer here, go ahead and load it up, you know, and I'll take it on. Then I said, there ain't no sense in me making a special trip. If you want it worked on, go ahead and load it, and I'll just take it home as I go. Then when I leave there, I'll go towards Beach Creek. You go down Long Star, and then you turn left onto Beach Creek.
Did he mention that to JLR? For a hundo or two?
And then about, I'm trying to think, 3/4 of a mile before you get to Ben Hill Road, there's some people flags me down and stuff. They're out in the road and stuff there. And that's how I find out about Summer being missing at that point.
Okay, say that again. Where were you when you found out about Summer being missing?
It was about 3/4 of a mile on Beach Creek from Ben Hill.
Okay. How did you find out?
Tell them again how you were driving and.
Oh, I was coming down through her, and there was some people standing out the road. They flagged me down and stuff. Yeah. One of the girls I know, she had bought stuff off of me before. One of the people that lived there, their daughter had, and she seen me. She flagged me down. She told me that there was a little girl. Well, she told me a little girl was missing on Ben Hill Road, and they had it shut down and stuff, was searching for her and stuff. She told me if I had anything on me, I should be careful, you know. Like.
That was the sheer heat. And didn't you another play, like, say that somebody owed you something, like, you know? And boy, I gotta tell you, Laura says that law enforcement's how you first found out. I'm gonna call bullshit on both of you. Because you can't tell me your asses didn't know. Because, you know, creek word travels faster than lightning. Coming back in the first place that Summer's missing, probably before even law enforcement hit ground. So, call bullshit on both things. And then if you're that close, I'll tell you what, you would have been able to see all the commotion and all the other, you know, and the hell, like, and I know when you appear, there's no way you missed out, even all the way down. But Laura says law enforcement informed you first. You have many stories of how, and I'm calling bullshit on all of it. I'm gonna bet you heard L.E. was at least in that hollow before you ever headed out. I'm gonna bet you want to do it. Have things looking like you were up to legitimate business too, coming and going. Or behind you for tag purposes or something, you know. And I gotta tell you, it doesn't fit your behavior patterns, man. I mean, the question isn't who went or came here and like, it's why somebody like Fred would risk everything to get back into Ben Hill. Everything. A potential impounding of said vehicle by trailer, potential arrest, yeah, all the things. Well, it would have been worth it. But I'd wait until everything calmed down, whatever, you know. Why on earth would you have been in such a hot hurry that your ass couldn't have been 10-pennied, you know? Late that evening coming in. What was so important to get back in there for? You know?
Hey.
Okay, so she was more so warning you that the cops were there. And
more or less.
Yeah.
But then there's a vehicle that was done supposed to deliver something to me on Ben Hill, came up a road, and he actually pulled up beside of me. So instead of me sitting right there and just taking my stuff,
you sniffed again.
I backed up the road just a little, it's probably about a couple 100 feet or so over to the side, that little block building like there. And he handed me my stuff, and I just took him. When I left from there, I went on to Ben Hill, and then when I pulled up to Ben Hill Road.
What is up with so many people in block buildings that day? Or future days.
They had it all shut down and stuff, and I was sitting there trying to.
And why was that guy so close that he was still exiting the road? Think about that. That guy who was supposed to drop things off to you, well, you'd think he'd been waiting in the area somewhere, right? Considering he was still in his vehicle. He was that close to Ben Hill still. And he stopped and made sure to stop you and let you know. At what time? And he hung around for how long? Near Ben Hill? Because, damn, Fred, you didn't come in until after helicopter. Like, so you telling me this guy who clearly been hanging there for how long and what? He'd stuck around the area to let you know even with cop? No. Let me feed you back up. Did you make a U-turn to go get things to make it look like legitimate reasons? I don't know. It's kind of reeky and fishy, don't you think? And I'll point you back to Laura saying it was actually law enforcement that let you all know. Ain't that something? The weirdest part is where the hell was Laura?
Out where I need to pull in at or whatever. And the first person that came up to me was George Bernard.
Okay, so George was. So the Bernard clan was.
He was done there at Ben Hill before I got there and stuff.
And he.
You just said one person's name. And you called it a clan, Tiffany. I love your goddamn wording. Crazy
bitch. And that what was suspicious about that?
George was there, so the Bernard clan was.
He was done there at Ben Hill before I got there and stuff.
And he didn't. And what was suspicious about that?
Well, he hadn't been to Ben Hill since. I ain't seen him on Ben Hill since him and Polly got married and moved out them to
like when was that?
Or whatever.
How many years ago was that?
Oh God!
You are so full of shit, Fred fucking Hill. You're so full of shit. You damn well know they come in there all the time before, and to help with and to visit other, family and. Come on now, are you fucking stupid? Don't you, bastard? He been doing this, though. He been doing this. But either way, at those times, it was, you know what, it's fine. And either way, it's all bullshit. Andy's dad didn't have no shit to do with no shit either. Fucking psychopath. Like, it's just you and your daddy had hard dicks for shit. Fuck out of here, Fred. Seriously. You can go fuck yourself about like Jenny going, 2 pigs star pie. Fuck her too. All y'all are fuck sticks.
That's young.
Fucking 30 years, probably.
Yeah, that's before Andy was born.
And what's the age difference between you and Andy? Fred? What year were you born in again, Fred? When were his parents married again, Fred? Shit that don't add up and couldn't have been. Exhibit A. Last time he seen him was when they lived down with, and were first married. How old do y'all think Fred is? How many years differences are between him and Eddie? Not but a few. What were you? -1? But you seen. That's the last time you seen Andy's dad on the road. Is before you were ready at Daddy's balls? The fuck, you stupid motherfucker. You lying ass bastard. And yeah, I know you're a lying ass bastard. There's proof you're a lying ass bastard about this and everything else. Trying to make people look sus over shit that ain't sus. Trying to pretend they weren't in or around Ben Hill ever. Fuck off, Fred.
Wow. So he
or that they were even there on the 15th.
to Ben Hill since Andy
I
before
haven't seen him around since.
since you were a kid. Like you would have been like.
But he tried to say he thought it was one of my children that went missing. He didn't say that. At first, he said that he thought it was one of my children that went missing first.
Yeah, they tend to keep track of family things and ages and certain connections with their own family, Fred, and everything else. I'm gonna go no, and I'm gonna bet if they heard about everything, and even if things possibly, which that ain't it, but like they would have known better because the others present in there that they're besties with that were helping search with all of us, unlike you and everybody else. So that's probably how I heard it. And because Word traveled like lightning through the creek, right? Or maybe even Andy letting them know. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna go no.
They wasn't much said between me and him. Then he walked back over to a red Dodge truck. I don't know if that's what he was driving.
You put him in a red Dodge truck, much like Shay and his crew, right, Tiffany, Neener, the rest, that didn't fucking exist, that George did not have, but you all falsely targeted. Right. There was no red Dodge, bitch. But I know y'all made one up. I know Fred's still doing it. Oh, this goes back in that red truck shit, and it was really for and around Van Hill shit at this point. Nobody was getting the job done, huh? Damn. Not even from 24 forward. Well, bless all of you. Carry on.
But that's where he walked back over to. And then the officer took and walked up, and he told me to Wade didn't walk all the way up to my truck. He motioned for me to pull in on Ben Hill Road. And when I pulled on Ben Hill Road, there's done shitloads of people are.
You sure you ain't mentioned another neighbor's red Dodge eating it out of your asshole, falsely putting Andy's father's walking it, which mean you actually could see Bennett. You sure it ain't something like that, Fred?
And stuff. They had vehicles parked in the ditch line on Ben Hill on both sides down through there for a ways, and then they had some parked in the middle of the road around through there and come around past Don's driveway.
And we know you had to break on through to the other side there, you lying ass what's behind door number 3, motherfucker. And there's videographic proof of when you damn sure hadn't been in there yet, and done the 10-2 Ben Hill. Desperate to get your ass back into Ben Hill for some reason. Carry on.
But when I first turned on Ben Hill Road, they done had 3 dogs there at that time a searching.
Okay.
Because when you turn on the Ben Hill Road, it's straight down through there till you get to that first creek right there. And they had a dog like going back and when I.
How many feet is that motherfucker? Can you measure?
Down to where that curve is. I sat there for a while and then I'm like, well, I'll just back over to the side and leave the truck sitting here. And then I backed over to the side in that little field and I was trying to get my stuff out of the back of the truck. I had a few little things I'd got at the gas station, some drinks and stuff, and a case of drinks and stuff. And I was trying to get them out, and he said that.
So wait, there was still enough space left for you to back up into that area and to leave a whole trailer and a bag and everything behind. And you were walking in. Okay,
You don't need to do that. He said, we're already getting the road opened up here for you to get through. But see, they had a dog going from that culvert there, at first culvert as you go in Ben Hill Road. They was had one dog.
So they had a dog
going back and forth in the road from like Dawn's driveway back to that culvert there. And then they had a dog in the creek below the culvert, and then they had a dog above the creek and going up and down it right there when I first come in the hall.
So the dogs were basically hanging out at the end of the Wells driveway too.
It does seem like they're hanging out.
The tile, and they call it a tile. It's a I wish I had a picture I could show. I know I have one somewhere.
But wait, didn't Fred once upon a time say the dogs that there's not it? They went directly to his place or some shit too. You watched them
around the creek. So the dogs were around the creek. Okay.
Yes, right there, kind of like at the end of the dog trail where Dawn calls the dog trail. They was from there kind of back towards like they was trying to find. I guess that's where they tried to send to, and then was trying to pick it up. Was what I'm suspecting.
Okay.
I love how we can all agree. We're all like, what Dawn calls the dog trail. At least we can all agree. But I think Dawn calls it that because of reasons. Y'all almost bring tears to my eyes, okay?
And it would make sense because around water and dirt, the earth will grab onto the scent too. So maybe there was some. Now, there was talk about Summer being down by the creek the night before because Jody said she saw Candace with the kids the night before. Were you around the night before, Fred?
No, I wasn't. I was on my sleep.
Oh, Tim, I see what you did there. I see what you're trying to get there. I guess you have to go knocking at the databasing crew. It's gonna be a no-ho. No-ho. Good not college try.
I hadn't been out in and out of holler or nothing that day.
I love it even better that Fred agreed with that.
The day before. I didn't even know nothing about Jackie Dobbs, no nothing that day.
So maybe there was something. Now, there was talk about Summer being down by the creek the night before because Jody said she saw Candace with the kids the night before. Were you around the night before, Fred?
No, I wasn't. That was one of my sleeping days. I hadn't been out in and out of holler or nothing that day. The day before. I didn't even know nothing about Jackie Dobbs.
Bullshit.
Know nothing at that time.
Okay.
Even at her summer witness and tried her summer witness, and I found out about Jackie Dobbs being there and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right, so
By the way, there's a full-on Panic at the Disco. Fred done run his tee mouth on the 14th and stirred shit up real nice. Fred was not asleep later in the evening. Probably ran on the same times he gives now, but Fred is one fucked up individual. You know, it's what happens in tweaker brains when they panic at the disco, ain't it, Fred? And they think all the wrong things about the wrong things, and then they stir shit and tell lies on TE Game South Creek because they're panicking at the disco. Probably on the 14th. Am I right? I bet I'm right, little man.
then when you pulled in and you saw this happening, explain the rest of the night just to get through that portion. And then I'm going to ask a whole bunch of questions that people have asked in the chat that I starred. I'm going to save because I think that the questions that people are asking are pretty good questions. And we'll like just move through it. That I don't want to make this live like hours and hours and hours and make Fred sit here and like
Maybe we can leave that part too, you know.
But
we'll just like move through the motions of the day and the night and take it that way.
But once they got the road up, kind of people moved back where I could get the truck and trailer on in with that bike on it. Then I go on home and stuff. And
I'm gonna go no. Back kettle's up. You did no. Nope. There were eyes on you, buddy. There were cameras about. I'm going no.
And it's just not long at all. It just seemed like it's 30 minutes or so. Don pulls in, and he's.
Hold on, we're gonna revisit this. I'm gonna get some ice real quick. What the fuck did he just say? Alright, we're gonna go. I got some ice. We're gonna go back to what the fuck did this dumb motherfucker just say again? Like always. I love it.
Just talking along at all.
Okay.
Kind of people moved back where I could get the truck and trailer on in.
You know, honestly, I was just gonna hit like 3 high points in here and kind of sort of scan to where I thought I knew they were. But this has been so goddamn fun and enlightening. Now I've listened to greater portions. I can't say we're gonna finish all this, but I'm gonna try to hit the high notes. But this is fun. Can we do this more often? This is so obvious, like, and to know how it pieces back together because I waited so long. And what's happened in just the past couple days, I sort of love it. Kind of love it. You just stitch it right together back through time and certain events. And yikes! And the mirror, it's happening now. That I hate to call the FBI about. I mean, I hate to be like, never team in the current. After mirror, it looks like it coincides with this, and might have been part of, and it looks like they're still trying to lift up this newest Fred versus Andy in a bike thing in order to fuck around and find out, and I don't know what else is involved in it, so but something is dark and deep and dirty. And so maybe like everybody talking about this bike shit in order to get shit and probably to tamper with that. Oh dear. Sirs, they're fucking me and criminal. To script write shit into hell so that you get inundated some more and fucked with some more, overwhelmed some more so that, you know, all the seconds bank for them while they're, you know, taken away for summer. I don't know. They try to write up more fuckery that goes right back to probably dirty deals made at Crossroads with goddamn demons from day one.
Back on it. Then I go on home and stuff, and then it's just not long at all. It just seems like it's 30 minutes or so. Dawn pulls in.
I don't want to make this live like safe because I think that the questions that people are asking are pretty good questions, and we'll like just move through it. That I don't want to make this live like hours and hours and hours and make Fred sit here and like
Maybe we can have part 2, you know.
But
we'll just like move through the motions of the day and the night and take it that way.
But once they got the road up, kind of people moved back where I could get the truck and trailer on in with that bike on it. Then I go on home and stuff, and then it's just not long at all. It just seems like it's 30 minutes or so. Dawn pulls in, and he.
What kind of time were you working on that day? I can tell you now from the time you came in to the time I talked to Don on his way up to you. Oh, that's far longer than 30 minutes, pal. But shit, if you said it, where on earth would, then how would you been and record, and if you were up there and Don came to you first, then how in the fuck did you come record? See, now we're all just twizzle fucked to death, Fred.
He's just talking more religion and politics than worrying about his daughter. He never first once said he wish he knew where she was at or wish somebody bring her back or anything. He just like he had no emotions, no.
Hey, Fred, did you go feed that shit to a certain other passed away character now? Like Marlene's daddy. And not actually Don. And then did you also go maybe feed Cotton full of shit with others during the times he was probably being asked or told to come up here to get info by critters also known to be fucking around with this group since Boswell Ford?
Okay.
He just the only thing he wanted to say, at least he'd see her during the resurrection. And then he got it talking about Trump.
That resurrection shit wasn't interesting to me. It was other shit. It was about cleansing and dirtiness and the done sacrifice, let's hear and gobbledygook together about 4 religions deep shit. But you did add in that resurrection shit after Dawn's. That was on what day after Father's Day at Solomon's, where it was, or day before. I don't know. Whatever fucking day it was, he said that. But you would have been aware of it by that point. But that's not your wording to me. You went on cleansing, dirty, blah blah shit, gobbledygook, yada yada. Said it more a little like Dawn, you know, whatever. But and honestly, a little bit of Dawn's words in there, if you hear them throughout the years, saying he hopes Summer knew Jesus well enough. But I don't know if that was Dawn and Fred, you know. Weird. But whatever. I think Dawn actually said some of that to Bobo in the beginning. Also included it with Price of Gold and some fucking Bible bullshit. I can't remember if it was like David and Goliath. It was one of those around the lines and I fucking whatever. Anyway, carrying on.
And stuff, and then he got it talking about the Roman Catholic and you know,
That's so crazy.
Actually, I believe one of the things with Dawn in the beginning, one of the Bible characters he kept mentioning, if you go back into it, it's really about that character and being caged or something too.
That's what the tree people told me too.
It's so interesting
and
that.
after he left, something, no nothing.
Okay.
He just the only thing he wanted to say, at least he'd see her during the resurrection. And then he got it talking about Trump and stuff. And then he got it talking about the Roman Catholic and you know,
That's so crazy. That's what the tree people told me too.
It's so interesting
and
that.
after he left, it seemed like as soon as he pulled out, the law pulled in and was asking me about what Don had said and stuff. And then
Yeah, a bunch of those third-hand tree trimmers she ran into. Okay, half a year later. With Whitsick, oh!
like, well, would you be willing to take the Roman Catholic and you know,
That's so crazy. That's what the tree people told me too.
It's so interesting
and
that.
after he left, it seemed like as soon as he pulled out, the law pulled in and was asking me about what Don had said and stuff. And then they're like, well, would you be willing to take and go down there and just hang around and record for us to see what we can get and stuff? But they done know, they brought up too that they thought Don had traded her or sold her because they done know on the 15th, the night of the 15th or evening of the 15th, about Don trying to sell his first song.
Right.
So it had to be in a database or something for them to already know that.
A database. Me a database. Okay. First night. All right.
Because that's one thing that they talked about wanting me to hit on Dawn with, but at first they just wanted me to go and just hang around where people was like Andy and them was.
You sure that shit didn't come into your head after Tiffany Marie acquired Dawn's sisters and nieces and all that from McDonough? Okay. Need them off, hand them off. Bunch of goes there about like 6 of them. Are you seeing it in the public eye, much like Minnie did around the area? It's okay. Carry on.
To take and record this to see what they could get and stuff. And that's where Jody was talking about. She was trying to get me to go look at a certain place in the creek and stuff. And I'm like, well, why do
I don't recall ever trying to have Fred go look in a creek anywhere. Whatever you say, dude. And I don't even think this is the first time he said that, or maybe it was months ago when I heard the clip of this. And I was like, what the fuck? Sure, buddy.
To go when the law enforcement sure ain't where people was like Andy and them was standing to take and record this to see what they could get and stuff.
They wanted you to come to where Andy and I were standing to record. But we weren't just standing there, and they wouldn't really know that we were coming at enough time to tell you that, and for you to make it up there on foot, walking from your house looking for an imaginary dog, Fred. But because we went down the hill, we were getting in the car, we were going to leave, you appear walking, which is quite a distance, looking for your imaginary goddamn dog. We were not standing down there that long. I'm calling bullshit, bro. Walk takes a bit looking for an imaginary dog. That, by the way, Fred, some of us realized you were not hollowing for until you hit the rise and then seen us. And you're like, oh, here, baby, I'm looking for my dog. And then you forgot by the end that you're supposed to be looking for your dog. So then you didn't call for your dog anymore. And well, Don's when it came under, and like he knew you were there. I don't know, man. Okay. Alright, bro. You're timing shit, pal. So are your stories. I admire your go-getter spirit, though. Very, to protect and serve bullshit. As in serve the world bullshit to the detriment of summer red shit. But the rest of this crew shit, core shit, inner shit, scripted shit.
And that's where Jody was.
Did you just... Y'all, did he just pull another Sniffilations out of his asshole?
Was like Andy and them was standing to take and record this to see what they could get and stuff.
Oh, you did that tone thing, and you sniffed.
And that's where Jody was. because that is one thing that they talked about wanting me to hit on Dawn with, but at first they just wanted me to go and just hang around where people was like Andy and them was standing to take and record just to see what they could get and stuff. And that's where Jody was talking about.
Wild though, man. We come down the driveway, we're leaving to do errands around, do whatever we were doing. We weren't standing around anywhere, you jackass. You, however, been hanging out somewhere and walking quite a bit up the road takes a while. See how shit don't line up? And then I and Andy, when we seen you coming up the rise towards the mailbox and trash can area, quietly we're like, well, here he comes. Nosy Hill to our driveways to try to snoop around, much like all the movements in the night have been pointing to your ass snooping around the property. It's trying to be like, Hans is only deaf around Ziggy. I'm just saying. You forgot your imaginary dog, motherfucker. See, there wouldn't have been time in there for Feds to have communicated with you or travel back and forth to let you know anything in that time, because we had just come directly down, or we're getting into the car and leaving till we seen you at the rises. What the fuck? We both knew what the fuck you were up to. It's the same Fred TV shit you're always up to. And we knew Don had already set you up by being up there. All of us, there are messages predating your fucking fake dog fuckery, Fred. All of us, like that Fred's done been set off. Y'all hearing him teeing on your properties and shit. Trying to be like Hans Hill. Like I would, yeah. It's Fred's favorite game. There were also videos with audio featuring you fucking around. People, shit, you dumb motherfucker. You dumb motherfucker. In the middle of the night, motherfucker. Where someone was so cool, like, hey, Fred's there fucking around, not we hear him. Don done set his ass off by going up there personally. And bitch, I gotta tell you, first talks with Fred there. This motherfucker couldn't worry or concentrate on anything other than scent dogs at his place and scent dogs with Jason and all that. And shitting on law enforcement. And basically saying that law enforcement's inept and scent dogs are fucked up and blah, 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 blah. And worried about him in Jason's case and in apparently his own ass and dog stuff. So, I don't know. Wasn't none of us worried about goddamn dogs. Fred was, though. But he wasn't worried about his imaginary dog, I'll tell you that. That's what he wasn't worried about. He forgot so quickly that he was supposed to be looking for his imaginary dog. It was great.
She was trying to get me to go look at a certain place in the creek and stuff, and I'm like, well, why do I need to go when the law enforcement sure ain't you talk to them about what you need them to look at?
So if you were brought back to the creek, would you remember exactly the spot that, would you remember?
Where she was telling me.
Do it. Do it. I can't wait till you show them whatever imaginary spot you're pulling out your asshole. And if I was showing you a spot, Fred, doesn't that imply that you and I went to whatever spot this is in the creek for you to check out? But you said I was trying to get you to go to. See, Fred, your tongue, from one breath to the next, man, it don't make sense. And boy, I did no such thing, and you goddamn well know it.
We shoot a place in the creek and stuff, and I'm like, well, why do I need to go when the law enforcement sure ain't you talk to them about what you need them to look at? You know?
So, if you were brought back to the creek, would you remember exactly the spot that? Would you remember
where she was telling me? She was trying to tell me when, like at the end of the dog trail right there. She didn't call it a dog trail at that time, but she was talking about in that curb.
I don't call it one now, so you only have to reference it as that because of Dawn calling it one, because I assume reasons to carry on, though.
There's a deep spot right there.
Much like Candace finds it goddamn hilarious, too, with McDonald's. She's like, I don't know about that one, but dogs sort of go everywhere. They got 1,000 trails.
Off the road, there's a picture actually of Summer before the tree actually rotted plumb off, of Summer sitting on the log across the creek is where it's at, where she was talking about.
Okay.
See, you didn't know the tone there. See, Fred has seen a picture of Summer somewhere, and now he's like, oh, this is a spot great, and that's exactly where Jody said, y'all gotta stop showing this motherfucker pictures. Look what he did with some possibly shown to him by law enforcement, just like they were to others. Look at what all he's done. Look at what he's done with a photo of another kid in a pool. Look what he's done with it. Like, he's seen several, and now he's like, that spot. It's bullshit. Like, so you can't exactly say that the spot. You can't be like, oh, but you can be like, oh, that photo of Summer. Alright, Fred. And how would you know that'd be the spot if the log had done far rotted away before? See, it's your own tongue, Fred, that's your worst enemy, and Ziggy and Tiffany's. Y'all can't keep us up forever.
Right. And that's where she went in and washed her feet or whatever in the creek too.
Wait, what? Wait just a holy goddamn minute, you demons.
Did you?
She didn't call it a dog trail at that time, but she was talking about in that curb. There's
in that curb. Why are you the only one in the family that sounds this dumb?
a deep spot right there, just right off the road. There's a picture actually of Summer before the tree actually rotted plumb off, of Summer sitting on the log across the creek is where it's at, where she was talking about.
Okay.
But it's just like, and that's where she went in and washed her feet or whatever in the creek too.
I'm sorry, even Squall didn't take out a lot that far. Those who have been around here for years, do you ever remember an exact location for this imaginary washing off of my feet in the creek? Nope. Fred, though, he now has one. And what was I doing? Carrying goddamn Dawn dish soap with me? And did I do this in front of the fuck ton of other neighbors and searchers by this point, and cops? I had Squall the same thing a long time ago when she did that stupid shit. And what'd I do? Like, seriously, commit a crime with just my toes? I'm dead ass. If I in any way had touched, held, been around or near Summer, those dogs would have lit my ass up. Alright? And then also, I'm gonna bet law enforcement that now we're not like I still had the Aquaphor on my arm tattoo, all that, right, and everything. I'm gonna bet that would have been completely gone. I'm gonna bet fresh piece of my tattoo had been done. It would have been entirely obliterated if I had been, doing anything similar, holding carry, doing anything like that. I'm gonna bet my rough purse straps and things would have caught epithelial cells, shit like that, to really set scent dogs off. Uh, but I do recall sitting it down in a certain spot. But either way, the dogs did sniff it. They went through the car. They were near me. None of those went off. God forbid, I bet you didn't know in the beginning to use very nuanced languages or to keep shit held back from tragedy, in which I did, and they twisted shit into fuckville. But yes, my pants, any of that, um, my shirt, yeah, I think they would have lit me the fuck up, dude. Bet. And there would have been very visible ways to tell, obviously, on my body that I'd been in contact, holding, doing anything, fucking around. There would have been definite transfer within scent for the Aquaphor on my arm and this area, you know what I mean? Unless I just committed crimes with my toes that day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I know the purse wallet debate and all that shit too, but I really don't give a fuck about it. But I don't know, ladies. It's just, I think what most of us do, we take an entirely jam-packed purse of shit where shit's actually falling out of it full to pull crimes and stuff with. I don't know about you, but, right? But yeah, I don't even think Squall went as far to be like, yeah, there's a spot, a particular one we're supposed to fill up. Now Fred's got one for you. And they've been trying for years because they think certain scent goes certain places. To make it look like a place I was known to be around or near, makes me sus because they've seen dogs in that area and locale. But here's the thing, motherfuckers. Here's the fucking thing. Candace came down that driveway. Yeah, got on the phone to Don and sat right there in that locale with the vehicle running, which would have let out cells and sense of summer chill. Are y'all unaware of shit like that? Such. Or Lawson's words around things. I have questions. Pay no attention to the man behind the mask. Swear to God, and you people who happens to be out here being like, ID channel 2020. I got my own murder book. Look, I got my hair samples and stuff ready in case of my dream of Jenny crime gets committed against me. Cul-de-sac. Y'all gotta stop.
You ever see her do that?
No, I didn't see her do it.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
I never seen Jody that whole day until I go down there to.
Okay, so you never seen that. The washing of feet in that spot. So do tell who said that. Where'd you hear it from? Even Squall isn't moved and make up shit like that. Target is trying to get everything for the more group.
Well, I seen her when I came in and stuff. They was standing down there at the end of the driveway before they had me go back down there and record. But that's the first time I'd seen Jody that day. I hadn't seen her before, so we weren't missing or nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace none on the 15th. Period.
Oh, big boy. Oh my God. Y'all remember when Fred said he actually came, he passed Candace on Lone Star? And he seen her and all of that. Hold up, Fred. And then you fucked up with Seraphina for some reason. Thought she meant, had you made it to Don Wells yet? But you thought, it's fine. It's fine. I'm confused, Fred.
Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
Did you just fucking sniff there, big boy?
Ever sitting down there at the end of the driveway? No, I didn't see her do it.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
All right.
I never seen her that whole day until I go down there to. Well, I seen her when I came in and stuff. They was standing down there at the end of the driveway before they had me go back down there and record. But that's the first time I'd seen her.
Who's they, Fred? I'm curious.
Yeah, I ain't seen her before, so I'm not missing her nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace. None on the 15th. Period. Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
Lowered tone on the first two names, higher on Dawn's name, and then the Sure about that, Fred?
Ever sitting down there at the end of the drive? No, I didn't see her do it.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
All right.
I never seen Jody that whole day until I go down there to. Well, I seen her when I came in and stuff. They was standing down there at the end of the driveway before they had me go back down there and record. But that's the first time I'd seen Jody that day. I hadn't seen her before, so I'm not missing her nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace. None on the 15th. Period. Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
What
Hello.
was
where she went in and washed her feet or whatever in the creek too?
Did you ever see her do that?
No, I didn't see her do it.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
All right.
I never seen Jody that whole day until I go down there to. Well, I seen her when I came in and stuff. They was standing down there at the end of the driveway before they had me go back down there and record. But that's the first time I'd seen Jody that day. I hadn't seen her before, so I'm not missing her nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace. None on the 15th. Period. Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
Candace, tone shift. Sniff. Different tone for Grandis, different tone for Dawn. Different tone.
Ever seen it?
Okay.
But it was like, and that's where she went in and washed her feet or whatever in the creek too.
Did you ever see her do that?
No, I didn't see her do it.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
All right.
I never seen Jody that whole day until I go down there to.
That tone. That portion. No, I wasn't there.
I seen her when I came. What she was talking about.
Okay.
But it was like, and that's where she went in and washed her feet or whatever in the creek too.
Did you ever see her do that?
No, I didn't see her do it.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
All right.
I never seen Jody that whole day until I.
Your tones, buddy.
Go down there to, well, I seen her when I came in and stuff. They was standing down there at the end of the driveway before they had me go back down there and record. But that's the first time I'd seen Jody that day. I hadn't seen her before, so we weren't missing or nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace none on the 15th, period. Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
What was did you ever
Jody that day? I hadn't seen her before, so we weren't missing or nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace none on the 15th, period. Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
What was did you ever see Candace that day at all?
Until I go down there to, well, I seen her when I came in and stuff. They was standing down there at the end of the driveway before they had me go back down there and record. But that's the first time I'd seen Jody that day. I hadn't seen her before, so we weren't missing or nothing. And that is like Candace. I never seen Candace none on the 15th, period. Or Grandis. Only one I seen was Dawn.
What was did you ever see Candace?
Damn, Fred, really? But way back, Fred did say that he seen Candace and Grandis on Lone Star. Oh well. Or was it just Candace? And then to Serafina, he mistook which Dawn's and said he hadn't quite made it there yet that day. But apparently he had people waiting to give him shit or sell him shit that warned him after other people warned him, and then handed him his phone. Where were they waiting at again?
At all before the police showed up? Did you see her anywhere at all?
No, I never seen Candace nowhere on the 15th.
Okay.
She hid, right? Or well, she never.
Oh, I don't know.
Where would you?
What the fuck, Ziggy? Did you just ask for? Did you just tell for? She hid, right? What? Amen.
Did you go up on their property?
Candace. Only one.
Anyway, I have to. What the fuck?
Was Dawn. Candace, I never seen Candace none on the 15th, period. Or Grandis.
But didn't you just say that later they had you go fucking record? And your original stories were that you recorded all of us on the 15th. I'm confused.
I seen was Dawn.
What was, did you ever see Candace that day at all? Before the police showed up, did you see her anywhere at all?
No, I never seen Candace nowhere on the 15th.
Okay.
She hid, right? Or, well, she never.
Oh, I don't know.
Where would you. Did you go up on their property?
I didn't go up on.
What the fuck, Ziggy? Why did you just look at me like she hid, right? Are you trying to have him fabricate and weave that in from Allie's story if she was avoiding police by talking on the phone? She hid from the cops. What the fuck? Goddamn, she'll cheese and weasel Fred into any fucking weave-a-thon, won't she? I don't think this bitch doing you any favors, Fred. I think she's gonna write a book on your ass. She gonna make you into the bad guy with the name. Probably since Big Bad Hillbilly Junkies forward. She pretend to be your superhero. You're gonna make Fred look like a bad guy and Andy like a good guy. She ain't gonna care if you go down and she pretends to be taken in by the big bad holler criminal and lied to, and she's such a ditz that she bought it all, hook, line, and sinker. Is this one of those How to Make a Murderer Netflix? Fred, I think the call's coming from inside, bro. Oh dear, bless.
110 on the.
On the 15th.
I didn't go up there until the 17th when they had me go up there after they give on that alcohol and stuff to record.
Go back to Fred's first stories. He was there first day when he thought that's what all was we were talking about him. He's blew his own shit from.
Record on.
Did you go up on their property?
Are you sure about that date? Sure about that one? And remember, by the way, he also supposedly recorded Candace and Dawn, but when he's talked about that, he says for some reason all the recordings never worked out. They got deleted or didn't whatever and everything. Weird, eh?
Up on 110 on the.
On the 15th.
I didn't go up there until the 17th when they had me go up there after they give on that alcohol and stuff to record, try to record on.
So wait. Earlier, did he not say even in this one that after Dawn come up there to talk to him that first night, then law enforcement showed up and asked him to go record, and then he went down there to record them. Then all he concentrates on is me and Andy. And then according to him throughout the years, all the recordings he tried to make it on and Candace, there were people giggling on those recordings that came over him, and police were saving him, and then others didn't record. They don't know why. I mean, all that. Strange.
Mm-hmm. Because they took and come and told me to wait 45 minutes before I go down there to record.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure she was good and
then,
wasted.
Then when I got down there, Dawn.
Dude, and because I heard certain things they were told us, I'm gonna bet it's sort of people's responsibility around certain situations to make sure certain people that are addicts don't go into goddamn full-blown DTs. You know? So, y'all make it all that way you will.
Evidently was gone when they brought the alcohol to him because Candace was just there. She was standing outside up next to the vehicle, was on her phone when I walked up, and then I asked her where Don was, and she said he was gone. I said, okay, and I started turning around, and he started up the driveway at that time and pulled up. And they just a little bit of conversation, not much.
I guess we should probably go back to the 15th because that's like the 17th, and there's still like things that isn't there things like that. I don't know.
And then there's some things that I'll forget to mention too. I mean, in some of it, it's hard to remember all of it. Then
sure, yeah, whatever comes to your mind, Fred.
Like anything on the 15th that was said by anybody that was weird,
I mean,
like by Jody
just
Sue
like
or
when I'm sitting there or standing there.
Oh,
why am I the first one out of your goddamn cock gobbler, Ziggy? Is there anything weird said maybe by Jody Sue? You fangirling over me still, honey. You couldn't acquire, huh? Not a green eyes, not a Slimmy, not a TM, not an MJ. You just can't get her done. That bitch. I love it though. Anyway. I don't know, Ziggy, in all those years, the most you get from first interviews, nah, Jody said they're all unsociable. I've never heard Jody Sue do any such thing. And then you've just cheesed and weaseled fucking Fred with your cheese shredder. I just can't. So in all those years, Fred's when I told you all the things. Or do you just want him to add in some more bullshit about Jody Sue, like now he knows a certain spot that I washed my feet off? Holy shit, dude. You're going to let it go, Elsa. You're going to let it go. Okay.
Now, what you witnessing and stuff, like with Don, Andy, or Jody Sue or anything? Go ahead, sorry.
But anyway, while I'm recording stuff on the 15th for them, that's when Jody.
Wait, what? He just said they didn't send him into the. He said the only time he saw me on 15th is when he just passed by. Now he's like, now when they had me recording for him on the 15th, my fucking God.
Yeah, what you witnessing and stuff, like with Don, Andy, or Jody Sue or anything? Go ahead, sorry.
But anyway, while I'm recording stuff on the 15th for them, that's when Jody was almost, I don't know, she kept saying something about talking about a perfect storm and stuff. Like that day was a perfect storm. I didn't understand. And the law.
Y'all heard it. Fred in the same live stream said, no, not the 15. No, there's not that. And they sent me after Don with blah, 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 but not until the 17th. Da, 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 da. But now he has seen me again on the 15th. And I was like, perfect storm. Perfect storm. Bro, you are so full of fucking shit. Make it make sense. He didn't see it. He just said the only time he seen me on 15th was. And then he said Don showed up down there 30 minutes later, which is bullshit. And then he says he was sitting back to record us. I don't know, when did you do this, Fred? Like I said, did you do it when local surrounding were interviewing us half night, or search crew was before they opened up not Solomon's, but Mount Carmel started moving again? Oh, but wait, did you do it when state troopers arrived and were questioning us too? And then they let us out for a brief few moments before feds showed up, and we're on video and all that, like everything in just a brief few months, and then we get back. When did you do the skin? Bitch, I didn't see you. Or is that when you were teeing around it? We were hearing weird shit that first night outside the cabin, and videos of this and shit. Would it be that night, Fred? Did the feds send you in late at night after everything had broken up and everybody was trying to go to bed somewhere close to daylight and not succeeding at that? And we heard people tee-heeing outside certain cabins and houses and certain shit saying, and we got video and audio it, and it's like, oh damn, and messages and such shit. Did feds send you back in to trespass possibly on other people's shit and just illegally record them talking amongst one another on their own properties? Because, recording a two-party, that's a no-go, man. I'm sure feds did all that. Oh, but wait, that wouldn't have been on the 15th, Fred. That'd been way. You see the timestamps in later on certain videos. Tell us again how you didn't see me at all except for when you passed by. But then wait, you didn't record the 17th. But wait, you were sent to record me and Andy on the 15th. And you synced us. Bitch, no you didn't, but I guarantee your tee ass was out there in the dark somewhere being all nosy for some reason. What the fuck were you stressing, dude? Were you just mad because law enforcement went in there to India? We don't know. Dawn doesn't set you off that quick, huh? And they just found me and Eddie so sauce instantly. Above and beyond Dawn and Candace that they see for us, man. And you're saying I'm like perfect storm to you. Which, no. No.
Was trying to figure out what she was talking about and stuff. And then, see, I'm recording her too when she's trying to get me to go and look in the creek at a certain spot and stuff. So,
see, there you go again. Backtracking on language, you say certain spot again. Instead of going that spot. You should say that spot, not a certain spot. And one you can only point to because you've seen a picture and you're making it. Much like you have many things to this group or yourself or your TE fucking brain. Right?
I mean, it's all on recording for them to go back and, well, they could look and see it. Because we discussed it too, me and law enforcement, her trying to get me to go to that certain spot and stuff. Something looked funny in the creek or whatever underneath the water, what she was trying to say.
What? I've never said ever that something looked funny under the water. Or tried to get anyone to go look at. Okay. Well, I guess you and law enforcement had a good talk then.
But see, I was trying to think what it is. Dawn had, let's see, before that was when I first get there, she's talking about something about a perfect storm and stuff.
What do you mean when you first get there where you didn't talk to me? I'm talking about a perfect storm. And then you mentioned Dawn after me, like you come back and it contact me first, then Dawn. But clearly Dawn had come up your way before you say you would come down there to... Goddamn. It's the Fred fucker upper that nobody can pick her up or after. Make up your mind, motherfucker.
And talking about something about the creek.
I'm gonna rewind.
Me and law enforcement, her trying to get me to go to that certain spot and stuff. Something looked funny in the creek or whatever underneath the water, what she was trying to say. But, see, I was trying to think what it is. Dawn had, let's see, before that was when I first get there, she's talking about something about a perfect storm and stuff. And then talking about something about the creek, want me to go look at a certain spot in the creek. And then,
am I crazy or is he repeating this twice like he's trying to remember a script?
something.
I'm gonna rewind a bit.
Like anything on the 15th that was said by anybody that was weird,
I mean,
like
just,
by
just
Jisoo
like
or
when I'm sitting there or standing there.
oh,
Oh, you goddamn cheese grater. That was you reminding him. Just like you did on Benny. That was his hint wink that he was supposed to say something else inside there and he'd forgotten. And he hadn't yet. Shit. Here's why you entered. Oh, shit.
Yeah, what you witnessed?
To record, try to record on.
Mm-hmm.
Because they get cook and come and
everyone
come and wait 45 minutes before I go down there to record.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure she was good and
then,
wasted.
Then when I got down there, Dawn evidently was gone when they brought the alcohol to him because Candace was just there. She was standing outside up next to the vehicle, was on her phone when I walked up, and then I asked her where Dawn was, and she said he was gone. I said, okay, and I started turning around, and he started up the driveway at that time and pulled up. And they just a little bit of conversation, not much.
I guess we should probably go back to the 15th because that's like the 17th, and there's 17th. Still like things that isn't there.
So it's the 17th, according to them. Throughout, that's when he first recorded.
It's like that. I don't know.
And then there's some things that I'll forget to mention too. I mean, in some of it, it's hard to remember all of it. Then
sure, yeah, whatever comes to your mind, Fred.
Like anything on the 15th that was said by anybody that was weird, I mean, like by J. Sue,
like or when I'm sitting there or standing there.
Oh,
damn! What a cue from the cheese grater machine to Fred that he'd forgotten something. Anything about Jody Sue, motherfucker? I love it, Z. Come here, doggy. Fred, Mark, Jody Sue, goddammit. Fred, is there anything suspicious you want to say? Maybe about Jody fucking Sue? You forgot the goddamn script, motherfucker. You gotta get it together. Tim's holding our fucking hand through this shit show. Mention Jody Sue, you bastard. Make up some more shit. I love it. It's fantastic. God, I love you people. This is fun.
Yeah, what you're witnessing and stuff, like with Dawn, Andy, or Jody Sue or anything. Go ahead, sorry.
Fred's all like too many questions at once. Fucking pull you off. Ziggy's got some tales. God damn it, Fred, mention Jody Sue. Jody Sue! Make up the things. We scripted this. Trying to trigger into information for the database. Red truck, bike, blah, 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 blah. Read all the Van Hill fuckery. All of us are goddamn doing it, trying not to get caught in, goddamn it, Fred. I love it. I love you people. Kisses, cheese shredder and demon tongue. Love it. I love you bitches. Both of you suck. You fucking skanks. Fred, one day, buddy. One fun fucking day.
But anyway, while I'm recording stuff on the 15th for them, that's when Jody's...
What do you mean you're recording shit on the 15th, bitch? I didn't see you after you passed by and couldn't fit a 10-pin nail to your asshole. You said the same. You said the first time you recorded one and said till... Fuck you, Fred.
Jody was almost... I don't know, she kept saying something about talking about a perfect storm and stuff. Like that day was a perfect storm. I didn't understand. And the law enforcement was trying to figure out what she was talking about and stuff. And then, see, I'm recording her too when she's trying to get me to go and look in the creek at a certain spot and stuff. So that, I mean, it's all on recording for them to go back and, well, they could look and see, because we discussed it too, me and law enforcement.
Okay, so he's remembered the script. He's on this Jody Sue, washing feet, picture of summer, blah blah, perfect storm, blah blah, this particular location, blah blah blah, yada yada, bullshit, and talking about the creek, all those things. I'm like, okay, got it.
Trying to get me to go to that certain spot and stuff, something looked funny in the creek or whatever underneath the water, what she was trying to say. But, let's see.
If anything looked funny in the water, I would have figured out immediately what looked funny under the water. Yeah, dumbass. And I would also notified any of the agents, law enforcement, detectives, searchers, etc. immediately as well. I would not have been like 1-800 Dear Fred. Imaginary joke.
I was trying to think what it is. Dawn had, let's see, before that was when I first get there, she's talking about something about a perfect storm and
Yeah, he knows he's fucked up. He started going to Dawn. He was trying to think. He knows he's forgot something. He was supposed to script him. I mean, oh shit.
up and down. Talking about something about the creek. Want me to go look at a certain spot in the creek, and then Damien walks down the driveway with a camera, a trail cam, and he's
Really?
asking her
On the night of the 15th. We used to, and then holy shit. Well, we know how TM loves that in other people's children and shit. Darking the fuck out of them since Squall Forward. Yeah, wasn't it even the other night? Smoother really named forward and backwards, guts rearranged. This place went wild with the pool shit again. Everybody's crazy. Carry on.
she wants him to put it up at, and she told him that big pine on the right hand side of the driveway. It's like the third tree up or something on the right hand side.
Well, that's bullshit. That's how I know this is bullshit for I got receipts and what things are what during what time periods and shit. And I'm gonna guarantee you, feds and law enforcement know too, you motherfucker. You's a cold ass liar, you son of a bitch. But you should just occurred on the 15th, huh? Or even the 17th or 19th or something. Alright, Fred. If you say so.
Driveway, and he put it up and he disappeared. That's the only time I seen him.
He disappeared.
And then
What do you mean he disappeared? You didn't see where he went? He just disappeared? Fucking vanished? Poofed? He didn't walk back up the driveway out? Nothing. He just vanished. What the fuck? Just poofed. Fred didn't see shit. Holy shit. Okay, Fred.
of course their daughter's standing there talking, or not talking, standing around. Andy's standing there.
Yeah, she don't talk much to motherfuckers who skeeve her out. True story. She got in the car to avoid you because she don't like you, Fred. You give her bad vibes, and she don't really like junkies. I think she got that from me. But she's like, no, I'm good. Right? And she don't like you, man. And even back then, she knew who you were, obviously, and all that. But she don't like you, bro. And you skeeve her the fuck out. You did even back then. She didn't want anything to do with you. She didn't want to stand anywhere near you. And so she got in the car. Because we were planning on doing things. But wait, no, we're not. Hold on, Fred. Weren't we out there for 3 days straight at the bottom of the driveway in lawn chairs? And weren't the kids bringing food and stuff? Oh, but wait, no. Andy left and never came back the next day after that for weeks. And then wait, Andy also didn't go back to work for weeks, but yet he went back next day. And then there's vet appointments stuff. I don't know. And there's videographic evidence backing all of us up, plus real data and real messages and real receipts and real calls proving you goddamn liar about all of that. In front of the world. Including videos of real searches on our property and us with them up top and everything. I guess we all had to go to the bottom though and hang out in lawn chairs to figure out what was going on. You know, instead of talking to law enforcement and feds at the top or where we're supposed to, or bottoms or anything like that. And helicopters and fixed wing on it. I don't know, Fred. Did your team really not ready you for any of this? But it was also hard for you back in the day to start weaving this in early because you weren't on my Facebook and you weren't in the selective audience thing, so you were a little behind. And then I didn't open up those vids for a long time to the public. Some of them have never been opened, obviously, and are only available to certain people. And guess who that is? It's not you. So it's hard for you to weave around shit you don't know nothing about. It's probably why Lawson says wouldn't put much stock in anything Fred fucking says.
So it just mostly Jody, Andy, and their daughter that was standing around mostly down there.
So Damien walked down the driveway with the trail cam in.
Now, why on earth on the 15th when we had our daughter, and why would the camera, and then what? We're just not busy at all with the real law enforcement in our faces, or state police, or federal agents, or real searchers. Fred. You know who didn't have to go to nobody else's goddamn driveway pretending they imaginary dogs, Fred? All of us from our end. We weren't coming to you down at your end. Well, I mean, I know Don did, but he's the only one I can name. The rest of us weren't coming to you, bro. You were walking your ass looking for imaginary dogs, trying to tee with the rest of us. Running around on all our shit, no fuck shit night and otherwise. It seems like somebody was out for 3 days and nights, sandwiches, fucking around, trying to get the information, hearing what they could hear, but it wasn't none of us. Now, was it Fred? Nah. Did Lord make you a sandwich put in your pocket? Did you get you one of those fanny packs too for your granola bars? Carrying on.
And asked Jody where he wanted her to put it.
Yes.
What time would that have been if you could roundabout say, like, what was going on at the time that you witnessed that?
That was just a few minutes before dark. It wasn't hardly plumb dark at that time.
Fred, you've done it again, Fred. We've already proven you were not in there until very, very close to dark as the helicopter was flying. There's video proof of this, you jackass. And law enforcement knows this. But you remember how way back you had one time that would have been way before it? I mean, like, dude, if you had been in there. Damn. Is he even talking about the 15th now? We don't know. Hold on, let's rewind this.
Okay, so
that was standing around mostly down there.
So Damien walked down the driveway with the trail cam in his hand and asked Jody where he wanted her to put it.
Yes.
What time would that have been if you could roundabout?
You two are a dumb bitch. What is wrong with your sentence there? He walked down the driveway and asked where he wanted her to put. What the fuck? Tiffany, you're an idiot too.
Like, what was going on at the time that you witnessed that?
That was just a few minutes before dark. It wasn't hardly plumb dark at that time.
Okay, so that would tell us that trail cams were removed at some point, and then
what? If y'all say so.
And Jody was the determination of where they were placed.
What the fuck's that got to do with it? Who chose what locations when where? Bitch could try, but you still ain't getting how many, what, where, when, whys, and ifs about shit. You can shove that shit up your ass right along with Don Wells on his little search, and Fred with his swinging chain, or whoever search, and closing of things, and all the deer trail shit Fred pulled where he was supposedly putting up cameras on Dobbs to watch Donna Gaddis' driveway, which would, whatever. You can shove that right up your ass, Tim. You and this crew, who still want all the things. The only ones that should know such things, well, those are law enforcement. They all are there, right? And I hate that you acquired a monster who doesn't know all the things. I just love it. Motherfucker's about useless unless you feed him things too, so he can fucking remember things. I hate that for all of you. I fucking do. It's like you all acquired the most useless bastards from video. And another ones just don't fucking like you. So, and no, y'all ain't no good. Right? Maybe don't fuck around with the wrong people and find out. Anyway, no trigger, bitch. Nay! We ain't biting this, alright? So, no, I guess you just tell whatever narratives you want to. You just assume whatever you want to. You do whatever y'all doing. Make it up for the public, the world, I don't give a shit. You know who knows that needs to know? Law enforcement. You know who doesn't know that may not need to know? You goddamn tragedy pimps and the perpetrators. Much like location of screens and shit. Or who, what, when, where, why, exactly, how many things. And you guys keep trying, though. I love this triggering. Wasn't there a horse named Trigger once? Or did I have either way. No, bitch. No means no, Tiffany. No means no. I don't care how you want to make motherfuckers look in the world. No means no, motherfucker. Y'all gotta try harder.
Okay, that's important.
And then you were about to mention Don pull up.
Oh, yeah. Don came in the holler.
Hey, Fred. Who determined where to place your cameras? Was that you or Laura? Dun, dun, dun. What about all the other neighbors? Who made the decisions to place them where and when? And Dun dun dun. What about Tabitha, who decided to play Sunswear, man? No, da da. What about all those at the churches and everybody else in between all the roads who chose to place their cameras when and where? About fucking Zoomers and all the gas stations. Dun dun dun. Very sus, friend. Very sus. Love it to him. All those people, whoever they all were the determining factors. Da da da. Must mean something. I love your all's ability to con and sell shit to the gullible bastards in the world, and to trigger bitch other motherfuckers, but it ain't gonna be me. I guess what you need to do, since Fred is protecting the servant, is have him and Ziggy call the feds or email, see if Pruitt won't give him go back something. And if they'll tell Fred where all the things were, where the scream location is, or whatever, right? Maybe Nanner could do that with a sit-down meeting with any of the sheriffs, or somebody can do it with Homeland Goddamn Security or the Alphabets or something. I don't know, right? Maybe they'll tell you, so y'all just quiet down and solve the case.
Standing there recording them, and he pulls in his driveway, and he's in a red Subaru, and he gets out and he walks up to Andy and hands Andy some money folded up. I couldn't tell how much it was or not.
That's not how it works. And once again, this falls, you know what, we ain't doing this again. Obviously, clearly on the video proof that we're all getting us food, cigarettes, including for Don and Candace, which law enforcement knew about before we left that hollow, Fred. We asked it to be okay. Don told us what he needed. We went and got it. And then later on, he tried to give Andy the money back for it. We told him no, that they would need it. So, I know I tell you, Fred, false videographic and proof that you're a goddamn liar and you're making shit and shit is not, but. And the rest of us holding goddamn receipts and even law enforcement knowing you're full of shit, dude, is just, it's mounting. It's just, it's a mountain of shit, Fred, right on top of your head. And Ziggy's and Tiffany's and the whole crew that's used you and Coroner Bell's tea and fuck around all these years. Deals with the devils at the crossroads, you say. To script and formulate and hide behind, you say. No fucking way. Holy shit, I think I just wrote poetry. Well, I recited it. Made it up. You did that in my house.
And then they take, when he hands Andy that money, or reaches Andy that money, Andy and him walk.
And I'm just always, you know, I can't figure it out. Why in the fuck are you the only motherfucker inside of Ben Hill? Raves and everything else there. That sounds as fucking stupid. Your sisters don't, so I guess none of the other, even your mama and them did not have this shit. Fred, Miss Hill didn't sound like, none of the old timers sound like this. Your daddy and mama didn't sound like this. What the fuck makes you sound so goddamn stupid? And like a straight fucking meth billy. Like, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most uneducated I'm not. What the fuck makes you sound this stupid? Like we don't speak English, but in a funny accent here. What the fuck is this? It's perplexing.
His vehicle, the red Subaru, back down to where the mailbox and stuff is. Because I'm up at Andy's driveway.
Did law enforcement ever, and you guys ever talk about that money?
Yeah, with law enforcement, it was all recorded.
So, I didn't know if you guys talked about it. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
But that's what I'm going. You get me.
I know.
Off of what I'm trying to think.
No, it's okay. So you were talking about Damien coming down the driveway with the trail cams, and you were talking about
Bitch, can you just leave my kid alone after some years? I mean, stop. I think the universe has spoken. Stop. I mean, if you want, well, no. See, I ain't that low down and dirty. Yeah, there's a quote out there, Tiffany Marie, that says, and I believe it's neat. Yeah, it could be. Can't remember. To be careful if you're hunting monsters, not to become the very things you hunt. I try hard to keep that in mind. I'm still having a little grace here. Knock it off. Find a new bag of fuckery and leave everybody the fuck alone. It's seriously beyond at this point. But whatever.
kind of going back in your mind to what you were watching happening around you and like what was taking place. That's why I tried.
And see, Fred already said what he had to say about. Well, he come down the driveway, asked about the camera, and then he vanished. He went blah, 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 I don't know where he went. And then you're like, okay, so more about that kid again, Fred. Fred. Let's see if Fred adds anything else in here you want to. Suddenly, now that Tiffany's like, Fred, god damn it. God, is this a cue again? I'm curious. Let's see if Fred adds anything else in about my kid now that Tiffany's like, let's go back to Jody C's kid again, Fred, even though you just clearly were like, nah, I came right away, it was Cameron, and he just, I don't know where he went places. That's all you had to say, right? Let's see if a little reminder by Tiffany does anything one way or the other with Fred. Let's see what he adds in, or remembers to add in, or does to my children. Next, you want to see if it happens? Anybody think I'm psychic? Am I clairvoyant? Do I have a tarot deck or divining rods?
I star all the comments because I don't want to throw you off, because I do feel that while you're talking, more comes back to you and you remember things. I don't know if there's a single person, actually, I know there's not a single person that recalls the things that you do, Fred, and that actually has so much to offer when it comes to what happened in that holler that day and around the wells, and who could have possibly been the vehicles that you witnessed, the people that you witnessed, the timeline of events, when you were there, when you weren't. Nobody else is able to do that except you. And I think that it's important to know all of the people that try to block you from being.
You mean he makes up a timeline of it and bullshit for y'all? That's what he does for y'all. Who knows what else, right?
Able to speak, and people that try to throw other creators off and form this like alliance against you, because somewhere underneath all of that, we have no idea who is influencing that and who it started with, but
oh, we do. We do, Tiffany. It started you with the hunting and acquisition crew. It started motherfuckers on the ground from like Cat Lover onward. It started with your Jamies and Brads and other local motherfuckers connected to Scott H and such. They were already formed in Boswell's case, ready to go back there with the team from Jenny and Adrian and all them hanging out, a bunch of groups, AB, a bunch of those groups from Boswell. All things between you, McDonough, obviously Trish at Web Sluice. We know Tiffany. We know who did this, dear. And we know which local's been fucking around with y'all since, and which one of y'all doing that. We know, honey, who's been trying to throw her mouth and script writing and bullshitting since, oh, I don't know, looks like an A price. Probably before that, really. And that crew linked to Brad, who you found and shit. They visited certain people during Dawn's stakeout periods and offered them certain things. Right before McDonough hits ground, it's like, oh, Paw Patrol shirts. As you and potentially McDonough were all like, yeah, let's blackmail motherfuckers. Because that's the cop thing to do, ain't it? That's the tool bag thing to do. Alright. Who is it that's been doing this all along, Tiffany? Saint fucking Marie? Huh? No, the fairy godmother would never. Just like she never in a St. Jude's with a Diana. And she never. She calls all those things out and skirts away before they go down. She holds everybody's hands. And she's helping with setup some too, much like Josh. And well, when Ziggy got it. And well, when Cam and Allie got it up the ass. And it was time for that to go bye-bye, because she couldn't cover an eye no more. It's great what happens around Tiffany. Dear Lord. Can't imagine.
I can also say, when I look at certain groups of people...
And I'm sorry, but what obligation does anyone around any of these high-profile active cases that's real to the situation? Oh, any of you motherfuckers out here in the world, you strange Tom, Dicks, and Harrys, who have YouTubes and are creators, to give you all of everything they hold or know or any of that. Because you just want it. To do this fuck shit with. Yeah, no, man. Fuck you and no. Everybody owes y'all shit. You ain't real life to these situations or cases or people, victims, survivors, fighters, or families, law enforcement, the areas. You all don't deserve shit. Y'all don't deserve to use anyone's names around any of these cases and make money off of it, or to destroy their real lives, or to go extreme real life on them and profit from it, and to ruin their lives forever, reputation. You do not deserve that. You are goddamn nobodies and criminals working in an organized form in and around these cases to do this while crypto and committing crimes, federal on down the line to state and city and countywide, and civil shit and everything else. Like, you know, that's what the fuck you are. Ain't nobody owes you shit. I'm sick of hearing who's throwing the creator to even random assholes around the world, or the creators want us info and nobody's giving it to them. Who are you again? You're fucking nobodies, dude. Though you mind fuck the world into thinking that you all care, and if not for you all, and the saviors of, and flyers are not handed out, nobody knows about the cases, and law enforcement's always corrupt, and there needs to be billboards and GoFundMes and fucking blips and oh gods and whatever, and y'all are just the saints of, and pick a side, pick a team, because yeah, that's just what any murdered or missing individual really needs, is tribalism and team sports around their disappearances or murders. Yeah, fucking jackasses. I hate all of you. You suck. I'm gonna grab a bit more ice and I'm gonna shine some light on this situation, because I'm a little scary in the dark. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I think I'm back. Am I back? I'm back! Yay! Alright, so, and wait for it, the narrative will be Tiffany Marie's the GOAT. She was able to trigger bitch responses out of JSB months after 11. It's the babe with the power. I'm just gonna tell you right now, no. I hate that some of y'all out there do not understand the difference between triggered or reactionary versus passion about things when one speaks. And that often when people feel things, to an actual soul and a heart and a brain, they speak very passionately about those things. One thing I'm very passionate about is I hate all you motherfuckers, and I hate goddamn quote true crime. And I hope all of you have a special place in hell. If there is one, I don't believe there is, unfortunately. But I do indeed want y'all stopped in all cases for fucking ever. And I do want y'all to choke on accountability pancakes. I would love every person around every case and every fucking random neighbor and witness and otherwise y'all fucked with to sue you all until hell froze over. And y'all left me broke and destitute and in goddamn dumpsters and shit, being like, trash bag for clothing. And not even being able to afford no goddamn Wi-Fi to do this shit no more. I hate all of you. And I know people are like, hate's a strong word. No, I really fucking hate you. I mean that. That word won't change. Despise is probably a better word. Right? Yeah. Yeah, and it's still not strong enough for the way in which I feel about you. I hate what you do. In the political realm and crossover to true crime, I hate your dirty shit, how it's changing and shaping the world, taking rights and freedoms from our fellow citizens here in the U.S., changing worldwide landscape for all demographics, and how you all are, profiting off of all of it, and boots on the ground, and trigger bitching people, and setting off real right. I hate all of you. I hate your dirty money that crosses over payments in between those two realms. I hate that those, so many of you, even little critters that do the political crossovers for that reason, and this shit, I hate all of you for great damn many reasons. But yeah, whatever. Despise. And I'm very passionate about it because I do indeed want change. For real, right? And passion exists where real exists. And I know y'all don't know nothing about that real life shit other than going real life on people. But y'all don't know anything about holding passion, especially for things beyond self. Or right or compasses or, morality and all these other things that are semi-subjective, but, y'all are only passionate about your meal tickets. And the only thing y'all ever actually see you emote is rage. Everything else is full of bullshit. Y'all full of bullshit. It's got an X in it. Anyway. So, I hate that. But real people with real souls and hearts feel passion. And when they speak about things they're passionate about, passion appears. Passion appears where truth appears. So, it's not triggered. It's not Tiffany's the GOAT. So I'm sick of that bitch. And I'm sick of all y'all. And I'm sick of fucking Fred and Ziggy, and for all the right reasons. And and all the creators. And all the little ground squirrels and stalkers and cords, everybody else, rotten nanners, whole teams, all of them. Okay? Fucking McDonald's, the Seraphiners, the everybody's. Okay? Anyway. True passion resides where heart truly is. Y'all don't know shit about that, do you?
It may not even be the group itself. It's somewhere in that tribe that is influencing that behavior, right? And they don't even, people might.
Tiffany, are you talking about the scripted plan from the beginning to lay it off on just a certain group of locals? You know, the ones y'all have all acquired who think you're their buddies and you're cleansing their buttholes with Ryan and stuff, but Fred's being a bad guy and y'all are essentially trigger bitching them out and using the same tricks as you do everybody else. Like, oh, look, these are eating you alive. They're doing all the bad things to you. Come to Ryan and he'll cleanse your butthole and make you look innocent in public. And Noah McDonough will help you and whatever else. And that y'all do in every case. Are you talking about those few people that are dwindling down now, aren't they, Tiffany? And that you all, since the beginning, were planning on blaming it on instead of yourselves, and you narrow the pool. But that's okay, right? The core that Nana and all y'all got going right now. It's always been a plan, ain't it, Tiffany? Steady your own little group. No, y'all are the saviors, the fairy godmothers, the figure out, the databasers, the angels. I do think that you're setting up a few people that one side of the team is making think they're friends with and all cleansed up, and the other team is working on the making them look bad so they want to come out and defend themselves and do things and all that. That's what I'd say. And boy, ain't that been your script for this group since the beginning. Right, Tiffany? I believe some of us are fabulous enough to hold these plans of yours in the scripting, eh? How do those pieces connect again? How many do people have to prove that? Who got who? Where am I again? Which families and people are blackmailed into it again? Dear Beach Creek and surrounding dumbasses playing with these motherfuckers, I told you so. For a long time. I don't know, man. I told you so. And that shady ass Ryan character. I've been telling you all for some time. Just like TM and our weird shit about the marathon, and if the reward just went away, then everything go away, and suddenly Carl and others start the thing, and things happen, and shit gets done, and it goes on. I just, weird shit. But it didn't go away, did it, TM? Didn't stop it, did it, TM? The call out of you all, or fake fed, or any fucking bullshit. You and AB manufacturing shit at the rate and in a more nefarious way even than your buddy. Well, well, your buddy here, Ziggy, and you know, y'all get up to some shit. But yeah. But all of you come straight out of McDonough and MGL's butthole, so there's that. And Serafina's ass, so there's that. Anyway, carry on.
Not even realize that it's happening.
I'm just warning you locals for like the umpteenth time about what they're planning and what they have for years. Listen to Kravitz or don't.
We don't know who it could be. It could be someone who's never even spoke, doesn't have a screen name, that we're not familiar with. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I know, it's crazy. I know.
Yeah, it's coming from somewhere. And I have no doubt, how, you know, if I wasn't distracted, or who knows, like, how much further I could have gotten along in some of these.
Well, that's a hell of a word to use for all that, and then to say that. Well, if I hadn't been distracted. Like it was a mild, like, and like, what an inconvenience for you had you not been distracted by all that bullshit. God damn, that was pretty gross, TM. You really just said that. Had I not been distracted. Yikes. I hope you meant something else. Lord of mercy.
Done this long before now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I maybe could have talked to Fred a year ago, right? But we're here now, and why not pick it up?
Oh, give it a rest. If she hadn't been distracted, she could have maybe talked to Fred a year ago. But she was distracted. But had she not been. Eek. So that is what you meant. Jesus Christ. Like, is everybody sorry you were having this mistake? Holy shit. Alright, girl. Wow. But, yeah, buddy. Okay. And what do you mean you never spoke to Fred? Or listen to Fred, because bitch, you done live streaming. Like, you've been listening to Fred. Just like, come on. Is anybody buying this bullshit? Give it a rest, TM.
Why not talk to Fred? Especially because of all of the oppression of Fred and his voice and attacks on.
Did you really use that word? Y'all, she done said the oppression of Fred. God damn it, 6 up 8. If somebody out here don't use that as the title for the next Go Fuck Yourself Fred, I swear to God. The oppression of Fred. Yeah, okay. The oppression of Fred. Seems like y'all with a Fred have been trying to oppress others or silence them or terrify them or target them or their children or target others and their families and innocent people for years. Intentionally, with gusto, to silence them. That's what it seems like. But yeah, flip out a script. I mean, like, God damn it, Benny, where are the accountability pancakes at again? Are they somewhere in a Jiffy box? What are those motherfuckers? God damn. Lord of mercy.
Other people's personal feelings who may have fallen out with Ziggy, who, listen, no matter how you may feel, now, some people don't take a vested interest in Summer's case. There's people that have spoken out publicly for years that have.
Did you learn that word off Ainsley Daniels? A vested interest. Benny, are you sharing your word of the day calendar with this bitch?
They don't care about Summer's case, but I hear them trying to influence others when it comes to Summer's case, attacking Ziggy, and then trying to set.
You mean like you, Ziggy, and Fred are sitting here trying to influence the world and make them believe things of others falsely despite proof to the contrary of everything Fred's saying. Shit you and Ziggy are saying, and it built from the beginning. Influence, okay.
Fred, accusing Fred, but at the bottom of all of that, there's a child that's missing. There's a child who is forgotten by many, and we don't know what information is important to Summer. We don't know what could lead people to Summer, and better to get information from than other people that were around that day that actually witnessed things, who know things.
You tell me at this point, with what y'all done with Fred, and even shit like this, you place in front of any judge, jury, DA, AG, any of that shit, any regular public person, I mean, go out there and play this motherfucking shit. And ask them if they can pinpoint any inconsistency shit that sounds like bullshit coming out of Fred's pile. And then ask them if you think this motherfucker is somebody they would believe or anything. Do it. What you've done with every person you've been able to actually acquire is have them add on shit pay for play. You've contaminated, rendered whatever useless. You've destroyed the witnesses you can get a hold of. Or tried to, and if you can't, you make up shit and you just go lie repetitively until the world believes that. You all aren't here about Summer. You all are here about absolute destruction of. You're rendering everything that you touch useless. There is nothing that would come out of Fred's pie hole at any point at this point that I think even law enforcement would take. Unless he had something concrete to back the fuck up. Like video or real text, not formulated script ones back and forth between him and Laura and Andy back up, or scripted ones that he's formulating with your crew with Tabitha in it. That way he can then later turn it in with tips with Ziggy. Look what they said, it must be true, but we're having this done, and the other side of the group's having this done, and they're having this person say, look, now Laura's saying this, and we're having the phone. We're not doing this anymore, Tiffany. Ziggy, you hear me? All the dirty shit y'all been caught dead rights in, and you admitted to, Tiffany. You and AB were just having a good time. Yeah, manufacturing evidence in Summer's case to then make the public with people's real, like, false ones in their names and shit. They had to be turned into real federal agencies and international agencies. That was a good time. How was that to help Summer? I'll wait. I was continuing to put out false shit about my kids and doing fuck shit. are targeting him to try to get to me through that and to them, or potentially get them or their lives destroyed, reputation forever. How's that helping someone? No, you're just doing it because they're witnesses. I'm a witness. You can't have all the mirrors. And I won't stop calling you fuck shits out. Right? You failed fucking miserably, and it sucks to be you. Oh, fucking well. Who the fuck are you again, bitch? You're some random ass sad whore who's comparing her toes to somebody else's toes. That's who the fuck you are. The rest of us ain't built like that. That have a brain marrow. I've never in my life stood there and been like, oh, let me compare my toes to this bitch's toes, the new bitch's toes, the mid bitch, the slaw, the fucking cockroach, air mattress Ashley toes, shit like that. I ain't ever. What's the difference between? Come at me like a dumb bitch, I'm gonna treat you like it. Yeah. Anyway, that's all you know is basic bitch, female, triggering, drama, hate, goofy, bullshit, hand fan garbage. I'm over it, bro. Fuck out of here. Stop it. I mean, we know you have a long history with all the other members, JLR especially, right, Tim? And Perplexed others, and the BJs and nonsense, whoever else, and that these just call all the fuckery, and you pretend you ain't. We know what you are. You remember that time you made up shit on, was it Perplexed? And the shower stuff, and then you lied and said you didn't do that, and tell the world that, you know, all that had been done between her daughter and son and showers, but the world caught you at that too. You, much like Don B, just love coming up with the weird ass scenarios or targeting other people's children. Bitch, you got a problem. You are fucking obsessed. And maybe you should just stop being obsessed with other people's children. I fear it may grow worse. Looks like you can't stop it even when you're apparently distracted. And wow, girl, that yikes. Yikes. God.
Who have inside information, who saw vehicles that were on the road that were never there.
And also, let's point out that you have no problem attacking other grieving mothers grieving over their sons. You do have fucking problems, ma'am. You do.
Like, you know, cars coming in and out or whatever. All that shit is important. It's important to know that trail cams were removed and then placed back in different places. He didn't know where, so Damien didn't know where Jody wanted that camera.
Told y'all, I'm psychic.
That stands out to me. Like, where do you want this camera, Mom? Oh, put it over here. Then obviously it was taken from somewhere else. And
how do you assume that? And why is that so suddenly? I told y'all though, before you get back to you forgot things around. What about Jody? And then what about? Let's get back to her son again. I don't know, TM. You gotta stop. Universe says you gotta stop.
At least somewhere else after she went missing. Why? Right? Mm-hmm. Like, all that shit matters. All of this matters. Underneath.
Who says it matters? Why does it matter? What the fuck does it matter to you, and why do you need any of that information? You know, Mm-mm. It matters and you want to do this because then you can target people and mind fuck public into thinking, that's us. Or giving them narratives that you just pulled out of your asshole and making even those look so. I personally give a fuck where anybody has cameras or moved them or anything else or didn't or yada yada. Uh, you know, I don't think doing so before or after in any way would be sus unless, like, you know, certain criteria. So I don't know, man. I just don't. You know, I find it funnier things being tampered with, stolen, and fucked with before and after Summer vanished. I wonder who all was doing that. See, I find that real sus. I find that real sus. I find little barks insinuating dogs know certain people sus. That's what I find sus. Mm. Y'all remember that camera Fred said he put up on Dobbs' property facing Candace and him's driveway to watch deer? Did his sister steal that too? Where's that at, Fred? And why were you trespassing? And why were you putting up cameras? And wouldn't it hold all the truth, Tiffany? Ziggy, that camera Fred proclaimed to have put up there and was watching deer. Because, you know, there's not deer in the back of the holler. Right? Where's that camera? God damn it. Karen and Co, did y'all come down there on Dobbs' property and steal Fred's goddamn camera watching the deer? Over at Candace and Dawn's? Did y'all take it too? We need to know, where's that camera, Fred? And why would you been placing one on Dobbs' property prior to survey? To watch the deer, Candace and Dawn. We gotta know, Fred. Where'd it go?
This Summer is still missing.
And Fred, buddy, I think he is such a deer watcher. God love him. Such a nature fiend. He just puts cameras up everywhere to watch everybody's driveways. To watch their deer, their bar, their raccoons. Right, Fred?
No clue if she's alive. We have no idea what might be happening to her. We have no idea if she all the winters that have come and gone, the springs, fall, all of it, and she's still.
This doesn't sound like real passion. And Tiffany, if you were, you wouldn't have wasted all these seconds scripting, formulating on real life on, tampering with, contaminating, rendering everything useless, and eating it off a line script. You just wouldn't have done all the things you did, or, you know, manufacturing fake evidence and otherwise. That's the opposite of giving a shit about every second that's passed for Summer. I mean, I know it's an exchange for sense for you. Right? Usually does. Molly Golightly and her little payments due for other cases and researcher, like Ziggy and other cases before you brought forward to do his shit. like so many before you in all the other cases, much like you all lifted off BJ and Brittany and nonsense and all the other shit. Whereas BJ, you know what? It's fine. All of you are like, I don't give a fuck. So yeah, I don't know. One bitch after the next, and a whole ass train of calling. Carrying on.
Buried underneath all of this bullshit, and why not talk to someone like Fred?
It's like Benny accepting payments, but no, it was a different sane man. Because what are the odds? There's a sane man in one case that you all work through together, and then a sand man in Summers too. No, that payment was from. There's two sand men. Sure. I don't know. MGL just sent me that money, yeah, but then you fucked up. You're just a fuck up bitch.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, like me, I don't know what's relevant to the case and what's not.
Right.
I turned so much in and worked with them so much. I really don't know what would help, what would hurt, nothing. I mean, just like vehicles on Ben Hill Road, I mean, it wasn't just Andy on the road. I mean, just all the neighbors was on that road that day. Ed Redmond went out that morning early.
All the neighbors were on the road. Define all. And how would you know you aren't even on the road yourself, like all day? And what about the ones after certain areas that you know of? How would you know? Bless you, Fred. You sin so often.
And then he came back in around, on the camera, it was like 5:30 or something other, because it was about the same time that the cameras caught Candace and Chad and stuff at my driveway and stuff.
Wow, you line that up with all the rest of Fred's 5:30 things. He knows this because cameras are, because remember he was at Zoomers in 5:30, maybe, supposedly. But then Andy, but wait, no, Messenger, but wait, no. He was at the, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so Chad Arnold.
Yeah.
Fred, in the beginning, I remember that timeline being different. It was, I could have sworn it was 3:30 that Chad saw Candace walking off of your driveway. You weren't home, but Candace was walking off the driveway. And that's what always led me to believe, okay, if Candace went back looking for...
And 3:30? But wait, didn't Benny get her to say like 4:30? And then she didn't see nothing, no, but then it was also that, no, she seen me, I don't know. She got distracted petting puppies, trying to pretend she was like a nature warrior and an animal lover. And I'll still tell you, if that bitch came up throw away at 4:30, there's looking for Summer like shit. There's a real big fucking problem. Could very well be though, couldn't it?
In the back of Ben Hill, that would tell me she was already there with her before. You wouldn't go back somewhere looking for Summer that you weren't there with Summer to begin with. Like, you're not gonna go...
Tiffany, are you stupid? Or are you just trying to trigger bitch Fred? That would have, if the time holds for that milk photo, that would have put them in there just coming forward, right? And say if Candace was up there at 3:30, maybe there's a possibility they just drove straight in there to Fred's verse. Because maybe they're waiting on Fred, or Fred will be home with shit. Which is maybe why I slept on Seraphina's like, no, I haven't made it to the haunts yet. Maybe other characters, like he mentions, were waiting on him in blind spots that day. And he didn't quite show up, and they were a little too bored. Restless Leggy. You just never know. You just never know.
Grocery store to get an item you forgot on the conveyor belt if you weren't there trying to pay for your groceries. Does that make sense?
I do think about the Chad Arnold time thing. I do think that you're right. There was like an hour discrepancy. Like one time it said like at 4:30, and one time it said at 5:30. But people have to remember Fred wasn't actually there when Chad was there, and so he was just.
Doesn't he put the time of seeing Andy though? We used to put it between 3 and 3:30. Remember? Fred originally said 3 to 3:30. Then he moved it to 3:42 or some precise time. There in 24, I think. So we did that leap. Or 4:40. I don't know what he did. Okay. But so see, now I'm really confused. Because if she came down and went up there at 4:30, and he says 4:40 something, Randy, whatever he fucking says, there's a problem. But if he said, I can't remember now, I really can't, because there's so many goddamn stories from Fred. But then if he, and now he did originally say 3 to like 3:30, so either he missed Candace by what, 12 minutes or something, because now he's moved that to possibly 3:42. Like, but then how would he have seen? You see these problems here that are presented. Somebody just stitch every word Fred's ever said together and mute out everybody else around it. And just play Fred. Nothing else in a single string. Every word, every goddamn sentence spoken just from his mouth and nobody else's. I know it's hard to do it, but you'd start to see a pattern. It ain't that hard. And to just put it on fucking loop for the world.
Footage of Chad there and stuff. That's how we found out that. See, we didn't even know Chad was there when they took in and showed me some pictures and stuff and wanted me to identify a few people that were traveling on the road, the law enforcement. That's what made me.
And according to others, Chad was leaving out there late in the evening and asked others what was going on, and they told him, and he was like, well, I'm getting the fuck out of here before police come, you know. And is he the one that maybe seen you on the road and told you that, and he'd been waiting, whatever, man.
My camera footage over to them because I didn't know that they was actually looking for footage, you know.
Right, there was like an hour discrepancy. Like one time it said like at 4:30, and one time it said at 5:30. But people have to remember Fred wasn't actually there when Chad was there, and so he was just.
There was footage of Chad there and stuff. That's how we found out that. See, we didn't even know Chad was there when they took in and showed me some pictures and stuff and wanted me to identify a few people that were traveling on the road, the law enforcement. That's what made me turn my camera footage over to them because I didn't know that they was actually looking for footage, you know. And that's how we found out by going over the camera footage.
So no common sense kicked in. Well, hey, a child off my road is missing. Let me turn the footage. No, but once they showed you footage, you're like, well, I guess I'll turn in footage.
Chad being there and stuff. Because it showed Chad being there about 15 minutes before Candace pulled in. And there's a little bit of audio of him talking to Candace and Candace talking to him that I've not talked about. But the audio of what they talked.
You never will you? all your recordings of Candace and Dawn, they just cheated. Shit didn't work. You don't know what was said. Nothing was said. There were giggles and laughter suddenly in the recorder, so you had to turn them off real quick.
When Candace pulled in and stuff, she got out of her truck and it showed her walking up the driveway because Chad's way the camera was at the bottom, you couldn't see up my driveway. It was just at the bottom. So Chad must have been way on up there. So Way took and you could still hear a little bit of audio. Candace asking him if we're home, and he said that we wasn't. He said she asked if he had seen Summer, and she didn't say Summer. She said, "You ain't seen my little girl, have you?" He said, "No, I've not." And she said, "Okay." He said, "Well, when I go back across the mountain, I'll look for her, or I'll keep my eye out for her." And so when she pulled out, she went on up a holler, and Chad pulled out and went on out. Because he done probably know the law.
Do you know what time that was for sure?
Well, if that's the case, then why would he stop at others and ask what the fuck was going on? And be like, well, balls coming, I'm out of here.
Or
5:30.
5:30.
5:30. So while you were at Zoomers, basically this was going on.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's where Andy was too at 5:30. So we know now where Candace was at 5:30 and Chad Arnold, and where
So you told me supposedly Chad didn't leave the holler for several, well, close to what, an hour and a half after 5:30 then? And had to ask others what was going on? Well, make that make sense. Okay.
Fred Hill and Andy were at that time. And it should be on camera, both of all that, at the gas station and at Fred's, you know.
I mean,
in places where people had actual work, you know, real work, Tiffany, and fire departments and businesses and GPS and real phone, real things.
I got my.
So we know now where Candace was at 5:30 and Chad Arnold, and where Fred Hill and Andy were at that time.
Well, do you know? Because, well, for the longest, since the beginning, other people know there's nothing but recently come up about a 5:30 placement for Candace too. So, there's so many wrenches in this shit.
Should be on camera, both of all that, at the gas station and at Fred's, you know.
I mean, even though I've not got my SD cards no more where they were stored, the TBI and law enforcement's got copies of them.
Everybody's always having a party where Fred is, whether it's a clump of gas stations or back at his driveway, I guess. wherever Fred is, he moves everybody else to it. It's great. He needs everything to have happened or been seen or everybody. It's amazing.
For people to know.
Yeah, and there's other people who have cameras on that road too that could really. I mean, I hope. Well, just hope that all this is not a mystery forever. Like,
because some people are trying to say that Chad said something about, oh, he'll look for summer or something when he went back across Quince Mountain. No, what he said, he told Candace he would keep his eye out as he went back across the mountain. Which at that time, Chad lived in Churchill, and he was talking about going back across Mountain View Road, across the mountain. That's what they call it. When he says the mountain, that's what he's talking about. He keeping his eye out when he went back
across Mountain View Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes.
There's a tone shift, and what are you doing there, Fred?
Carolyn Ullman said, "What house were you at on Lone Star Road? Do you remember, Fred? And you don't have to say either. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to."
It wasn't a house; it was a trailer.
Oh, it was a trailer. Okay.
Oh. Yeah. I can't think of the address.
Well, you don't need that. They were just.
Preschooler needs all the addresses to dox all the people. So maybe proud and give him a little gold star. If he can recite another address. Like, well, I remember my own address in case my dumbass gets lost.
Is that Jamie's?
No, not on Lone Star. That was where Brandon and Marvin, Brandon.
So now there's another house? Wait, no, you just said that was a trailer. You said it's not the same one as Jamie, but see, I'm confused. But didn't you say earlier it's 3? It's all you stopped at that. Is there now 4th? Who can tell anymore?
And they don't. That's what they don't like is like us talking about the locals and stuff and putting out stuff about them. But I mean, it is important on the day of, for people
they care
to know
about summer.
this.
They're not going to mind. Anybody who cares about summer is not going to mind about it. I mean,
that's why a lot of people.
I mean, that's where Jeff Everly, all of them was at. I mean, at that trailer.
And that was around Lone Star. Where close is it? Like, is there a crossroad there or something? Or
no, it's just.
I mean, we don't have to give the exact house, but.
It's probably.
It's a Matthews. It's a Matthews house.
Yeah, it's Matthews.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Matthews house.
All right. So then, so Fred, bring me to explain, if you can remember, after the police showed up, you pulled in, explain, did you have like a wrecker? Did you have a trailer? So you were hauling cars, that day. You were moving vehicles and stuff. You had a lot going on. You were also making transactions, dealing with stuff. So there was a lot going on.
I was moving vehicles even on Ben Hill, but I never hauled one off that day.
Okay, you didn't haul any off.
No.
Okay.
I hauled that motorcycle,
right? Okay.
That motorcycle that was broke down to West Side, and then I picked that bike up on Lone Star where Brandon and all them was at that trailer and hauled it back to Ben Hill. When I pulled on Ben Hill, I was in a yellow.
You remember how Fred said that? Yes, no, he didn't load. Yes, he did. No, he didn't take off. There's a part there where he said he had them loaded for the next day to take off, right? But then he actually didn't go to the crash. I don't know.
Nissan Frontier 2000 model. I had a 16-foot trailer behind it, flat trailer with a motorcycle on it. The motorcycle tank and stuff was in the bed of the truck. And
And that's when you pulled in, when the cops were there and stuff, or when you were the evening, right?
Honda Seahawk.
The fuck is a Honda Seahawk?
Honda Seahawk.
God, I don't even know what kind of car that is.
Seahawk or Nighthawk?
It might be.
But Tiffany go, what the fuck is a Honda Seahawk? I don't even know what kind of car that is. Though Fred Claire just said it was a bike. She really pays attention right here. All right.
Something Hawk.
Okay, so that night when you pulled in, explain what you.
Did Fred just realize that's a NFL team too? I don't know.
Did you go straight to your house? Did you come back out? Talk about like what you saw, what you observed everybody doing. I know that you talked about pulling in and all of those things, but so we know that Don made a trip over to your house. Talk a little bit about how things transpired.
I mean, when I first got home and stuff, when I came in and stuff, I mean, they finally got the road opened up where I could get on in. Then once I got in, I didn't leave back out of the holler with no vehicle or nothing. I just, Don came and he was talking and
Could have fooled the rest of us up here in our head, like about they got it open for you.
stuff. And then as soon as he left, Lyle come and stuff, and they actually took my phone and stuff and dipped it and stuff while we was standing there talking. Then they brought it back to me and then took him. That's when they asked me to go down there to record and stuff. And then I walked from 207 down to Andy and them's driveway, and that's where I stand there and just record, you know.
On the 15th again. Dear Lord God, local surrounding counties, state police, and feds, could you just back me up here? That Fred was not standing there beside y'all being like, there would have been no need. This is fucking ludicrous. Fucking can't with this. When did you do this? Between the 12 seconds when we're told we could go get food while I have a video, or when we got back here, we're fuck, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking stupid.
And then after that, I just walked back to Ben Hill, and then that's when they came back up. Or law enforcement came back.
What do you mean you walked back to Ben Hill? What other road did you go to? What? Where the fuck were we that you're recording us that wasn't on Ben Hill, that after that you had to come back to Ben Hill? You walked back to Ben Hill from where? What road? We didn't live on another road besides Ben Hill. What? Hold on.
Because they was keeping out at law come and stuff, and they actually took my phone and stuff and dipped it and stuff while we was standing there talking. Then they brought it back to me and then took him. That's when they asked.
So what you're saying is the first night they found you so goddamn sus, they took and hard downloaded your goddamn phone. But we were so sus. They had you come record, but they never took any of our devices and hard downloaded other than. Are you serious, dude? They didn't take our phones and hard download them, but we were so sus that you had to come record. But they didn't take our phones or tablets or anything to hard download. But they took yours. Which would imply they found you sus in some manner. Or wanted to make sure you weren't sus. Firmly. You'd think if they found us so sus to have you come record us, Fred, they would have also taken all of our devices and hard downloaded it. Am I wrong here? I don't think I'm wrong. Well, I'm just saying, Di. They took that dumb motherfucker's shit and hard downloaded it. And trust me, in all these years, they have never had to have these devices in hands to get all the things off of them 24 hours a day. But you're telling me they found you whatever enough to hard download your fucking phone. And then sent you... Wait, did they clear you first after that hard download? So they found you sus enough to hard download your fucking phone. And you want us to believe that then they took all that within, what, 12 seconds and cleared you on the spot, and then we're like, oh, this is our guy. He's so innocent and he's going to do a great job. We're going to send him to record everybody else. They cleared you that instantly? Or are you telling us they sent somebody they found so sus they had to have hard downloads off of in to record everybody else? While somehow, wildly enough, all the best of the best are staying there with us. Not taking our phones and devices for hard downloads. Alright, Fred. This is sound. Super sound.
To go down there to record and stuff, and then I walked from 207 down to Andy and them's driveway, and that's where I stand there and just record, you know.
Okay.
The only time we were at the bottom of the fucking driveway was during the searches, being told to stay in place, and with fucking law enforcement, Fred. Otherwise, we were at the house where we heard noises and certain folks creeping around. And we have video and audio of it. You alright, Fred? You alright? That was nearing almost daytime again, wasn't it, Fred? You know anything about that? But yeah, I'm certain that the only times we were at the bottom of the driveway is in front of searchers and law enforcement and while being questioned that night, and then we were up on the hill and and feds, whatever, you know. So I would love to know when you were there doing it and talking to us personally. I'd love to know. You can't make this shit up. I mean, you can if you're Fred. But then people blow his bullshit out of the water with their real receipts and proof and evidence against him. So there's that. And the contrived bullshit of Tiffany Marie and Z that's super helpful to Summer and every second ticking by as she still is out here somewhere. Yeah. Super cool. Super saintly of both of you skank bitches.
And then after that, I just walked back to Ben Hill, and then that's when they came back up there. Law enforcement came back up there because they...
What do you mean you walked back to Ben Hill? From where?
Now I'm pretty much get the... I got in. I didn't leave back out of the holler with no vehicle or nothing. I just... Don came and he...
You didn't leave back out of the holler with a vehicle.
talking and stuff, and then as soon as he left, law come and stuff, and they actually took my phone and stuff and dipped it and stuff while we was standing there talking. Then they brought it back to me, and then took him. That's when they asked me to go down there to record and stuff, and then I walked from.
See, you always fuck up that one word, Fred, when you say that. And you're talking about how they had you record. You always start out with they took, or I took, right? As in yourself. That's when they had, took and whatever, and then you change it. That's when we had me go record. You always do this when you're talking about these moments.
7. I just, Don came and he was talking and stuff, and then as soon as he left, law come and stuff, and they actually took my phone and stuff and dipped it and stuff while we was standing there talking. Then they brought it back to me, and then took him. That's when they asked me to go down there.
And then they took and you'll always change it. But that stays consistent when you're talking about the recordings of any of us. What you mean, bitch, is you were teeing around other people's places trying to record them without their knowledge, and then trying to get law enforcement to take it. Or you took your phone and were trying to record people, and shit didn't work out certain times. What you mean is you were trespassing on and teeing around people's shit, trying to record them, and then took it and tried to take it. But it's not really admissible that way, Fred. While you're committing crime, oh boy. If that exists, Fred, that you really turned in evidence on yourself that you were trespassing on other people's property, namely maybe Candace and Dawn, other raccoon neighbors, and ourselves. You were trespassing, listening, recording, and then you wouldn't turn in evidence you doing such things, would you, Fred? Or, well, who did you take those things to, Fred? The first days that you were being directed by Juanita and crew to do that and to go to other people's properties and do stuff for this group. Fred. Where were other people's SD cards going, Fred? Is that what you mean by after you recorded us, you walked back to Ben Hill? What, off of people's private properties? You walked back off of there, back onto Ben Hill? Oh, the slip and sled, Fred.
Recording stuff, and then I did. I just
talk a little bit.
But watch for it, listen for it. Throughout all the years, that's remained consistent with Fred. When he talks about these recording moments, he'll always, and he's done it several times in this life, he'll always start with a, that's when I took Ann, and that's when they took Ann, and then he changes it to know they had him, you know. He forgets. There's something there. And then, anyway, at times you'll hear Fred very early on say that he did use his cell phone to record. Well, damn. Feds couldn't provide him with equipment. He had to do it on his cell phone, but they see him doing it on his cell phone. Okay. Didn't know that recorder. Remember it deleted. We don't know.
How things transpired.
I mean, when I first got home and stuff, when I came in and stuff, I mean, they finally got the road opened up where I could get on in. And then once I got in, I didn't leave back out of the holler with no vehicle or nothing. I just, Don came and he was talking and stuff. And then as soon as he left, Lyle come and stuff. And they actually took my phone and stuff and dipped it and stuff while we was standing there talking. Then they brought it back to me and then took him. That's when they asked me to go down there to record and stuff. And then I walked from 207 down.
Dear world, think about it. You think they cleared Freddie Boy at first to trust him enough to be like, yes, you are a guy. Even with all the law enforcement agencies and land right there in their faces right now. We need you to go record. Sure, Fred. But then the ones they supposedly send you to record, they didn't find sus enough to take and hard download their phones. That's weird, Fred. Sure, world. Buy that bullshit if you'd like.
Andy and them's driveway, and that's where I stand there and just record, you know.
Okay.
And then after that, I just walked back to Ben Hill, and then that's when they came back up, or law enforcement came back up.
Tell me where you leave Ben Hill when you're still on Ben Hill, if you're at the bottom of our driveway and not on it. Right? Right. So our driveway is clearly on Ben Hill. So after you're done recording at the bottom of our driveway, how do you then walk back to Ben Hill? Unless you've trespassed and aren't actually at the bottom of our driveway, but on it or on the property creeping the fuck around with your phone, because Dawn set you all the way the fuck off and you want to know what the fuck's going on, and you're trespassing your ass off. I'll wait. Dear world, you tell me, is there some sort of goddamn universal loophole, spaghetti thing, some Doctor Who shit that happens at the bottom of 125 to where you are no longer on Ben Hill Road, but you're somehow at the bottom of the driveway on Ben Hill Road, to where you then have to walk back onto Ben Hill Road or to Ben Hill Road from that driveway if you're not on it or trespassing. Someone explain. I'd love for you to tell me. Goddamn Hoobie and shit. No fuck. Sleepy bastard.
They just keep an eye on pretty much.
Did you ever leave
who's
again?
Doing what, huh?
Did you ever leave again that day?
No, I ain't leaving no more that day.
So you came in and you never left. You stayed home.
No, I didn't leave that day or the next day.
Okay.
It was several days before I left the holler again after.
Why does logic, common sense, reasoning skills, why do they not apply here in true crime when people listen to shit like this? How can they not think, wait a minute, or entirely check the fuck out and call this shit for what it is and go, oh my god. How in the hell do these creators mindfuck people and into no longer having common sense, reason, logic, deductive reasoning skills, any of that to buy any of this bullshit that torments, terrorizes real people's lives, does all this terrible shit and goes extreme real life on them. And be okay with it. Like, how in the hell do they flip the switch to make other humans so stupid that they'll listen to shit like this and not think it through?
Unless it was, I mean, you left with law enforcement, right?
Yeah, I left with law enforcement to go and show them certain places. Because, see, they didn't even know that bottom, Indian M's driveway, and that's where I stand there and just record, you know.
Okay.
And then after that, I just walked back to Ben Hill, and then that's when they came.
Is this like your buddy who you dropped off trespassing and he walks? Pole shovel guy from Blue Van that you got out of like a dumbass because you know who else was witnessing at that time or what cameras were around or what all they picked up either. You and the core crew of campering and set up and playing shit. Look, there's a Fed camera on the pole, Jody Zoo. That shit. Y'all been designing that for a while. I love that too. I don't think it's working out for you.
Back up there, law enforcement came back up there because they was keeping an eye on pretty much.
Did you ever
who
leave
was
again?
Doing what, huh?
Did you ever leave again that day?
No, I ain't leaving no more that day.
So you came in and you never left. You stayed home.
No, I didn't leave that day or the next day.
Okay.
It was several days before I left the holler again after someone went missing.
Unless it was, I mean, you left with law enforcement, right?
Yeah, I left with law enforcement to go and show them certain places. Because, see, they didn't even know that bottom shed and stuff belonged to Don on the 15th.
Really?
Along the road.
Bullshit, Fred. Even I know better. I guess you weren't present for all the things, Fred. Hey, weren't you the one that was fucking around after you seen her or thought maybe police were searching that shit during Carly Trent missing too? I believe you were, sir. Why, I don't know. You have weird habits, Fred.
Yeah, they didn't even know none of that. You see, they didn't know nothing about Andy and them having that other property and stuff that Andy had went to and stuff on the.
Bro, these are the feds we're talking about. And I'm gonna bet you they did.
Out of the 14th and earlier on the 15th and stuff on Fields Road and all that.
Wait, what the fuck did you just add in there?
In certain places, because see, I left the holler again after someone went missing.
Unless it was, I mean, you left with law enforcement, right?
Yeah, I left with law enforcement to go and show them certain places. Because, see, they didn't even know that bottom shed and stuff belonged to Don on the 15th.
Bullshit.
Really?
Along the road. Yeah, they didn't even know none of that. You see, they didn't know nothing about Andy and them having that other property and stuff that Andy had went to and stuff on the night of the 14th and earlier on the 15th and stuff on Fields Road.
What the fuck? Have you ever heard a story where Andy and I both went to that property early on the 15th? Where the fuck did this shit come from? I gotta tell you, I know for a fact that it's funny, Fred. He seen a text message one time, misinterpreted or made it into a thing, or they fed him whatever narrative. Shit, goddamn. Now, me and Andy were apparently together on another road at another property early on the 15th. You are a dipshit, Fred. Hate to tell you, there are also other cameras, many of them in play that day, that and pings and data call you a goddamn liar. Prove it. Mm-hmm. And you'd have to wonder, Fred, how in the fuck would you know where Andy and I were early in the morning of the 15th if you didn't leave out there till certain times? And you've already mentioned those times 6 times, and maybe you'll firmly get one where you left the hollow that morning and you seen Dawn with the boys. Right? So, I don't know, buddy. Didn't he say earlier that he left the hollow at what, like 8:30 or something, and then he was gone till 11 to get a pack of cigarettes? Did he not say that earlier, Di? That's when he seen Dawn Red Subaru boys. 8:30ish or something. And he was on till 11. Right? I believe that was his tail, because I was like, oh shit, Daddy done left from it, never came back. So, when did you see Andy and I? Because he went to work on the 15th. He had to be there, he was a little late. Have you not seen those messages out here, Fred? You didn't get your time fucking right before you just fucked up again? I mean, he was a little late, but it was like, I mean, and those messages themselves prove that we didn't go down there. Like, it's like, remember to tell XYZ that last night we fell, so. Oh, damn, Fred, you fucked up again with proof that you're lying. Also, like I said, mini cameras, yeah, apply, and, wow, Fred. And wait, a while ago, did Fred not say he did not see me at all on the 15th? Other than when he come past me when he came back in the road? That night as the helicopter was up? Call me here if I'm wrong. Correct me right now. Did he not earlier to Tiffany say he did not see me, or us, they, whatever it was he said, other than when he came into the road after the block performance had done? Other than that, he didn't see us. And he had not seen me all day. So then, pray tell, how do you then make the math work there, Fred? How did you see me with Andy on a road in the property, supposedly? I'll wait, Fred. A property, by the way, that all law enforcement searchers, neighbors, feds, their lovely, amazing Fed level equipment and such could tell had not been touched in quite a while. Without even anybody having to go look. So, yeah, Fred, tell us again over this fucking property. When did you see us? But I thought a minute ago you said you didn't see me but the one time. Holy shit, guys. I love it. This is amazing. Damn. Thanks for this 4-month-old fucking gift almost. Di says, yep. Okay. Yep. Di says, yep. That's what he said. He said he didn't see me all day until they unblocked the road and went past me. And then he didn't see me no more. But wait, he also came directly back down and was recording me apparently in front of law enforcement too. Somewhere off of Ben Hill to where he had to walk back to Ben Hill. Because that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? So it's somewhere between 1 and 3 times. Holy shit, Fred. Where's this been in your timeline? I've seen Andy on the road. Fuck, you telling me you seen him on fields too? What the fuck? Holy shit, you just seen everybody everywhere. Oh, goddamn, I think you were seeing things, bro. Because I wasn't on that road and oh, goddamn, and I wasn't with Andy that morning. And you were gone for 3 hours, it looks like, during key times, getting a pack of smokes. Because that's how long it takes to get a pack of smokes from the store in your bag. You're so full of shit, dude. God damn.
Well, because
Okay,
Andy spoke
talk a
about
little
it.
bit about
guys,
Fields Road if you could. If you could tell us everything you know about Fields Road, anything that ever took place there, anything that ever happened there, any mention from other people about Fields Road, anything you remember is super important. I'm glad you brought that up.
Bitch, why you leaving out Bill? And all the trails. But anyway, no, seriously, this one time back in the day, true story, Fred, for some reason, knew that power remained on that location. The only way you could have done that is if you broke it, well, breaking and entering, right, Fred? To check out the power or to go in and steal shit, to snoop around, eh, Fred? I don't know if Fred caught himself up in that one, that pile of shit. I was like, the fuck did you just say about power still being? How would you know that? Breaking and entering's a bitch. It's a full ass crime too, Fred. So tell us again who's went around doing weird fuck shit other people's properties again, Fred. Same trail T and taking sticky fingered thieving motherfucker as always. Right, Creek? I believe him right here. It's alright, Fred. It's alright.
VPN.
Well, when I was recording stuff, Andy had brought up while I was recording about going to Fields Road and started he just talked about going to the Fields Road property. He didn't say why he went there or nothing. He was more or less complaining about a gate being put up that he didn't know was put up that had been there, I know, probably over a year or longer that was on that
Now, how would you know that, Fred, unless you were trespassing on everybody's shit fucking around down there? Where I know damn good and well those people in the back, and if you had to pass that gate, I know those other motherfuckers wouldn't want you on their shit in the back end, so fuck are you doing TEing around down there in fields. Huh? What were you doing indeed to have discovered that long before we did, apparently? Alright. And Andy didn't tell you why. But the only reason I can think of Andy to mention to Kate anywhere in those first few days, anywhere near you, would have been in that weird character Dobbs, and we looked for me, because that's the goddamn truth, so. Yeah, but you're saying now, he didn't tell me what. Alright, bro. But it looks like you, on an end in a place you should have been at, and other people beyond that would not have wanted you in there teeing the fuck around. What were you doing to have seen that a year before? That's weird.
It's to that piece of property.
Okay.
But when he mentioned that, they're like, you know exactly where that piece of property's at. And I'm like, yeah. And when I'm in a vehicle with them, we ride down there. That had been there, I know, probably over a year or longer. That was on that the entrance to that piece of property.
Okay.
But when he mentioned that, they're like, you know exactly where that piece of property's at. And I'm like, yeah. And when I'm in a vehicle with them, we ride down there to that gate and stuff, and I show him where he was talking about going that day, you know. But as far as other than that,
Fred, you know they knew all this, right? So if this crime scene exposure right along happens, it was something about you they were seeking, not the rest of us. Yeah, hard it is for the feds to pull all of names and know what properties belong to a family. Plus, also already being told about a Dobbs and movements not for him, where we looked and all that, blah blah. I mean, they were told that. Huh. Alright, Fred. Are you saying they had you thinking they didn't know? That's wild, Fred. Alright, Fred.
that's about all I know with what the law enforcement, you know.
Okay.
But they talk like that. When EquiSearch searched down there, they found some disturbed ground and stuff.
What the fuck did you just say? You know what's weird, Fred? Is they must have been so sus of that property. They didn't even touch it. Because, like, all of us and search crews are, in the beginning. And all the equipment, all the camera, all that shit, right? All the things. Nobody'd been there. And we went when law enforcement asked for the public to go check other properties. There, we made command posts where other neighbors are, and all things. There were clear and distinct ways to tell that property had not been touched. There were, and law enforcement knew it. So all your shit's a goddamn joke over here, you dumb son of a bitch. And when we actually went there and I actually went to the property itself, oh, I hate you, Fred. Anyway, also, it's wild. Did you mention EquiSearch? Ziggy's bitch, the insiders feeding their info from the time. Well, they were on the ground first, embedded with search crews in the first couple days, and then the second time they came back, and then the third, and then all the other times. Feeding information to this goddamn group. In which time did EquiSearch tell you or Ziggy or anybody else there was disturbed ground on fields? Or did you say near?
It's on that the entrance to that piece of property.
Okay.
But when he mentioned that, they're like, you know exactly where that piece of property's at. And I'm like, yeah. And when I'm in a vehicle with them, we ride down there to that gate and stuff. And I show him where he was talking about going that day, you know. But as far as other than that, that's about all I know of what the law enforcement, you know.
Okay.
But they talked like that when EquiSearch searched down there, they found some disturbed ground and stuff.
Yep.
In between the old house and the house and the old barn there, the back corner of the old barn to.
They were not given access to that shit. Not unless EquiSearch came back more times than I'm aware of. Because otherwise I'd known if people gave EquiSearch permission for that property. Fred, because Andy was still there at the house. Dumb son of a bitch. Here, chill though, Dave and them were trespassing on shit though. Alright. Here till they did enter certain buildings in the area without permission and go into them. Which buildings were those again? Where they were breaking and entering? Essentially trespassing for sure. Damn, and what was it Hawkins released in the paper about they didn't know where they'd been or what they'd actually been doing, and they told them not to do anything but stay in their cars and search from their cars? In here till around the area they had trespassed and went into people's properties and houses and things where they weren't supposed to be. Oh shit. Shit, Fred. I believe that was around, I don't know, the time of the boys being taken, 24th, 25th, something like that of July. Wasn't it, Fred? Ziggy? Ziggy, you should know. You were right up 12's ass. No, hell. You goddamn dirty motherfuckers. Hey, what all y'all think those like the taser mouse or any of the other critters Don and Candace were letting on to 110 were moving around, taking off with shit like that? right before Twyla and Dave and EquiSearch hit boots on the ground. Right now, I'm just like, dear Hawkins County, do you hear me now? How far has this group gone? And who all with in the main insertion team around 3 weeks from McDonough's butthole on down? Dear FBI, you hear me now? Interesting. Well, thank God for reporting things in real time directly to people, huh? Dear Hawkins and federal agencies. It does something how that lineup works. Weird shit, that. Weird shit. Now, do you hear me now? Karen?
About 30 foot from the back corner of the barn. But that's
Okay.
all I really.
No. And nothing like that. That's not it. But there's something very, very wrong here, isn't there, Hawkins and feds, with this shit and the day and the things on those dates and equals. Oh shit. The press releases on how seem like EquiSearch had been trespassing and rumors around the community are they did and entered places which is technically breaking and entering. I mean, fuck, Ziggy would know. She's in touch with Twyla's butthole. Did Twyla and all that, did you all direct who directed who there? Or was that a McDonough stunt too, Tiffany? And then what about all those critters crawling across 110 at that time? Interesting. Deals with the devils and crossroads, they say.
As I can think of that segment.
All right.
I left for a second.
I mean, but see that they was about a week after someone went missing or something on, I think it may not even been a week.
Sorry, you're muffled, Fred.
But
sorry, that was Fred's head going straight up Ziggy's asshole or your carrot squatch, Tiffany.
there was a fire on. You hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
There's a fire that was on Fields Road on the back side of Andy's property, or George's property, ever who you want to call it, the Fields Road property.
No, it wasn't, Fred. That was actually behind the news cameras as Ainsley or one of them was filming and live on air and all that. Right at the end of the field, and you could see it on the news, and it's to the left over towards Beltline and the back end of it was not. Are you okay? What kind of bullshit you trying to put out there? Is it back to the fire bullshit again? Oh, buddy. Y'all been doing so many tricky shits through years. Trying to script, formulate, make people, I don't know. Either way, no. Y'all take the news piece that Fred's seen and the things he knows about, and you look behind the reporter at the very end of Fields and over there at Mount Carmel Church. You look behind him, the fire's to the left of them and the back. Nothing to do with property over there, and I guess Fred wants you to think that law enforcement or fire departments or somebody can go check that out or have eyes on it or know what it was. Or they can go inspect. Right. It was just all over goddamn TV behind a reporter and nobody went to look at that while Summer was missing. Sure, Fred. Keep narrating it up there, puppers.
In between the Hensley property line and the Bernard property line. They went back there to try to see what was going on, but they.
Nope. It's to the left. Behind the news person, it's to the left. Now you gotta wonder if you're fucking with teeth again.
Really say that
When was
like
that?
it was a log pile or something that some loggers was burning or something like that.
Right, so there was.
See, that's the same Hensley that's after Jody about her owner at $1,000 for that camper or whatever.
What the fuck kind of shame I got now? You should that shit up Sage and Ziggy's ass, Fred. They tried that shit too.
Evelyn Hensley.
Okay.
That owned that property at that time.
Selena said he
So
missed.
there's a fire out there?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, because like sorry
no,
for interrupting,
But see, they showed some smoke
like a
on
week
that.
after Summer went missing,
But
so there's a
some.
Oh, so Fred is where they showed it on the news. And that if you're smart there, public, you'll go look for that news piece. And you'll see it's the left side. And Fred and these fucking whore bags are manufacturing it, dropping more fake shit in there, just make. Oh, that's great. And bitch on the rest side, don't make me pull out the pouch again. Don't do it. You ain't gonna like the receipts on this shit. Like I said, Sage and Ziggy and don't try to shit. We ain't doing this.
Yeah, you could
news
see.
crew was showing some. That little fire was back of a yard there off of Bell Road.
Bell Road?
Yeah, as soon as you turn off of Fields Road onto Bell Road. Bell Road's actually.
Blesses. Now there's two fires. I don't know, and if ever somebody was burning brush or whatever over on other properties, that must have been sus too. That's why we've heard about what, burning of evidence or people arrested or pulled in question. Yeah, you've not. So, hey, but if Fred can talk about fires, and you get a bunch of motherfuckers over here talking about fire, weird shit, especially in the core team and Inners. Fires, I don't know. Lord of mercy.
It's a little bitty short road. A lot of people think it goes a long ways back to where it don't. It's a private drive. Bell Road's just, I don't know, 500 feet long or something. And I'm kind of thinking the one that lives there where that fire was, so back corner of his property.
But that's right by the Bernard Fields property. Fields Road.
It's before you get to
Oh,
it. It's the
okay.
opposite direction.
Okay. Okay. So that's probably not. All right.
I mean, people had been talking about that where Ashley Daniels was standing at Mount Carmel Church, and you could.
Who? For all the fucking watching and studying you and Laura did of everything summer, you can't even get Ansley's name right, you dipshit motherfucker. You just call her Ashley. Do you even know Ziggy's real name? I know you didn't know my children's real names or anybody else's, and got your ass calling Frank Frankie, because that's from elders. You're a fucking freak bag, dude.
In the background, the smoke coming up, people was questioning that, but that was just where he always burns trash and stuff at man there. But the big fire was to the right of it.
Did
Did
you go anywhere with law enforcement on the 15th?
And I'm sure law enforcement was totally aware, like I said. And they didn't go check that one out, too. And sure, Fred. Whatever you can make the fuck up or make into something that ain't nothing, get her done, buddy.
15th, the date? Did you go with?
The 16th morning, about all day of the 16th, I was showing them about where I knew that there was a well or.
Who the fuck is we? He said we was showing him. Who the fuck is we? Laura. Why were you showing him whales? You know whales and cisterns, they're different, right, friend? Bless him.
Septic, any house or anything that anybody could have hit or at or anything in the area.
So by this point, they'd fully cleared you, huh? You were there. Go to, guy. All right, Fred. Right along, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Not everybody.
And walked. We walked a lot.
I mean, don't get me wrong, certain ones have a habit of riding you back and forth and you not being gone long enough in certain periods, but I'm just saying, I don't think that's the case around this.
Because some of the places that houses and buildings and stuff, you had to walk to get to.
These people knew Fred, because what people don't understand is, like, Fred is like a quiet to himself person, you know, and so I don't think people ever expected Fred was going to meet this loudmouth Ziggy right here. You know what I mean? That kind of freaking really screwed up a lot of things. Like, or as far as for people with ill intent,
it screwed up a lot of innocent people and witnesses' lives and shit, and targeted the fuck out of them for you to profit on, you fucking whorebag. And for Tiffany, this shit in this whole realm of, quote, true crime and entertainment only, you think's gonna get your ass by with this, you sorry bitch. That's the fuck. I don't think anybody in the world is scared of Fred, and like, ooh, Fred talk. Like, man, let me tell you how predictable Fred is. Fred makes his wares trying to Ben Hill on the rise. And me and Andy both go, oh, here comes Nosy Britches. He's going to try to get the info. And he's looking for an imaginary dog. See how it works, Ziggy? No, you know how I told you, Ziggy, Fred pulled Fred, and Fred does fuck shit, and Fred likes it. You know, I told you that. I think all of us here locally know Fred has a tendency to be a drama whore, and a stir, and a tweaker, and always trying to gather little things, and be all tweaky, and eat them out into the tails of ponds. He's just using your platform and whatever else as a magnifying glass to expand it, much like Candace and Dawn and their love of games. And same shit applies to all of them. They're just using and it's bigger through this realm. What they're known for and what they do and have done for years or their whole lifetimes prior. That's it. I don't know what else to tell you.
I think they did not want me.
It's like Fred and his shit with the other neighbors and with sick. And you know how he told me about that before Summer vanished. He was telling everybody, listen, you know why? Because he was hoping one of the other tweakers would, like, I don't know, probably go kill motherfucker, thinking they're really undercovers and been given new identities and jobs at the post office for daring to turn his ass in and be fed up with this bullshit. Fred was targeting the fuck out of that family in the back long before you and Whitsick. You just gave him a bigger way to do it in front of the world and to target those people who were entirely innocent. That's all you did. That's all you fucking did. And that's all you fucking bitches have done, including Tiffany. That's it. But these are the same gameplay and TES motherfuckers holding the same patterns and behaviors and knowns that all of us here locally know they do. And did long before Summer vanished. It's why they play, quote, so well with you all. Dirty deeds, demons, deals at the crossroads, right, Sicky? Tiffany.
Fred to, because it gave Fred an outlet. Otherwise, because Fred, like I told you, Tiffany, privately, Fred, never wrote an email. He's not
I don't illiterate when it comes to technology.
like that, and so he would have never. He doesn't know how to go live on YouTube and stuff like that, and write an email.
Bitch, an iPad baby could figure that out. Fuck, you know, and you're telling me he's been with you how long? He don't know how to go live? Shut the fuck up, Ziggy. Shut the fuck up.
So it would have never seen the light of day. His, work with law enforcement and
should have stayed that way. Thing is, y'all had that TE and motherfucker doing TE shit immediately somehow.
The things he saw and witnessed. Okay, Fred's taking a little bit of a. He's going to the bathroom real quick, so.
Okay, no, that's fine. He's been talking for 2 hours.
I know he's been drinking too much turtle water or something, Isaac.
I
hope it reaches Tampa. Carry on.
So
Bliss.
I'm trying to. I want to talk to Fred when he comes back about what happened late that night when Don went to the house, because if I recall correctly, Don brought Candace over there too, right?
He didn't know Candace didn't go over there.
She never went up there with. I thought Don brought Candace over there. No,
Don brought the oldest son.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
What the heck?
He brought Josie with him to Fred's. Yeah.
Why do I remember someone?
That night, huh? Bullshit. Nope. You're mixing up shit intentionally, or you just lying? Somebody doing something there.
Yes.
Get shit all fucked up.
I don't know. Probably just some other freaking misinformation. I don't know. Yeah.
Why do I remember someone? Yes.
I don't know. Probably just some other freaking misinformation. I don't know.
Yeah, well, y'all putting out some misinformation on it.
Well, at least like clear up the misinformation anyway, or think maybe my mind.
Never, from my understanding, he hasn't talked to Candace like maybe a couple times and ever. You know, yeah. I'll let him tell it because I'll get it wrong, and that's probably where a lot of the misinformation. You know,
Maybe not. He's always had a hard deck for Candace the other night. Yeah, when he lied and said he didn't know him at all, and then he's like, "Well, actually, me and Dawn were besties." Till about 6 months ago, which coincided with you talking shit and weird shit. And then I think Candace come in between and said Candace did something, and then Candace. I don't know. It didn't seem like Candace much. He thought she got in between his and Dawn's bestie friendship that ended 6 months prior. Weird 6 months you got going there, Fred.
wrong. His memory is insane. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, he seems to have like the memory of an elephant.
Yeah, it was so crazy. Then in his live, he said, "No, he didn't see me, except one time." And then he seen us the next month, and then shit. It's all memory. He's got a great one, guys. Can't you tell?
Some people do. And you know what, too? Like, when things are going on, and especially, like, Fred doesn't really ever make any bones about it. He was handling.
I see what you did there.
Drug.
What are the odds, though, still, of you being on a live stream about a certain property, and then Ziggy and Fred finding bones, and you having a whole event about it, and then Ziggy having a U-Haul about it, and you do have a habit of being on live for long periods as things just go down that fit. It's just coincidence, right, Tim?
Actions and such. When you're moving around through life like that, you do clock everything. You're not gonna miss certain details. You're kind of like,
that's what the cameras were for. That's what the cameras were for. I mean, and he's told everybody that. That's why he put those cameras up, because it was to watch for law enforcement, you know, because of him selling drugs. Like, and at this point, what's it matter? Like, telling the truth, you know? I mean, he's been clean for going on 2.5 years.
So wouldn't it stand to reason he'd have a problem with other people's cameras and systems that could catch his traffic coming and going, and then prove to law enforcement what other neighbors telling him were saying was true? Maybe why he had people waiting in all the blind zones, huh? Or that he thought existed anyway.
I think it is, or something. Anyways, a while now. Yeah, 2.5 years to
I'm noticing comments in the chat. Like, I really have to say, I think Ziggy's done a really good job of letting Fred speak. He's been able to speak freely, like, without any interruption. I think that she's doing a great job. Like, Ziggy likes to talk a lot, and she does like to, like, add, like, oh, remember this, because she doesn't want him to.
I gotta tell you, certain people, say anything about Fred the first few days. Oh, please God, no. around the mention of Fred's name or anything. Yeah, he was definitely their goat.
Things, but I actually think she's probably had more self-control in letting Fred speak than I've ever heard before. So like give her some credit, guys. Like
yeah.
Alright, 6 up, even though I ain't no fan of yours either. I'll allow it, because it's true. 6 up makes a good point tonight in here. Fred did email and chirp from jail. He did it with Ryan. He did it with all the psychics getting him ready for, oh shit, it's Ryan. Shut up. They got caught in his pay real close attention during the barrel turn of events where Fred lied about it being wooden barrels to catch water on the property. That didn't exist. Yeah. And I'm sure those weren't searched. Well, my videos show that helicopters, search crews up on top of the hill at 120. I'm sure they didn't even look down in those guys. And they weren't wooden. And stop running. But anyway, 6 up has a point. Fred could email and chirp and fucking fairy tale shit up after Ziggy got his ass beaten there and she was supposed to not be contacting him and got him in trouble and moved a seal and the whole cell's pissed because all their shit was being taken because this group hunted down who I was in there, was trying to get info back and forth, even around Ziggy being cut off. I believe they've done that recently again, though, around certain characters. Can't imagine who. Sometimes you just let them be the best evidence against themselves. Anyway. He could chirp and email and shit from jail. It's okay, we know what that's about. And it's a buffer excuse for why Ziggy has to email all the elite foremen. The truth is, they know that if Ziggy lies to law enforcement and feds, that's one thing. She can always be like, my husband, well, I got it wrong. Oops, I misquoted. And Fred ain't gonna face no charges for lying to law enforcement or misusing them or tampering with them or considering some case. So be Ziggy's just a dip. Oops. And so it'll be that. Wild though, right? He can text, he can comment in chats, what he can't write an email, and then Ziggy just push send even if he doesn't know how to get Yahoo or Google or anything. Or that way it's straight from him to detectives or the FBI. No. Because then Fred might be guilty of crimes. Like lying to goddamn law enforcement himself. And misleading him himself. And tampering with Summer's case himself. Well, not himself, obviously, but with a giant crew. Either way, y'all get it yet? I hope so. I do hope so. The fuck else is in this bullshit? I know that here in a minute is one of the 3 points I originally was going to hit. I know it's somewhere in here. But the rest of this has been fun, so I was like, fuck it. Let's listen to all this shit, I guess. So, thanks for hanging out, you guys. I didn't know it would be this great. Fantastic. Love it. Carry on.
He's telling me too. Yeah, Fred's over here too. Like,
hey, 6 up. How'd court go with Ziggy? Was it all you expected and hoped it would be? I just have to ask. Not really any updates on it. I'm sure that bitch has. I've seen she went live a few times. I'm just wondering, was this like, why I know I see you both, was it lying on the level that Lip slid to courts and said she had the key and information, and then she hadn't heard him, but she had, and that sort of goes with me having recordings of that bitch saying she had not indeed turned it in, but she would get to it. it was held by somebody else in a camera or something. But like Crystal's bullshittery every now and then. Anyway, is it on that level of lips bullshittery, or what's Ziggy get up to? I just want to know. Did you by chance happen to show the court? You know, Ziggy's actually the one who goes around mad doxing the shit out of folks, stalking them, going real life on them, trying to get people murdered. So, even though you two demons are fighting, and y'all, but like, did you show that she's a goddamn demon who does that shit, and then she dares complain that it might be being done there at baby ass levels? I'm curious. Because if you didn't, I can. You want me to? I've seen enough so she's exactly what she proclaims you are. And what you doing to her, and how her and Fred are going about doing this systematically for years to many. I mean, fuck, look at this live stream. Yeah, pieces of brew just this one, then kind of bullshittery and laws and damn terrorist activities are happening over here. Years of this shit. Why do you get to go to court and you gotta hold off? It's not fair. Really happened. I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm sure it did. And one recent live, they said he cannot email. 20 minutes later, she tells him to email me that screenshot. I played it. It's almost like she has Fred working as head mod, ain't it? Yeah, them fucking Trojans and shit that watch everything and feed it back to you and up your butthole so you can clip and play it types. I mean, hell, though, Fred and Laura have been doing that since Summer Vanished, so, you know. It's the extent, maybe you should concentrate, like, and I'm not saying you should, but that moment even Ziggy was surprised that Fred admitted to the psychic bands having it, and he literally pinpointed the psychic group, one of them's most likely, that they had asked him to start going on other people's properties, trespassing, all that shit in the first few days, getting info. Remember that? Might be something to concentrate on. Yes. Yeah, it's called obstruction and submitting false tips to. But if you have somebody else do it, right? Is that the name of the game around here? Like her in that white vehicle doxing that then made people correct her and then attempt to dox the right vehicle repeatedly with crystal knives. Getting this year 6. Buffer system shit. It's a known tactic around here, ain't it? To make it unsafe for anyone just trying to live their lives. You weren't in attendance. Where? In court? You didn't go to court? The fuck not? Don't they immediately fund you whatever if you don't show up? What the hell? As mad as y'all are, DJ, I think I would have shown up and needed a whole steel toe boot up her ass. 6. You had the opportunity to do that. You didn't go. What the hell, 6? Alright.
Don't want me to interrupt because it gets him confused too. So
Yeah.
I want to make it easier, and I want
You mean it gets him off script? Did you hear that shit earlier where she made Fred script in a whole spot and all that? And she was like, yeah, you're forgetting. And Tim was playing that shit too, trying to target my cat again. There's something wrong with these bitches, ain't there? Always has been, huh, 6?
come natural from him, and I do have because I don't. I you know, my mind. I know this. I've heard these over and over and over. I've lived it here with Fred for the last couple years, and
Ain't true enough, but it didn't matter where you were, you had to come to those things. I mean, they did indeed try to. Well, that was a long. You know what? I don't know. Oh wait, can't remember which state you're in. If you're in the one that's Commonwealth, right? If you're in the other, no. Therefore, a state that's not may not have. Am I onto something, 6? I don't care. I can't believe you had a chance to steel toe boot her ass. As mad as you are at her, you didn't take it. First thing that could happen was like fucking lay an order on you anyway. Come on. Oh, so you're no. Couldn't remember if it was there, Kentucky. Right now. Are you resume language in me, 6? Just Bridgeway. Don't tell her that. Her and Fred will get on her and be like, look at 6. Her and Jody Sue are coating. Jody Sue's using her platform with 6 to do stuff to me and Fred. Even though it's quite clear I don't like you either. So. Be all about them call outs. At least I'm honest about it. It's all of you. Always have been. I'll talk to you if the mood suits, but I think we all know how it works, right? I've been pretty honest about that. I might have a conversation here now. Might not, but that don't mean I like any of y'all. Obviously. And they goddamn wait for it. Other than that, she's gonna be having a full fucking U-Haul at her ass. 6 and Jody Sue were plotting on mine and Fred's demise. They were calling us lies. I want to know though, 6, did you just hear this motherfucker from 4 months ago here say that Andy and I were on Fields Road early in the morning of the 15th, but then stand there and say, no, he only seen me once that day as he passed by after they, quote, broke the road up for him, which we all know is bullshit. Man. And then he said no, it was the 17th, but no, the 15th. He come back, but he only seen me once that night. But yeah, now Fred's seen me and Andy together on Fields, I guess, on the 15th, the morning. You know, that's wild. How many goddamn places? Like, holy shit. You'd almost think he was goddamn coleslaw. It was all up Monster's ass, being like, what you old lady and you kids doing? Can I have 40 friends skeezing? Can I skis until my profile keeps showing up on your ladies and y'all bedding naked together? And she's like, who this? It's new on my profile. Oh, man, when he calls a little bit, and he freaks out. I don't know. Well, she's making posts like, you've been around a man that seems like he don't want nothing to do with you. Yeah. Getting jobs right beside him to keep eyes on him. I wonder if she liked those snacks that brought him all the time. Her laying in the car. That's great. I love it. They're all weird like that. Them types of bitches. I don't know. All I'm saying is Fred's like her. Like them. Like those. Like, he's versing Jenny and Adrian. He was under everybody's beds. In the forests and the trees like a whispering. Like, I don't know. But there's already receipts out there to prove that, obviously, Andy and I were not together that morning, nor on Fields Road on the morning of the 15th. So I hate the things that already existed eons ago that already break Fred and all this group's bullshit down. Nobody ever wants to talk. And make all this bullshit they've scripted up around Andy and I and our children absolutely horseshit. About like fake screen tests and everything else. I just love it. Somebody's gonna do something about this. Maybe go back and find the piece where I played it, in one of my lives where Ziggy flat out, very early on upon meeting Fred, immediately says he's a goddamn liar. Combine it with the text she was sitting going, yeah, there's something wrong with that dude. But if she ever caught Fred lying, shit, I don't know. I don't know. Make him lie more. With a karate chop to the rib cage with Tiffany Murray. Get back on script, bitch! Mention Jody Sue again, motherfucker. You forgot the whole thing. Like that spot. Because Summer was there once. You seen it in a picture, remember? Like you're targeting Jody Sue's kid because the picture once that ain't even a kid. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ. So much. People buy this shit, though. It's a problem. Yeah, 6. Yes, we've known this for eons. And he learned by the creepy best, creeping around places. Doing weird fuck shit, too, through the decades in the woods. True story. Next time you're cahooting or talking to Monster, ask. Who Fred probably learned the recording near homes and teeing around woods and all that from peeping in places, maybe. It's hard to tell him. He is a creep, though. Or maybe he just took the stories from those monsters and made them his own. Hard to tell him. He does take and wrap up a tree story that's separate at different times and different things, and eventually uses it as an excuse on why he was on Dawn and Candace's peeping through windows the boys. Which shows you when he names only the boys how early on that must have been. How many years? Probably before we even had contact with Candace and Dawn. Because we were there for quite a while with them, so I wanted there no real contact. They're very quiet. Ish. I don't know which story you're talking about, Six. I know that when I eventually started listening to Fred, because I didn't find listening, I just don't listen to the others. I know that when I eventually became aware of what Fred and Ziggy had been up to, and had a little bit of time other than hitting the ground running and putting all the tragedy pimp shit together, and I actually listened to some Fred, and I heard him say something in some of the first recordings to Ziggy about how I'd accused him of rape or something. And Ziggy was like, no, she ain't, buddy. She's never done that. I've never heard her say that. And then Fred goes, oh, well, I thought she might. That shocked the fuck out of me, Six. And I'd love to tell you that I can tell you that some of the best friends in my life that I've been around longer than I was even around Monster were present with me that night. And all of us knew something was wrong. Okay? At a particular place. And, she wasn't right, really. It wasn't right. But, obviously, to Monster. When they owned them a little blurry. Like that. I remember being in the back of it, puking in the parking lot out front of the officer. But you'd have to ask Monster if his burnt ass brain, or if I was in his purview enough, which I assume I was at the time, because he was all at my house, following me around, because he, I did allow him to come to the barn thing, and I had a problem with him looking at other things. So he would come to whatever sometimes, but up to where I worked, which obviously not either of the wrong pink ponies that they got here, but anyway, so Monster was straight up my ass at these times. Very much always kept an eye on my comings and goings, whatnots. But you'd have to ask Monster what he remembers from that night. Because it's one of the very few times in my life that I don't remember much of. And I would have never thought anything of if it had not been for Fred saying that. So I don't know. You'd have to ask Monster. I just remember, like my friends do, if something went right and somebody volunteered to take me home, because everybody just got in there. I had like my first drink, maybe two, and they came in clear small cups. I didn't have to do it, especially then. And I'm not a barfer. Well, I don't know about these days. I couldn't tell you, don't drink. But back then I was young. I'm not a barfer. Anybody around here will tell you that. So, anyway. I don't know, I just remember before I got into that parking lot, I was barfing out the back seat of the car, So I don't know. I really do not know. Six. And that's God's honest. Hell, something they got on. Honestly, I mean, and see, that day when I heard that, it was such a shock to me, dude. And it definitely had a play on me physically and my heart, blood pressure, And then right behind it, and I was on a live stream, obviously going over that, and I was like, "What the fuck did he say?" And then I, um, I got a call from someone very important, and I so excited to hear from and so the shift in blood pressure stuff, and I stood up to walk away and to go talk to them, and it did indeed cause an accident where I passed out, went out my head, and led to the blood clot in my leg, which you can still fucking see where the pattern is. And I can tell you very recently, with the past few days, it's even been still identified as such in the markings of. So yeah, Fred and his dumb shit with Ziggy caused that for sure. Because, head injuries, people with certain blood disorders, etc., and then clotting, and then I happened to be in a live stream and had to get off because of the extreme pain when that blood clot hit and then ruptured. All the things are there with proof. That's the physical and fucked up effects they can have of their bullshittery together with absolute proof behind it. And they're responsible for that type of terror on people's lives. You know what it's like wondering why nails some motherfuckers like, oh shit, excuse me, what? I did not. What the hell? Why would you say that? And it's his tone. It was his tone. Six. This is a dude I've known since we were kids. Before he was that super twink meth monkey bullshit. Full on TE, schizophrenic, meth monkey, fox, is these days. It's a tone. He's like, oh, well, I thought you, like, I don't know, it's a tone. It's what spiked my blood pressure today, and then him seeming to expect it, like, I don't know, 6. But I'd never said or anything like that about Fred. I would have never said anything like that about Fred, and I'll still not say it, because I don't know why in the fuck he would say or expect me to say it. But all I can tell you is to talk to Monster. And I can tell you that even in those days that young, I never, ever, ever came home in front of our little one, intoxicated in any way. So for me to have to be brought home in any condition that was anything to sober, that should tell you how not okay things were. And that it happened within 1 or 2 drinks. I don't know. But then again, it's Fred that obviously you have to go, what the fuck would he say that for? Otherwise, I would have never thought it. In all these years, I just thought a bad night, a bad this, somebody did something, but, I thought I was okay. I thought I was taken home okay. I thought I was. And I think before I heard that, I was like, you remember 6? Go back and look for it in the earliest pieces. I was like, yeah, Fred and Debbie, hell, he took me home one night from the bar. And I always thought Fred had actually helped me out. So obviously I wasn't speaking bad about him. But I hear him talk to Ziggy, and he swears I've said something about rape. And I never said any such thing. And even she told him she's never said shit like that. And he's like, oh, and then the tones of that just. Otherwise, the thoughts wouldn't even be in my head. But yeah, you'd have to talk to Monster about that one. I hope he remembers some shit somewhere, I guess. I don't know, 6. I'd love to tell you it's first time longer, but obviously, until, I mean, like, you know, I've been a survivor of many things, some more than a few times. A fighter of them. Some have left me for dead. Others have tried to kill me. I just won't goddamn die. Monster can't do it, others can't do it. You know? But I was taught by some of the best heroes in my life. Even the worst monsters can't take anything from you if you don't give it. They can touch your body, your soul. They can rip an arm or a leg off. But they can't take what matters from you or break you here or here unless you allow it. And that's what they're after, is the power to break this and this and the power over you. So I'll be goddamned if anybody's getting that. You know? You can only touch my body. You can't touch the rest. You can try. I mean, goddamn, look at all the thousands of tragedy films I've tried, but, you know, granted, that's a little different, but same. So it's just built to withstand, I guess, right? And everybody deals with things differently, but that'll always be my advice to any survivor or fighter of anything. Or, I wouldn't say advice, but a thing that I hope others can take from, which is no monster can take anything from you, not your power. They can't hold anything over you. They can't break you or decimate you for the rest of your life unless you allow it. They can touch your body, your skin, your physical. Don't allow them to take the rest from you. And the thing is, worse, they take your life, and then they pay for that. Staying firm. Down on your feet. That's situation-wise. I mean, like, don't die if you ain't got it. But if you know that's coming. Be brave and take pleasure in knowing that real heroes will hunt them down to the ends of the earth. And they'll be in cages where they belong, or in death chambers for it. Where others will indeed take from them and break them. So, yeah, monsters don't like being caged very much. They're caught, they're held accountable. Truth and justice always catch up, though. At least most of the time. Anyway, 706. Ask a monster. Maybe you'll remember it. Maybe you'll give a shit. I don't know. Judging by why they gotta hold his hand to you, I doubt it. Right? I don't know. And I don't trust him much these days not to make up his own bullshit either. He does that a lot. As I've clearly caught him in, and so is the world too, so, you know. I came with the no, it was one incident when he tried to cobble together all four. Or nobody, they hate me, and they're like, yeah, she probably him first, and his beer, and blah, blah, and can't blame me for beating Jody Sue. Let me sell this shirt and merch and share TE and all that, right? And all that. But nobody yet can give me an explanation why he laid hands on our children and hurt them, or why he mentally and emotionally abused them. I'm still waiting for an excuse for the world to keep going on. It's okay. He's not what he's made out to be, but yet he admits doing that shit clearly, and doesn't say boo about it when, for like a million text messages and audio and video things that the world's not seen, admits to it. But messages and shit from him that clearly the world has seen, where he admits to all that. Bad enough. I mean, I'm still waiting for the world to explain what the children did to deserve any of that. His abuse. These children that Tiffany Marie and others continue to target, attack, or claw into a tragedy, pimps, trigger, break down family units, and try to separate all that. To get them targeted, even maybe killed like Ziggy and Fred have attempted doing around certain children. And like they're doing again with this bullshit, make certain people look certain ways that can get them really killed if people really believe that shit of them. All these babies have been here, who've all survived enough monsters, don't you guys think? That you all can't leave alone. Let fly and break chains and be free. Who did nothing wrong. And you're destroying their goddamn lives. And they've forever changed. I think they've all survived enough. Too many monsters on that cursed ass road. And y'all can't stop being more monsters in their lives to them and targeting them like TM there for years. Just non-stop. I'll lift off of this pool bullshit again. Everything else. Six. I know most people think I'm in chaos. Or I'm whatever. I've been built to withstand hurricanes and find peace even as they're hitting it Cat 5s. You gotta find the little things every day and smile. One day I will find my full freedom from this area, all the monsters, all the bullshit. I will live the life I seek in the way I want, hopefully. With those I love most. But I will always continue to fight for change until I see it occurring and laws made. These motherfuckers holding accountability pancakes 6. And I see change. And I know change is coming. And right now people think Upchurch can be reached, but they ain't touchable for all the same or worse fuck shit. Or with him. I got news. Uh-oh. You know? Yes, 6. She isn't a thing. She is not. But the most, she's no more than a flat image, a team, a sport, profit machine, something to fight over. Think this shit right here is entertainment. Thinking going this extreme on everybody that knows her and was around her life in the community is somehow justified by a bunch of random nobodies who don't know any of us, did not know Summer, just because they want to profit off it. And none of them have the right to profit off of Summer or any of us. Or to have ever hunted us down or tried to draw us in on multiple, you know, platforms combined or trigger bitches in to protect our own children or protect ourselves or think we were speaking to people who actually gave a shit about her. And we didn't know. So that was not the case. Yeah. You've only met one person who knew Summer. Figured you'd met more than that. It's weird. I guess because I'm thinking of it like, those you talk to in bills or hang around with everybody there versus who you've actually come into contact with locally. Okay. Summer is a beautiful soul. And I think she very much could see monsters. Which is why I don't understand how one possibly got so near on the 15th. I'm aware 6, a lot of people did not. I even was unaware of how many very close to all of us didn't even know she existed. That was wild to find out on the 15th and forward. Seems like after a certain age, she wasn't really allowed to be seen either, weirdly enough. It also, like I was allowed to babysit her and things and all that. And then at a certain age, that stopped too. But the boys were still allowed over to at 125. Like when I'd pick them up from the bus stop or came to somebody run late or when Summer was in the hospital and the boys needed to be watched or anything like that, they were allowed to, Been not Summer, but I can understand, going, your little girl going places, man, I can get that. People are more sensitive about feeling. I mean, no, I was obviously, but, I was pretty protective over both mine. I still am. Always taught them the same things, which is, hey, somebody's doing this, that, the other, no means no. Here's the education of the birds and the bees, that way you have full understanding, you use the right language, all these things. And taught them both the same lessons, it was very equal in that way. So, and I worried about it, like, even, you know, like, overnight stays with friends and shit, you know. So, it's like, your children are your children, man. You know? And you never know in today's world. I don't know. You mean a pretty active portion of the family in between the hours Dawn was going to work, I think is what you mean. Or trips that were actually run-offs and run away from and not actually what they're made out to be. You mean a lot of visiting areas for 5 minutes to pick up, but where a picture's taken and it looks happy. You can take all kinds of pictures, 6. Pictures can be deceiving. And I don't care what anybody thinks. I'll never say Candace and Dawn or whatever are guilty of anything. Whether they're responsible for some vanishing on the 15th, though Candace and Candace Sr. most certainly were the adults on top of the hill that day. But I will tell you, in my opinion, Mr. Rapey, Molesty, Incestuous, some other, and with his penchant for language and shit, he's one sick motherfucker and deserves to be on a list, and he is dangerous to the community and any children and women. And from what I've seen over the years and can piece together and hold receipts on, they both are predators, and they do often do that in a team, and they fuck around people, including that core having around. So, I don't know. I know, in my opinion, neither need to be breathing free air. And that's all beside whatever happened on the 15th. So, just how I felt about it. So, they ain't good folks, they ain't good people, and they are very dangerous to other individuals and their children. Couples, grandmamas, grandbabies, all people's everything's, you know. God. Is Fred in here, Di? Her 6 has been like, fuck you, Fred. Oh, okay, so you're just saying hi to him in the bushes. So I'll be coming here dropping some profoundness on me again. He does that. Can't wait for him and Z to leave comments in the back and then delete them at the 0-second mark and then say I deleted them again. Get caught at that stupid shit again, too. I swear they ain't stalking me. Or he ain't. But she somehow knows where he turned around and did the shit at, though nobody told her. And puts it back to the same location she used while stalking me. It's wild what those two fuck ups do. I think he blocks and then blocks me at fucking will leave comments. Hell, at this point, I may have him fucking blocked. I don't know. I blocked so many motherfuckers on this. Can't remember if I blocked Fred. I try not to block the mains on the others. But like Monster, I know what a point at it. I don't know. He got weird shit. It's always weird shit around here. No, not Fred. He'd never be creeping around bushes. And then going back onto Ben Hill from the bottom of the truck. He'd never. What are you talking about? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna get some more ice real quick and put my charger on this other one so we can continue this. 6, you don't stay for the next 5-6 minutes. You're more welcome to keep your other demon stuff here and call out anything you see or pick out that I don't. What's up, Karen? How's it going? Hey, Karen. Y'all remember that time I was asking earlier? Remember that time Fred swore he'd trespassed on what is essentially Dobbs' property and put up a camera pointed directly at Donna Candace's driveway to watch deer? You remember that? What happened to that camera? Why is he not mentioning it anymore? Like, did y'all steal that too? Is that why he can't produce it either? Why he wants it forgotten, him and Ziggy? Have you ever known Fred to put up cameras because he's such a nature lover? He just watches everybody's deer. I imagine that Fred lives in a universe in which the deer only appear at the front of Ben Hill, but not the back. Did you know there are no critters to watch in the back? He had to put cameras and trespass on other people's to put up cameras to watch nature. You know, like, what the fuck? Who's can't? He's wild though, ain't he? The fuck is his problem? Hey Karen, do you ever recall if he hung out with Simpson or not? When he was young, and he had a grasshopper status. And I'm just wondering if I'd rather say it's so. And then at certain points, obviously not knee high to a grasshopper. Or is he just taking on the stories of certain folks and making them his own weird, creepy shit? Karen? You know, when everybody shoot like a rabid dog that they're all told to shoot and leave in ditches. And the professionals would take care of it in their own sweet ass time. But somehow kept being a full pet cemetery situation with that motherfucker. That one, Karen. Yeah, not that one. Anyway, I'll be right back. Anyway, no, Karen. If you recall, I believe it was one of yours. Technically, all of ours, are in different degrees, right? But one of yours, it's very close that shot it in the head and kicked it over in a ditch line on behalf of all the victims, because, like, is normal crimes against women and children, at least beyond beating the shit out of them, is not really allowed in the creek-ish. Right, Karen? But then that motherfucker got up, kept getting up. Goddamn Pet Cemetery. Legend does it. Just walked out of the distance like it was there 1 minute and not like the next day. But it was definitely one year that put a bullet in its head and then it just got up from it. But because it dared to do all the wrong things to other people. That one, Karen. Wasn't the only one though. Somebody's just went, it's probably been done the only. It's a place you don't do certain shit to women and children. Which is why none of this shit makes sense. Just don't. And I can't tell you, I mean, women's properties feature bullet holes. Weird shit like historical markers over particular sons of bitches. Monsters. Cursed indeed. Anyway, I'll carry on.
And then, before that, I was on YouTube talking about it. So it's been my life forever, and I've heard these over. I just don't want him to forget something, but at the same time, when I do that,
It's weird hearing some fucking weird bag bitch who say Summer's alive. Oh, okay. Or she's put out all the bullshit and there hasn't been a dirty cog in the wheel for the distraction and fucking up of everything around Summer. Right, Ziggy? What you mean is she's how you live. Because you were only a waitress one time for 3 minutes. Before that, you just did green card marriages for money, probably some dope deals, and then some gay for play shit with unicorn strip club guy. That's about it, ain't it? As far as work history goes, that one.
it gives people an excuse to be like, oh, well, Ziggy is leading them. Yeah. And I'm not trying to lead. I'm just trying to make sure you guys know everything.
That, hey, Fred, Jody Sue, just like you did in the interview on Ben Hill with, Whitsick. So it's different. Bitch, you've been leading. And look at you and TM both go. You want to get back to my thing. You want to get back to Jody Sue. Am I the only motherfucker young thing try to get back to him? Or back at? Or try to silence or oppress? Or make afraid or get killed or whatever the fuck it takes, right? I guess. Sure, that's helpful.
I feel
no, I think you're doing fine. I really do.
It's really important. I've always felt like his information.
I've never heard you actually take a back seat so much when Fred's talking, so I have to give you credit for that.
Oh no. She was pretty goddamn quiet while both groups allowed Andy to question him. While everybody had notepads. And then bazingaed him with the, hey Fred, did your phone get taken? She was pretty quiet, as told to be, and allowed that to take place. I feel like Fred's a book deal in the wings. And she's really gonna pull out the, oh my god, he fooled and tricked me. I married a monster. After they've made him look guilty of sin, look at her. She was expecting, obviously, Fred to be scripted into the bad guy and Andy into the good guy and something. And then the team calmed her down. And she came out and apologized for fooling you all.
Because anybody who knows Ziggy knows that she'll be like, wait, remember this, remember that, what about this, what about this, what about this? And she's not doing that today. So like, I don't know. I don't want to do that to her. I don't think it's right because
yes, she is. She's been doing that this whole time. And y'all been like, Fred, Judy Sue. Fred, Judy Sue's kid. Fred. Like shit.
actually is letting Fred speak. Like she is letting him.
Oh yeah. Oh, they love to do that. That's what they love to do is to be like, let Fred speak. Like that's their favorite thing to say.
Oh man, I have yet to see any of the others, any of them, come online without hand holders and cleansed rooms and chats, mods on Full Tail Boogie Mod, right? And without, I mean, they'll say a little bit of this there, but it's mostly the tragedy pimps talking for them or telling what it is, you know. And every now and then they'll be, but I've yet to see one of the other motherfuckers come in, like, on panels and shit without somebody writing with them. Really, or talking without someone else, you know, present. I don't know. Not any of them. Can anybody name one? I mean, even in Monsters, like, you had the whole team there making sure everything stayed this way it's supposed to look in chat. Telling him, get out here, this there, warnings are flying, or text messages, and people holding hands, and Scott and Co. doing the thing, and Pipers, and everybody else's lean-ons, etc., you know? Allie is there, Hunter, the rest. Candace and Dawn. Fred. Jose. When do they get to speak for themselves without being directed? Cleansed, hands held, reminded of, fancied up for, asked to add on. I mean, when? Or when are they brave enough to? But whatever.
Yeah.
So
damn sure not Marlena.
can you elaborate? Is he back?
Yep.
Oh,
He's
yes.
back now.
Can you elaborate on the fire just one more time? Like, I want to, because I feel like this part is so important. Will you talk about it once more? While you do that, I'm just going to run outside for a smoke really
Are you
quick.
talking about when Dawn came back or came down and what
No,
Dawn
the
was
week
saying?
after. So, like, the week after Summer disappeared, there was a fire, the one he was just talking about. I wanted to.
Oh, the fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A week after, when the command post and all that aircraft and search crews were in the area right across from. Yeah, Tiffany, it must be a thing. Okay. We y'all trying to do this new Summer's birthday and this fire thing. Y'all do have a habit. Especially since Jenny and Adrian hooked to her camper and set you on fire ship. Y'all do have a habit.
There's a fire on Fields Road property. It was on the borderline of Menard property and the Hensley property. And the law enforcement allowed they went back there and looked and stuff, but they allowed that.
Did you call them and ask how you checking that fire out where the news cameras and shit are? And where the FBI command post and all your air and helicopter, all that shit is? Like, search crews? Are you checking it out? And they were like, yeah, man. They allowed. What the hell's wrong with your brother, Karen? I know certain shit kicks in, especially after age 24. It definitely happened for your brother. But beyond that, what the fuck is wrong with him? I mean, I know all of you are skilled at what you do, but the fuck is wrong with your brother? She had a crush on him on day one? Really? Could have fooled me while she was wearing Jim's blanket but hitting on rap or in the Airbnb with people who stood her up. And who the fuck takes her? I don't want to bring her kid into it. Who the fuck takes her kid to go bang a dude that the internet's paid for the Airbnb? It's no wonder that dude didn't show up. I wouldn't have either. That's weird. What was that? Can't remember which one it was. But yeah, when she thought old Freddy was locked up, couldn't see nothing. She was damn sure. Look, I got Jason. Oh no. Jim! Oh yeah, that was it. She had Jim's blanket on that somebody made her rocking back and forth in her recliner while being like, oh, Rap's here. Away you go, Jim. Yeah. But Frozen Jelly can't see anything. He definitely couldn't see her on K's. You're like, well, Fred definitely lies about a few things. He couldn't see that though, Wallace. She had a crush on him from day one. You mean day one when, or whatever day it was, I held up the seats the other day, like, where she's saying, yeah, he's definitely one fucked up character, or when she was calling him a liar, or... Does Fred forget she actually called to turn him in for shit after the bonus thing? Because Tiffany's like, you need to call that in, the drug stuff. And she turned Fred in her pot and then her buddy, whatever, didn't threaten me. I don't know. It's all a big line of shit, ain't it? And he must have been so into her. I mean, she couldn't stop complaining about how all she ever got to talk to was Lori and handed the phone to her. Until, of course, they set her by him and got him separated, and she wedged him. But the tragedy pimps kept him isolated, right? Took control and rode his dick off of Ben Hill like she did that poor dog. My poor grandpuppy, goddammit. Fuck yes, she isolated him. They set that shit up they wouldn't do for Laura, put money on the books, confuse the shit is, paid her for this, paid the hell out of some shit for Fredo and all the people in this, yeah. And then they definitely isolated, and then took over from there, man. Sure as fuck did, but until then, Fred wouldn't even really speak to Ziggy. Because he always handed the phone to Laura to deal with Ziggy's stupid ass. Ain't that weird? Until Nesbitt came into play threatening everybody. Hey, I know you two with warrants, but if you cooperate with us, we'll make this go bye-bye, we'll do whatever. But if you don't... But then something happened, and they did, and then Fred goes to jail, and then Tiffany has him calling the drug use of Fred, and the pot for sure, and... Oh, damn. But yeah, let's just not forget that. She had such a crush on him. I don't know about you ladies. I just have a crush on all the people I call freak, or there's something wrong with that guy like Ziggy did, and Myers did it. Well, I don't know, that's exactly Ziggy's type. Probably even in real life, those that'll help her pull cons, scams, tee the fuck out of shit. Actually, yeah, green card shit and unicorn club apply here. And I can't even believe she was stealing money off strippers like her hero MGL too. She was standing in line pretending to be a stripper so she'd get handed $100 bills too in the unicorn club. MGL just straight yanked it out of the bitch's garter. But, and then told police that they could have her son in exchange for her freedom. That was wild. Wow. Those bitches do anything to drain the well dry, won't they?
Augers had was burning a log pile, so I don't know really whatever come of that or whatever.
Well, we don't even know what happened with that. I mean, what happened? What came of the Warriors Path fire?
Oh God. Y'all really did that again. Is that what you were trying to do, TM, Ziggy? Fuck, go get Holler Girl. She over somewhere, and the rest of the core crew lives up there. Stupid shit kept me around. All of us were even unaware of. And I don't know, y'all pissed off so many pyros, honestly, like toaster and shit. Wildly enough to hear tell one of y'all were actually blaming that one first. I'm just saying. Keep trying, homie. I don't know, Fred, you're one of them. Call and see if he'll tell you what happened to that. And I'll give you all that shit's weird. Not before. I don't know, could it have created drama? Could y'all sent somebody do that? To create high seas drama to add to a narrative or attempted setting up or anything like that. Other individuals leading up to a summer's event. I don't know, considering the other fuck shit you people get up to. There's possibilities, man. There is. I've watched y'all do enough shit of yours. Let's six up care about old ladies of 20, 30 plus years. She's like Coleslaw Jr. Bitches are desperate. They think they're gonna get land that don't actually belong to nobody. They're gonna get cars that don't actually belong to they gonna get all the dog. They getting all the things. Oh dear, I don't know. Turns out, don't know motherfuckers a monster. Choose a monster. Help them do monster shit, won't they? And they all think they're gonna get some, which in Ziggy's case is Now, she's made far more than other coleslaws already, but same applies. And I always find it funny that coleslaw was really leaning in heavy after Summer finished. Probably because she thought she'd make a mint or a buck or something too. That's a hell of a time to lay in harder, wasn't it? Make that motherfucker know they're on our mouth. Couldn't wait a bit, bitch. I don't know. But I find it weird. How you gonna know motherfuckers a monster and pick them? I know the rest of us survive monsters. If we knew these motherfuckers were monsters when we got it, like, we wouldn't have gotten with them. Some of these bitches are altering their text, measure their lives. They know what they are, and they pick them anyway. For objects, or money, or property, or what they think, and they're just gonna write it out. You don't realize all the cars and all the things were bought or belong to all the bitches, or all the jewelry, or even the underwear and socks, or all the body sprays and jewelry and DVDs and things like that, eh? Weirdo. Or how all these other bitches are the ones that held shit down. Or were they actually, ones that kept some of these son of bitches semi under control? Whatever. But you gotta think it's tragic. These bitches picked monsters knowing they're monsters. Let me look at some of the fucker's messenger or whatever he's clearly abusing in line. Just all the undergoing cancer work out, or clearly has a past or admittance to every day beating on women, children, emotionless, all that. I'm not gonna pick that dude. I don't give a fuck if he paid me, but apparently some people especially got in a hot hurry to do that for some revenge to see. I don't know, 6. Didn't they say he went to the family Thanksgiving that one year or something? No, it's last year. I don't think he went, but didn't she say he went that one Thanksgiving or Christmas or something? Maybe they do know and he's just not allowed back after they start figuring out what he was after the world started being, that fuckface is a liar. And his history came out real good. Maybe he tried to steal all their good china and silver. He's not allowed back.
I think Tiffany may have gone outside to smoke. I don't know. Let's see. What else?
You don't know where she went. She just vanished. She didn't even tell you she was doing anything. She just walked away. No. She's probably taking calls or messages in the background. Like, wanting things or asking things or whatever, making things go certain ways with this around you, Fred.
Well, she was wondering she was asking me about,
Just like, thank God her moto didn't go off.
While you were gone, about if Don brought Candace down there to talk the night of the 15th. Like, some people are under the impression that Candace was with Don when he went down there.
No, Don was always by himself.
Oh, by himself? He didn't have anybody.
Wait. What do you mean always? You sure about that? Huh? You said opposite before. 6, am I wrong here? I'm not wrong. Did Fred forget? But he just said Don always came by himself. Well, there's a piece or three there, Fred, that you've said that say you're a liar about Don always came by himself. But that night, he damn sure didn't have Candace or the boys with him. So, never.
What, when he come to the house?
Yeah.
He had his son with him a couple times.
Oh,
A few
okay.
times, the oldest son.
So, wait a minute. Don didn't always come to the house by himself. Shit. Well, then why a second ago did you say Don always came by himself? And everybody go, well, no, the boys on it. See, this is a shit.
And he always acts scared to death.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Was the 15th in particular, not just any day.
The 15th.
He didn't bring him down the 15th. It was just Don by himself, or
he was gone by himself.
oh, I thought that the son was with them. When did he didn't bring him down there at all? That 15th?
No, not on the 15th. He did the 16th.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking the 16th.
Because he wouldn't look up or nothing. He just sit there and stare at the ground. Don always he'd stand right beside of Don and just stare at the ground. He wouldn't even look up at you or nothing. And eventually, though, he did take in, walk back down the.
But wait, Fred. In prior pieces, didn't you say that the kids were playing around already doing whatever kids do and they're so big shit and over in other areas, so not staring at the ground? Which is it, Fred?
Well, yeah.
I know what you told me, Fred.
Or there's a little.
And what did you say it was on again, Fred?
Just any day. He didn't bring him down the 15th. It was just Don by himself, or
he was gone by himself.
oh, I thought that the son was with them. When did he didn't bring him down there at all? That 15th?
No, not on the 15th. He did the 16th.
But wait, I thought, what? And then you also had to go the other way to record again that day, or was that just the 17th? Which day was that?
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking the 16th.
Because he wouldn't look up or nothing. He'd just sit there and stare at the ground. Don always he'd stand right beside of Don and just stare at the ground. He wouldn't even look up at you or nothing.
That's not what you said before. I guess if that's what he was doing down there around you, then he didn't like you much, boy. Because I gotta tell you, them boys are playing just fine in around my driveway and everywhere else. And hey, Jody's still in it, sit down and playing with old things and digging in dirt on driveway as we all talk and this there and all that. The only time I see, is Candace and Josie's head down and shit. I guess, are you scripting this off of the way he looked in the interview at Solomon's? You should see the B-roll footage, though, that the news channel is, which is still around here in small portions. The kid was all over the place. In the car, rolling back and forth. A bored kid rolling across the super. Whenever y'all ever seen the B-roll of Josie, it's great. He was moving everywhere. So I don't know, man. And, whatever you say, buddy. But if that's how he's acting in your shit, I don't know what to tell you. Because that's not how him or his brothers were acting at our shit. He was playing and they were too, and sitting down digging and doing all the things. Yeah. Talking to us. I don't know. What was the problem with you, Fred? But alright, Fred, that don't match your other stories either. Sounds like you're just doing you again. That's what it sounds like.
And eventually, though, he did walk back down the driveway, and where there's a little bridge below 07 right there, and he sat down on the bridge. The oldest son did.
Just sat there.
Where Don pulled down to and picked him up when he left on the 16th.
So he sat there. He sat there at that bridge part while you guys talked, or what?
He finally walked down there and sat down.
I don't know why I was under the impression that he had his son with him on the 15th.
No, not when he.
So how many times, like after summer went?
Fred, you've been trying to move shit around that you worried about, like chess pieces. You gotta stop that.
Have you talked to Candace?
Since summer went missing?
Once?
Yeah, I was on the 17th, the only time I talked to her, and I hadn't talked to Candace about 3 weeks before that. And I pulled up on the hill. That's when I seen Damien and Summer in the swimming pool.
No, it ain't, you liar. Because my kid was never in a swimming pool with any of those children. Don and Candace have even told you that. It is clear by the picture that's not my kid. And I believe recently it's proven that those dates don't lie for you, fuckface. But you and TM and the rest of the crew do continue to lie. Fred, get back to Jody Sue's son, says TM. Boy, it's just been rolling hot and heavy. And wasn't it the one that Ziggy was outright directing during this period? It can't laugh my kids too. Good Lord, some snakes are never actually silent in the background, are they, Zig?
We tired to her going missing.
Well, you and Fred can afford to vanish off a stuffing envelope money or something, or Fred's bicycle business. He's gonna go. It's wild. This is wild.
No.
I wasn't there just a second. I asked Candace if Dawn was there, and she said no.
Was the 15th when Dawn brought up that she did he bring up anything about her being sacrificed? No, not on the 15th.
On the 15th.
Just that he would see her in the resurrection.
He just talked about seeing her in the resurrection. He never said nothing about sacrifice or nothing. Marlena's dad, Rick's one that.
See, you put that off on Marlena and Rick, right? But bitch, you're the first one that I heard say, and you didn't say. I mean, you kind of made the sacrifice thing, but it was about dirty and cleansed. That Summer was dirty, therefore she had to be cleansed shit. And then somehow it makes its way to there, and then y'all eating it off of that like. About like that cotton shit has a feel to it shit. Heads and boxes and shit, yeah. I don't know. What all did you spread throughout the goddamn community? Now I know Don was doing his own fucking thing, I guess. Assuming everybody was built like you and Lauren, him and Candace and whatever else watching on social media. They were probably talking to people on social media or their business. He too wanted people to put out shit for him so they could be like, oh, Don was having a dream and Summer's fingernail, you know. But that wasn't happening with certain folks, right? But he knew certain motherfuckers were putting that shit, probably like you and Lauren and other characters. Or at least spreading it throughout. And I guess you were doing your own version of that too. Was that in a cohesive group manner, by direction, or as Brodog favors and why were you doing that? Who introduced you to certain folks that had you creeping and trespassing to feed shit back to the internet that even Ziggy was surprised about far before? Who did that? Who did that? What if I told you some of us know, Fred? My dad was on a cruise. You forget there were actually multiple chicks. Everybody only pays attention to one. But there was multiple said to be written. Everybody forgets that. And you remember she was not the least bit fucking sorry. But you know that fake check shit at the end of the day. It was in order to fuck with the marathon and put it in court settings and shit. Right? On purpose. You should see how lovely recordings of him. And others in the group who are still fighting over hoping they get preferred meat here. And didn't. It's amazing what they turned on each other and sent through the grapevine to others as proof of their little plans and shit. But yeah, that check was always meant to shut down these scamathons that I'll tell you TM was worried about. Wanting to go away. And the reward fund to go away. And once it's gone, blah, blah, blah. It was meant to get it in the course settings, I mean. And Carl and the rest played in it. Mine fucked the public into thinking that it had already been turned necessary. But then what they do? They vanished. Right? Off of it. Something, I don't know. Lost all the bullshit around it. Carl and Q and what's that other one's name? And supposedly TM and Target, I don't know. About like a fake fight fucker around MGL, Ginger Snap, her and Scott's imaginary goddamn fight that took down the last live stream featuring me and I. And I have the recordings of TM herself saying she wanted it gone. Don't you think as soon as it's gone this will stop, Jody? It's like, no. Why not? That was their way of fucking with it, dear world. Setting it up, setting up courts, law enforcement, tampering with certain shit. The marathon that her and Scott H. and Draw lifted off on her channel. The idea stolen from Squall and Cher and We Can Leave You Hopeless, I guess. And that other one we were unaware of tried to take place before that, which is why Squall was pissed. Took us a bit to figure that out. Because when I first come around, they had all that shit hid. I didn't know, and I didn't watch social media. Some of us are really living and experiencing that shit. We didn't find no need to be like, what's happening on? Wasn't nobody going looking for imaginary dogs at Fred's place either, which is why he was having to do that to everybody else's. They was want to race something. It's like, I didn't know that True and all them and said that, but Sherrod don't admit to it. But this place ate me alive over it when I said it. And then the other pieces reappeared. And then it never made sense. Well, what you eat me alive for? Seems like several of us hold truth and reality and common things experienced and known. So what the fuck's the problem here? And there have been many moments like that. I was eating alive for the same shit others that were here talking before we ever were, and I didn't know about, said that I was eating alive for them while those pieces were hid, and I didn't know about them. So when you figure out and you realize that, you know, True and Allie, they weren't eating alive over those things. You know? They weren't even eating alive over Summer being brought to them ODing, supposedly. And not turning in. That falls back into if you play with the core and the team and all that, you do what they want to get on, you do whatever. I guess you get the cleanup job or not eating live. I don't know what it is. Carry on.
Told me that Dawn come to him and was talking about had sacrificed her for her sins or whatever.
Yeah. Let me see. I can't see the chat right now, guys, so I'm just kind of like winging it until to give Tiffany some time to smoke and stuff. Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's anything that wasn't else discussed about on the 15th.
Well, I mean, a lot of the stuff was recorded on the 15th, you know. I mean, just like that's how the scream was unfounded and stuff. Jody talking about she knowed Summer is gone at 3:20, and then went on to talking about she heard a scream at 5:30. And they're like, well, she can't take and done know she's gone at 3:20, and then hear her scream at this. That's why that was already written.
Yeah, that's why that was.
Yeah, that was the reason that.
I'm sorry, say what? Fred. Ellie and Fed's already had that time like that from us, and you got this shit all fucked up with Tiffany and Z, probably intentionally. And boy, you're a whole fucking mess. Fred's had Fed's had proof you're bullshitter, okay? And you ain't okay, buddy. Yeah, apparently at some point, I said 3:20 now. We don't know. And I gotta tell you, Fred, Lawson didn't come out with that statement for eons after everything, you know, and he may have said it unfounded there, you jackass, but you know what he nor Pruitt ever come on saying or being recorded saying about me is that can't hold much stock in what he's saying. He might have said unfounded about something. Maybe he has his reasons for doing that, Fred. I don't know. But, I don't know. Did he call me unfounded or the children or say we were lying about any of the things that we seen, heard, or witnessed that day, Fred? If he did, I don't recall hearing any of that. And you, jackass, you do not know when exactly feds and stuff were told or held proof of certain things, do you? I love this trigger, bitch. Y'all try new stuff. Get things about that screen. Tiffany, it's up at Moo Cow's ass on that B-roll footage. Keep digging, bitch. You're in for it. So I don't know what to fucking tell you. Good try, though. But y'all do you. Fred's just gonna now change everybody's shit. And then tell you why Lawson said something. Did he sit down and explain to you? Who the fuck are you, Nana? Hold on. Alright, anyway. I don't know, he just said 3:20. Is he eating out Candace's estimated time of arrival at 1:10 that day? He just throws shit wherever he can. He really is like one of those monkeys at the zoo. He just throw any old shit out there and at the glass. Won't he see what sticks? So he'll like jump scare about it? I don't know. The fuck? Holy shit, Fred. Throw some more meth monkey shit out there, won't you?
Unfounded. There's a lot I got on recording my stuff, you know.
Fred, you're a dumbass. You're a full tilt dumbass. And I'll tell you what I never talk to you about, Fred, is the time of the screen. You dumbass. Dumbass. Sir Candace is not a you dumbass. Fuck. Fucking moron. Fucking idiot. Whatever, Fred. What do you say must be true? Seriously, what the fuck? Candace ain't changing times. Your goddamn ass is over changing times. You're unaware of when times are. You should be lying. And wildly enough, you lie more than Candace and Dawn and Grandis combined. You honestly lie more than any motherfucker I've met. Now, she a liar. All these tragedy pimps say liar, but they just don't hold shit to you, motherfucker. You literally can't even hold the same life for more than 2 breaths. You gotta stop, bro. You need a fucking intervention or medicine for this, or to find a new goddamn compulsion. God damn, bro. He's gotta stop. He's just gotta stop. Somebody's gotta stop this.
I got.
Hold on, yeah. Alright. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever he says.
Her daughter, when her daughter come down there and told Jody about the dream that Andy's supposed to had and stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, was the 15th?
No, that was the 16th actually. When
What the fuck? I'll take shit that never happened for 500, Alex. Cause that hadn't happened then. Fred! Y'all, there's actual proof of receipts out here in audio when that actually have a date state. It's fun. Did nobody made Fred aware once again. There's already proof there has been suspended. Yeah, when Team informed that into line anyway, trigger bitch monster and mind fuck the whole world with what was said and then do the bullshit stuff to us. So it's alright. But nobody has made Fred aware that there are proof and dates and things already put out and evidence of exactly when that occurred. And that he's nowhere even close to the right date. Alright, Fred, whatever you say must be true. Meanwhile, some of us years ago already have put proof and evidence of dates and certain times and events here. And you're a fucking moron. Because those prove you a goddamn liar, you dumbass. Love your gusto. It's fucking amazing.
daughter come down the driveway and walked up to Jody and said something to her about Andy said that he had seen Summer's dead body or whatever, and then she hollered at Andy, and Andy, because Andy was standing across the road at the Kia at the time when daughter walked down there and said that.
What
and
the
she hollered,
fuck?
Jody hollered at Andy to come over.
And that was all on recording too.
I'll tell you what's on recording is bad. I got it, and that ain't it. And it damn sure went on those 60. You telling me I was down there where all the search crews, law enforcement was on the 16th going, God damn it, Andy! You said what there? Da, 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 da. And then you were just standing there recording it all. You are a cold ass fucking liar, dude.
It's all on recording, And Jody asked him when did he see Summer's dead body, and he's like, "Oh, it was just a effing dream. This kind of."
No, that's what he told PG Handler. Oh, hell no. Alright, whatever. Whatever you say, Fred, must be true. Why does he keep saying it's on recording? Bitch, do you know how many investigators, detectives, feds, search crews, all the things were on our end of Ben Hill, face to face with us every day? And I'll tell you, it's on video that you are privileged to, where we were. And when did this fucking happen? What time of day did this happen, Fred? I gotta know. I gotta know. It's my game to give it time for this whopper. Oh, but wait, Fred. Didn't Andy take off the next day and never come back? But wait, Fred, didn't he quit his job and blah, 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 and he never went back to work either? But wait, Fred, what do you mean we were walking, coming, and going, and the Kia applied? I thought we were on lawn chairs, and the kids were bringing us damn food 24 hours a day, because we just wanted to hear what was going on. Do you recall what kind of food they were bringing us in our lawn chairs at the bottom of the driveway? Well, this is fantastic. It's a long recording. Why would it need to be, dude? For starters, why do you keep telling the world? It just makes it sound more legit if you add that in every time you mention Andy now. It's all on recording. Okay, yeah, you're just whatever, recording all the things, I guess, on all the wrong day, and shit that didn't even happen. Well, all the Fed searchers and shit were down there with all of us, and you wanted to come down and be nosy with your fucking imaginary lost dog. Sure, bro. Okay. Y'all, it sounds more legit if every time he mentions Andy he goes, or he eats out some bullshit line, he goes, it's all on recording. It's all on recording. It's all on recording. In all these moments, he's moved to fit whatever dates he's given, so he can swear to everyone and and to do for this tragedy pimp crew and whoever else. This is wild. I mean, I don't care what the fuck this dude recorded. I know if he was trespassing and shit, well, that'd be proof of his crimes, now, wouldn't it? Now, he may have been teeing around recording for tragedy pimps when he does others, but in itself. But I'll tell you, this shit did not happen the way he said. It did not happen at all. Definitely on his date, all this shit. It just makes up whatever, man. And then didn't he say he didn't come down there to record again until the 7th, but now it's on the 16th? I'm just so lost. But I gotta know, what time did this happen on the 16th, Fred? Because, well, Andy was obviously at work doing other things, and I was on video on top of the hill at certain times you can't get around, and all these things, and I just want to know, Fred. So I'm asking him the time. And then don't let him know there's already been proof put out of the dates that already clearly make him aware. Come on now. And TM and the databasers are well aware. Hey Ziggy, shouldn't you be aware? I mean, you have the whole of EquaSearch and up your ass. And Tiffany, you're right up McDonough's ass. I'm lost here. Ha! Hell, I think the whole world's lost. Thanks to you no good fucking scandalous bitches.
Act rage, kind of, you know.
Acting, yeah. Yeah, so he was like, he was getting upset that she was asking him about this dream. Well, for one, why was he talking about this, like saying that kind of stuff?
Jody evidently didn't know nothing about it at that time, because the daughter walked up and said something to Jody about Andy saying something about Summer's dead body, and then that's when Jody asked him, and he said no, it was a dream. And then Jody was questioning about when he had seen her and stuff, lies, and he said when he was over.
Fred, when you were trying to feed us bullshit about Summer dying on Saturday and such like that, and I was like, no man, feds and law enforcement aren't gonna lie about when she vanished. And we had to be like, no man, I've seen her on XYZ day. And then I do recall being like, Andy, when was the last time you seen her? Right in front of you. And Andy gave whatever response he gave. To thwart your bullshittery about summer sacrifices, almost $50,000 amounts, dirty cleanse, you know, Summer died at the pond, Summer died the Saturday prior, and now law enforcement sucks because scent dogs suck, and Jason, scent, at your property. You're so goddamn worried about scent dogs and Summers and Jason's over anyway. And for them being all your buddies, you sure were shitting on them. Be like, hey, had Jason's boy. They didn't tell us that. Chicken baby. Zach and Casey think it's found near yours, you're worried about it, and you be like, no, law enforcement and dogs suck. Fuck up. Is that it, Fred? Alright, Fred. You were the only one stressing scent dogs, that's all I'm saying. But that's the only thing remotely like that occurred, is when you were trying to feed us bullshit about Summer dying, which I didn't want to goddamn hear out of your pie hole, and swimming hole thing, and she drowned, and that she also died the Saturday prior, and all that shit. And I was like, dude, you stupid. Hey, feds ain't gonna lie, none of that shit, right? And then you continued, and I was like, man, I seen her on XYZ day. And then I looked at Andy. I was like, when's the last time you seen her? You remember? You know, I was like, wasn't it? And Andy gave whatever response he gave. Now, around that, it looks like you've woven in all this bullshit. But see, there's always cat hair in that taffy, Fred. Like your hand to the money thing. Yeah, money was whatever had to do with Taco Bell and cigarettes, you dumb fuck. Which, unbeknownst to you, feds knew we were going to get from Anna Candace Snurksville, so they knew why that money was whatever. And we were also on a video that night, doing exactly as we were told to do, and then getting back as we were told to do. I guess while you were also in there recording us. But not, because you only see us once. You just can't get none of your shit together, Kate. Cat Aaron Taffy, you sorry ass motherfucker.
The night of the 14th, he seen her, but he said I didn't see her earlier when I went over the 50th.
Yeah.
Wait, what? So, Andy, you said I seen her the 14th, but not when I went over there earlier on the 15th. So now you've got Andy also being at 110 on the 15th. Is there anywhere you don't put Andy? Like, ain't you and Ziggy Prophet enough? Like, seriously? Both of y'all got an Andy-shaped dildo somewhere? Is this the only way you can flick Ziggy's bean and get off that fucking air mattress? Having to smoke outside in that goddamn tragic blue van? The fuck is this? What are you doing, dude? You're as bad as T. Is there anything you motherfuckers ever do besides Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue? Andy, Andy, Andy. Really? Anything? Anything? Nope, never. Fucking tragic part is, I guarantee you, and I bet all of you creators combined have used mine and Andy's names more than you have Summer's. I mean, you always tag her, put her in your title, but then the rest of everything's about Andy and I. Or also names Andy and I in the titles. If I had a penny for every time one of you motherfuckers said Andy or Jody Sue around here, I swear to God. Like, I could go buy a homeless person a house or do something good in the universe to thwart some of y'all's bad. Y'all are bad. Very bad. We talking about monsters like this, they sleep just fine at night.
That was on recording.
Yeah. So Andy,
I told you. Every time he says something makes it. That was on recording. That was on recording. That was on recording. Judge Wapner 5. Judge Wapner 5. Judge Wapner 5. It was on recording. It was on recording. Somebody get me a time on this bullshit.
on recording, guys, that he was over there on the 15th.
Wait, now Ziggy has forgotten that Fred was on the 16th. Now she said it's on recording that he was there on the 15th. And he goddamn well wasn't. And now he said it was the 16th, and she's saying it's the 15th. Both y'all been slinging back too much of that goddamn turtle water. That's the only excuse for this shit. Don't tell me I'm wrong. He just said 16th, and then she put it back to 15th. It's on recording, guys. It's on recording. Both of them just paired. And Fred, it's on recording. Ziggy, it's on recording. You got me on. Ziggy, it's on recording. Fred, did TM walk away on purpose to let this shit happen? She does it a lot. Leaves her a buffer. This didn't happen on her panel. She was unaware. Oops.
Because when Jody asked him about this dream, he mentioned, Jody questioned him about when he asked him when he saw Summer last, and he said he saw her on the.
I didn't ever question him. Fred was pulling bullshit. I was like, dude, you're wrong. We seen her last girl. She didn't die or anything happened to her last Saturday, you dumb fuck. And no law enforcement or feds are gonna release fucking false, times of vanishing or crimes. They need that. That's important to the public. The correct times as close as they can get to narrow them down in order to find the missing or the people or perpetrators to them. Fuck. And you weren't gonna feed me that shit. So I was like, no, Fred. Much like when I gave you the dumb fuck look when you tried to sell me on you didn't even know Don Candace. And you're like, well, no, me and Dawn were besties, but then Candace did something and now Dawn's mad at me for like 6 months. See, that's how it worked, Fred. I get it. You don't like people and you stick to your bullshit. Do you really, bro?
14th, right?
Mm-hmm. Denied it the 14th.
And then he said that he didn't see her on the 15th
when he was over.
When he was over there earlier that day.
Now they're putting Andy at 110 on the 15th. When the fuck was he over there, Fred and Ziggy? Y'all done put Andy and I early in the morning being on fields. But Fred is, and then, but once a day, and then you've got us Bona, and then you've got us, and then Andy also, whatever, and then Andy's at the back of the holler at some point, and now Fred somehow knows Andy was on win 10 sometime earlier in the day, too. But it couldn't have been. None of that was, or could have been. It wasn't, like... And if Fred wasn't there on 110 at any point on the 15th, and then to say Andy told him he was a brand, like, this is wild ride. TM the fairy godmother with this card. And, everybody calls her out on it. Oh, shit, that's why she ate it off. You're telling me she don't know this shit took place on her panel, though, probably. Almost 4 months later. She ain't put out an apology. No, never mind. She don't do that. She ain't put out retractions or nothing. She didn't do a breakdown of this bullshit herself. Not damn. There ain't no way she don't know this took place on her panel, though, at this point. No way. Yep, she just walked away like she's known to do conveniently before fuck shit happens. Oh my God, Crystal, what did you do with Jody C's brother's obituary? Oh my God. Every time somebody asks Tiffany disappears, she does that. And it's, what happened while I was gone? Typical Tiffany tactics. Careful, y'all. You gotta wear your Trojans around there.
which is odd. So, like, what were you doing? I mean, what was he doing over there earlier that day? You know?
I mean, just like Jody talking about the red truck and stuff on.
Well, you can't answer the question. What the fuck was he doing over at 110 earlier today? Goddamn, Mister, you were everywhere and nowhere and all the places and things. You're telling me I didn't further question Andy about why he was like on one hand on the 15, like you're blaming it. I wasn't like, what the fuck were you doing over there? No, I think I would have done that had he said that. I think feds would have done that if that'd been the case, or true at least. Guess what? It ain't. Fucking dumbass.
Recording, talking about how they gonna find it when the ladder rack ain't on it no more and stuff. I mean,
what? See, you're back on that red truck shit around Van Hill times. Hitting at the UPS, FedEx person too. I don't know. Red Dodge truck, Andy's dad, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. That's weird vibe on me. I guess it's supposed to bring me out my skin or trigger me around certain shit. Whatever.
Day, which is odd. So, like, what were you doing? I mean, what was he doing over there earlier that day? You know?
I mean, just like Jody talking about the red truck and stuff on while I was recording, talking about how they gonna find it.
See? New rule from now on: if Fred says something about Andy or I, and then he follows it up or starts it with, it's on recording, it's pure bullshit. New rule.
Rack ain't on it no more and stuff. I'm talking about the red truck and stuff on while I was recording, talking about how they gonna find it when the ladder rack ain't on it no more and stuff.
Hey, Di. Dad's on a cruise. Do y'all remember when they actually released to the public about the red truck? What dates those were? And if they were looking for one? Anybody remember when they released that info? Now, some of those have been talked about certain things before, but do you remember when they released that info to the public and started asking or saying, hey, red Toyota's coming, blah, blah? Was that the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, anything like that? No, it wasn't. So, why on earth would I have been saying to Fred, how on earth is law enforcement got to find a truck, especially if the ladder racks are removed? Pray tell Fred, was a goddamn clairvoyant? A psychic? Did I do bullshit tarot or have a $10 Google spirit box on Cindy's credit card? I mean, call me crazy here, but how on earth in any of those first days would I have been talking about a red truck and how law enforcement even found it if, ladder racks been removed off of it? For Fred to be recording in those first couple days, if it hadn't even been released by law enforcement. Huh? Don't think about it too hard. Now, there were certain times and dates that we knew certain questions and things like that before the public or whatever, but those weren't them either, like ish. But, I don't know, Fred. It seems like y'all were Van Hill hunting around times Van Hill be yelly. And Michelle playing shit. And all y'all playing fuck shit. And Ryan got himself a thing about me. Seems like y'all were trying to get some shit. Well, that didn't work, did it? Love the effort, though. Still ain't gonna get it. But I tell you what. Fact remains, how in the hell would I've been saying such a thing for you to record? Buddy. On any of those first days. I wasn't just talking about a red truck or a letter accident. No. I was saying, like you just said, supposedly, here, let's just go back to your words on what you said. I said and you recorded. Alright.
Talking about the red truck and stuff on while I was recording, talking about how they gonna find it when the ladder rack ain't on it no more and stuff. I mean,
how they gonna find it when the ladder rack ain't on it no more? So you're insinuating that, oh, you're trying to build a story in which I knew a ladder rack would no longer be on the truck. That way you can eat it back. And my family members, Tim and Z already helped give a goddamn heart attack to with their stalking ass bullshit and laid into. Yeah, my grieving mother over her son, that's great. Tim just don't learn this shit. The universe, man. That's weird way better. Anyway. So that implies, right? I mean, you said it, Fred. You said that you recorded me saying how they gonna find it when the ladder rack's been removed. They implying law enforcement. There's no way you recorded anyone saying any such thing in this first days, buddy. No way in hell. But I do love your old Van Hill effort. That's great. I mean, that you and Ziggy were clearly tampering in, Fred. Some of us have proof of that in absolutes, Fred. Die Stoned does not explain this. It does not explain this.
Yeah.
So that stands out to you, Fred, her talking about how.
And I'm never known of a motherfucker to get stoned and become a fucking compulsive goddamn liar, destroying people's lives with two fucking tragedy pimples. You know? There you go, Fred. Die's got the date down here. June 28th is when the red truck was, whatever, as a potential witness was reported in the news. Right. It's weird, Fred. I don't know. Hey, if Fred says it, it must be true, guys. I think some people with this piece just wanted to figure out when certain things were known to us or said by us, or who what said XYZ around certain things. Back at this date when y'all were tampering full tilt with Andy, clapping ass cheeks, if you will. Pay for play. Fucking with other motherfuckers in the long term, if you will. Thereby, fucking up Summer's investigation. Hell, maybe y'all the reason all that shit took place. Did you just script write mislead that shit? I'd hate for that to be the case. Ooh, lordy, what? That'd suck for you guys. Month, these dates. When the fuck is the actual age? Shows me 3 months. February 8th. Wow. And again, you always had to watch about trusting TM's dates on shit there. Those get a little funky, don't they, guys? And 35-hour calls, weird shit through. You guys gotta be careful about them dates. Anyway. Should be weird right. But yeah, this is, alright. That checks out. Skull Cahootin. Just trying to get info for not good reasons. People want you to, you're fucking around. People be all yelling in January and February. It's not okay. Michelle went on with the same shit too around these times. Yeah, I'm pissed. No. But, dear public, think about that for a second. Think about it real hard. They had not specified a particular vehicle they were looking for on the days Fred said he was recording. Not really, I guess. I got dates, times, and certain things, obviously, but yeah, I don't know, man. Damn sure wasn't nothing mean said to Fred, though. And damn sure not during those days.
So, like, things that Jody had, we could probably do a couple
Who
of.
are you, Candace Goddamn Wells? In front of YouTubers visiting? Alright? Being like, honey, Dawn, you remember I told you about that we didn't know shit until after, and then Dawn's like, yeah, and that wasn't enough reaction, and Candace like, yeah, ladder wrecks. And her spooky, scary, full of bullshit fireside storytelling me. And Dawn was like, really? And everybody's like, oh, da, da, da. Hey, Tiffany, didn't those goddamn characters belong to you too in this script? Oh, fuck yeah, they did. Damn, that's weird. Oh, and didn't you play that piece? And play Ghost Whispers with it? And add my brother into it and shit? Yeah, you did that, Tiffany. You did that. You stop it. You did that. Naughty, naughty Tim.
Honestly, because there's probably so much too that like stands out to you that she has said where you're like scratching your head like, what the fuck did she just say?
Oh, so she's back. She knew this took place? How long has she been back? I ain't been paying attention. I sort of block her out.
I don't want to throw you off. I do want to ask this question because
yeah, TM, I'm the one that says so much shit. It just leaves you scratching your head. Sure. No, I just don't play with you like Meth Monkey, and I won't give you mere. I mean, every time I go back to that scene with the ghost facers from Supernatural, right? Because they can't say Ghostbusters. And I'm always like, Dater Facers. Every time. And it's just goofy. It's hard.
I'm behind Fred. Do you remember when you and Laura?
And hey, if you managed to trigger bitch any shit on me at this point, where would it have went to, Z and Fred, Tiffany and crew? with those you were cahooting with ICU and Ryan and shit. Nannerers. I don't think any of it would have went to the right places. Oh shit. All the right places that already have all the right things. And shit. Damn. Ain't that something?
Stop.
Y'all wanted it for who and what, Marianne? I don't know. I know certain people didn't want it certain things. See, this is why y'all reek.
Amy's Ellie, your sister, confirmed that, saying Cox drug deal. Is that true?
What?
Cox wasn't a drug dealer. I pretty much went to his place, and so me selling on Ben Hill, I'd go to his place and sell. He was more or less an addict.
Okay.
The only reason my sister...
What'd you do that for? Were you afraid of your traffic passing certain cameras and not waiting in the dead zones? I mean, like, someone getting center hung. Afraid of other neighbors seeing them. Afraid of that traffic. We all crazy. So, bless your little heart. I thought he was just a user. You got you dealing and using all over the goddamn place, Fred. Using other people's house to deal out of. So you had quite a bit to sell, did you? And to keep the users happy while you use their boat. Is that what you're saying? And yet you dare put Andy in cahoots with Dawn in Knoxville and a little under 50K money. That math don't math.
Know anything about Jamie Cox is when I went to jail in Southern County when my mom sent her to...
And got, look, whoever and whatever, he's out. Has nothing to do with me. Don't go with this motherfucker. I'm not saying you did any of these things or allowed him to do that. That's what he said. I'm just asking questions about how much sense this makes. Okay.
Now, that's where she took me to try to find my truck. I don't really, she knew anything about Jamie Cox.
What the fuck? Where'd your truck vanish to? Hold on. Karen, back in here. Where the fuck did Fred's truck vanish to? What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta listen again.
Mom more or less an addict.
Okay.
The only reason my sister Ellie knowed anything about Jamie Cox is when I went to jail in Southern County when my mom sent her to bail me out. That's where she took me to try to find my truck.
My bad.
I don't really, she knew anything about Jamie Cox.
So I've been out. Okay. Alright. Alright. I slowed my roll. Understand that. But I don't quite understand. Because if he's talking about his yellow truck, bitch, that shit was broke down. Even before that been out, he's having to drive all the other goddamn things because that piece of shit took a shit on him. Let's make him load his shit up. And then didn't he haul that up to the crushers? You know what? Fuck it.
Okay.
So he just bought off of you, basically.
Yeah.
It was so he wasn't much of a dealer then.
No.
More.
No, I think it's still sitting there, and this was well, that was before. And then I have my time drives. Certain dates, it's still there. And yeah, that does predate rest. So, yeah. I think.
Sir.
No, he's
Okay.
just, I mean, if he did, it was just little amounts or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Man, I think that every user, I mean, back when, you know.
As I recall, didn't he get arrested right around June 15th? Anyway, from it. Am I wrong there? Okay.
Like, probably sold something before, I mean, sold before, like, to keep up with her habit. A lot of people do that to try to.
I mean, a lot of time I use his house. People deliver stuff there to me and stuff. Keep from being on down there.
Ziggy, if he had enough to sell, honey, that he was sitting in other people's houses selling it, and he's calling them more users and dealers, and he's stopping at 63 places a day and all that. You know, most users, yeah, they'll sell to get theirs, but they'll do one or two swaps, trades, they'll buy a little amount, split between people, do that shit. That's what users do. Right? Or they'll get a little bit of amount and they'll sell a portion of this and the other offer the one with those. That's what users do, honey. They don't have enough product to sit around and sell at their own abodes all day, every goddamn day, or meet people and sit at other people's houses and call them users. Enough to keep them happy with their product and use their house to do that. Honey, that ain't a user. And if they got that much product and they're having to sell it much day to get their fixed, but having to see that math don't math either, Ziggy. Now, I'd love to know why he puts himself as people owing him other dope and shit and picking it up or meeting people having them waiting through.
Place, you know. Because Ben Hill wasn't hot like a lot of people think.
No.
Because
Fred didn't have people come to his house to.
I mean, they was just very few that come there to get anything.
Yeah, so it's weird that Don tried to make it seem like it was like, you know, nonstop traffic to Fred Hills,
well,
because
I mean, when I handed my footage over and stuff to my SD cards, it.
Well, there were certain dead zones, wasn't there, Fred? And the others knew not to come past, or that you'd meet them at. So to find traffic in and around Ben Hill, maybe they didn't quite, or were not allowed all the way up to or past things you knew of. Out of fear. Right? Or maybe they parked in certain places and walked in after triggering distances and shit had been tested on what they did know about. Foot traffic circumventing still applies, Fred. Trail traffic still applies, Fred. Parking in certain roads off of Beach Creek and then walking over certain other people's properties in the middle of the night and to your abode still apply, Fred. Do tell us more, though. You done talking about the horses and the mules and shit yet, Fred? Let's talk about it, buddy. Carrying on.
Who was coming to my house, everything.
Yeah.
How many times they've been there with him. certain.
I know, but but Don made it seem like in order to go on with the narrative, like if you making you the scapegoat for.
Well, I mean, I'm second to the very last house on that road. Anybody that passes Dawn's house, Dawn is the first driveway on the right.
I know. How's he know where people are going?
There's Andy, then there's Lane, then there's.
I'm sorry, what'd you fucking say, you Jenny pretending under the bed, bitch?
Because
when I handed my footage over and stuff to my SD cards, it told who was coming to my house, everything.
Yeah.
How many times they'd been there within a certain.
I know, but but Don made it seem like in order to go on with the narrative, like if you making you the scapegoat for.
Well, I mean, I'm second to the very last house on that road. Anybody that passes Dawn's house, Dawn is the first driveway on the right.
I know. How's he know where people are going?
There's Andy.
You dumb bitch, you don't even understand what Fred's saying. You're just giggling and trying to over talk it and whatever. And you're all like, yeah, he's he's the first driveway in the right, whatever. You don't even get what Fred's going for to say, and you're already like over talking it because even you don't know. And then you just told the fucking public, yeah, giggle. How would Dawn on the first driveway if you know where people were going? Ah! What? You mean on top of one of the sentinel hills that could see and hear traffic and fucking movements even in death? Honey. Well. Anybody want to look back at certain views? I don't know, it's okay. Your weird laughter, and you're trying to get ahead of because you don't know what he's going to say, but you want to overtalk it and overpower it. You don't get it, and now you're in Fred shit. Don't make no sense. Yeah, how would Donald Trump feel the first time we know where he thinks he'll do it? Ah! I don't know. Alright, Ziggy. Curb your enthusiasm. Bullshit.
Yeah. Then there's Lane, then there's Thompson's, then my mom and dad's, then Goalies, John Smith's, David Bay's, then 207, where I stayed, and then Ed Redmond. So anybody past Don's, I mean, they could be going anywhere, you know? It don't mean that they was actually coming to my house.
Unless you can see headlights somewhere to stop, or where you're coming to part, hear your ass walking out, or things happening, or you come to know certain characters, you already know them, what they're up to, and that they're damn well not visiting all the good neighbors. Dear public, don't use your common sense. Logic, detective, don't do it. It's the last thing I want around these streets. See headlights at night, you can hear how far an engine travels now. I don't know. Don and Candace do have certain views going back into other. I don't know. It's fine, Fred. You and Ziggy and Tiffany just take over the world. Right? Fucking Pinky in the Brain bullshit. What are we doing tonight, Brain? Same thing we do every night, Pinky. Spread bullshit and fuckery. Fucking hell. Who's the Brain here?
I mean, they could have went to my dad and mom's, or they could have been going to Simpson.
Why in the hell would people have been visiting your mom and daddy that are older? Let's see, like, you okay, Fred? Whatever.
Or to Thompson's or anywhere, because people was traveling in and out. I mean, they was actually going all the way to my place.
Okay, so
you didn't
Fred,
even hear your.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Ziggy. Sorry.
No, he didn't even do your business in Ben Hill, really, is what I was just saying. Like, when you would sell
Usually,
drugs.
dealers don't deal where they lay their head. I mean, most smart dealers.
No, he didn't. But go ahead, Tiffany. Sorry. I was telling Tiffany to go ahead.
So I wanted Fred to recount the evening when the cops were there, like when Don came to his house, when he went to record and things like that. So like the end part of the evening. Jody and the family sitting down at the end of the driveway.
There you go with this shit. Can y'all not tell Tiffany has a problem? She knows better, and she knows there's proof and evidence I heard to the contrary, but yet out of her stupid targeting pie hole of jelly beans, and she couldn't get the job done. This bitch. How many times does this make during this life? She wants to go back over the evening of the 15th in that Jody's suit. It's always want to go back over the 15th in Jody's suit, Fred. But Fred done told you in the beginning the only time he's seen me that day, Tiffany, was when he come by me that night. You couldn't even shove a 10-penny nail up his ass. But yet you and Ziggy continue to go, hey Fred, you want to talk about anything? And with Jody Sue, and Tiffany keeps going, Fred, I just want to go back up again on the 15th, and you know what you got to say about Jody Sue and her family sitting at the bottom of all my family shit. Yeah, I got one of those. And like predicted, right? I'm not here with all alone and nothing but a wheezy cat. That's wild how that turned out. Okay, now I'm just edging into me.
Was like in the atmosphere in Ben Hill when everybody knew what was going on, and as the night went on, how things progressed. Like so the second part of the end of the day, if you could put yourself back there and go like you did with the first part of the day, like a timeline or what stands out to you, what happened in sequence, like nothing like crazy long or anything, but just your recounting of the evening after the police were called. You would come home, and as the night went on. Yep.
I mean, after I got home and stuff, the law enforcement, or Donnie came and stuff and was talking, and then the law enforcement came. As soon as Don pulled out, seemed like they was there within 5 minutes. And then they asked me if they could dip my phone or whatever. I told, or whatever they do, extract everything off of it. I said, sure, and then they sent somebody out to the command center to go ahead and do that. They asked me if I wanted to bring it down there, or I just want to send it with them. I said, well, here, I ain't got no use for it really right now. So they took it, and while they was going with it, we was talking about what Don had said and stuff. Of course, Don, he was just talking about be still here during the resurrection, and talking about the Roman Catholics and something about, I can't remember what it was about the Roman Catholics.
Yeah, what was he saying about the Roman Catholics? I find it interesting that stood out to him in his mind at that time.
It was something about
The carpooling group. And now what he's done is he's heard Dawn after the Catholics because the SDA and their weird Dan Aykroyd fetishes over there in that preschool beginners SDA church book that Dawn shits on the toilet with. Now it's becoming the Catholic thing. Why would you tell me, Fred? It was a mixed together Bible thing that was like a many religions, but you didn't know the difference between a fucking Catholic and Jewish person, or, at the time, so you didn't have the words to go with that. But then after you've seen that Don was doing Dan Aykroyd Conehead weird propaganda of the SDA, and now that's there. Resurrection, you're on TV, and you damn well didn't say the words resurrection to me, motherfucker. You said dirty inclusions and blah blah blah. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Sometimes they do stuff to gain something about gaining power and stuff, and talking about them being the richest people in the world. And
yeah, I think you listened to Don reading the preschool SDA toilet version of Coneheads. Ziggy, did you prepare Fred for the fact that Tim's supposedly Catholic? Before this,
I try to think what he's talking about.
I can't imagine that Roman Catholic faith is.
Fred, in case you're unaware, that's where you go commit all the sins you want. And then you go into a little box and you tell the pervy priest what the fuck you did. You have some wine and crackers about it that represent certain things too at some point during all this. There's holy water in case you want to spritz fucking demons out of people, which honestly some of you motherfuckers need salt circles and shit and some blessed water. But you go into the little box and you tell them all the bad things you've done. Doesn't matter what it is. And then that guy in the other side of the box pretends he don't know who you are just because he can't see you, but there's a window there. He says, all right, this is how many I, as a human, choose for you to do Hail Marys wearing rosary beads and shit. And then you're forgiven, and then we'll just do this again next service. Sums it up, right? I don't know, there's some swing of the incense too in there. Love their architecture and art, though. It's fantastic. Beautiful buildings. They too, like the SDA, have a whole series of protection, media, propaganda machines, lawyers to protect them from any bad shit or their folks getting up to anything nefarious. To cleanse their buttholes, if you will. They've been liking the world since circa Sinead O'Connor for some reason. Anyway, carrying on.
Very predominant in Tennessee. I feel like it's more of a Baptist area. Am I right?
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Is there anybody? Oh God. No, say that again. Sorry, I wanted to know if there was anyone that stood out to you that is Catholic in Beach Creek or Knoxville, or anyone that you could think of that done.
Has Fred ever met a Catholic in Knoxville? Wait. At any point in all these months of him and Freddie, as Fred and Ziggy didn't come up with like a fake panelist, like the fake whore from Knoxville shit, that was Catholic, just a random one that Fred could make up out of his asshole, and Ziggy could pretend somebody came to them with something to say about Andy or Dawn or one of us. It just happened. He just remembered that there was indeed one Catholic, and that Catholic knew shit about Andy and Dawn. Has that happened yet? If it did, I missed it. Fuck, Fred and Ziggy, that's a missed opportunity. Shit done that. Alright.
I'm referring to, or why that would strike up feelings in his, thought process. Like, what do you? Is there anyone that stands out to you that might have been Catholic?
Don had never talked religion or nothing to me before, so I kind of throwed me plumb off because normally when he comes, he's usually drunk or high, and just talks bullshit. Usually, the only time Don ever come before then is when just like when that incident with Jose and stuff went down and stuff, and he come up there and was asking me about the gun he had and stuff. He was worried about getting charged with that gun and stuff, and he was.
Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. What'd you just say, Fred?
Advice about it, what.
And wait, but wasn't Jose maybe possibly at certain points talking about you all when he walked up the road and watched a bunch of meth monkeys fucking in their yard? And he was so goddamn disgusted he went back up to 110. Because he could hear the meth monkeys supposedly fucking so loudly at 110. He was just curious when I went down there and seen a bunch of meth monkeys in the yard, in the front yard fucking. Or maybe he was already down there partying with people and doing dope. You just never know. And y'all got up to weird shit. Fuck shit. And I was like, hell, this shit. I was like, I'm going back to 110. Hard to tell what kind of kinky, weird fucking was going on in your front lawn. Yeah, that's definitely you and your crew up there at your bow that Jose was talking about. Wildly enough, I don't doubt that portion of it. Now, Jose's incessant need to be like, I was no part of. Carrying on. He was just a hero. Clearly, he too had been doing some studying. And he informed with this group.
Whether he need to get an attorney.
Acquisition specialists and databasers first. Am I right, Tim? Ziggy, didn't you yeet the evidence of that off? Never came back, did it? The Gavel and Adrian being mad at Justin. Yes. You did finish that.
Whether he could be charged for it or whether they just throw it out in court or what I thought, But most times stuff like that come and just ask little questions about usually. But seemed like when Summer went missing though, he tried to turn religion for a while. And
it's almost as if he's not watched everything for years. What do you mean he turned religion? You mean religious? And you said it seems like he turned religion for a little while. He's still doing that, right? Some ain't really lit up for him. It's
weird, because he never talked religion and politics and stuff. And I'm thinking at the same time, why are you sitting here talking?
No, he never really did. Until he got into a heckin' bad, or he did a heckin' bad, or to pull people in. Write little letters of sorrow. I don't know, to read to people in a poetic fashion. I don't know. But yeah, only after he did a bad. And then he'd forget in 3 days and be back to the same shit. This time he's holding out a little longer. Still a couple of shit. Yep. Anyway, whatever. Dawn's beginner language around religion, despite him being around all this. But after Summer first finishes, should tell you how very actual religious Dawn actually truly was. But how it's built up over the years.
Politics and stuff, and you not first said you wish you know where your daughter was, you hope she's okay, you wish somebody just would turn her, or anything like that, with no emotions, you know. I mean, he showed no emotions.
That's crazy.
But that, by him not showing emotions, it almost made me think that he already knew exactly where she was at or whatever. That's what the feeling gave me.
Whatever, bro, but how much do you yourself care if this is what you've been doing since Summer vanished? Was continually lying about your relationship between you and Dawn, or knowing Summer, or when she vanished, disappeared, and you've not stopped lying since? How much could you yourself care about her? And you're saying Dawn didn't do that, I mean, but people who actually care about Summer aren't gonna be lying like you and fucking Laura are. You ain't gonna be lying like Ziggy and TM are. You ain't gonna be fucking around and playing with no tragedy pimps like you, Laura, Candace and Dawn, etc. crew. You ain't gonna, Marlene, you ain't gonna be doing none of this fuck shit. All y'all doing. So, there's don't give a fuck, you know. But if you want to try to throw him under, then how much can you really care if you're doing the same goddamn his ass out here lying and using YouTube too to fuck around and create chaos? You been helping in it there, bro dog on the road? What's the deal? Huh? Who got you in touch first with certain people asking you to creep across people's properties and find shit and do whatever and fuck with whomever and then get it back? I don't know, man. How much you helping if you care about her so much by targeting all the wrong people and only fucking with those that are witnesses or innocent or anything else from Summer or Ben Hill that day? I'm just asking. -0. -1,000.
By him not showing no emotions.
Okay, so Carolyn Arnett had asked earlier, Fred, do you remember the name of the man that you moved the motorcycle for?
Is it Carol Arnett? Wasn't it Carol Arnett? Whatever.
You said you don't know his name. Is that right?
Showing no emotions.
Okay, so Carolyn Arnett had asked earlier, Fred, do you remember the name of the man that you moved the motorcycle for? I think you said you don't know his name. Is that right?
I didn't know his names, no.
Okay.
The two guys that there.
You didn't know his names? Did he have multiple fucking identities or what?
Where I hauled the
Well, that one motorcycle, but the other motorcycle that you brought
the
back
motorcycle I hauled out, I didn't know the boys that owned or that was there with it. But
she didn't ask you if you knew the boys that were there with it in the car. She asked you if you knew who owned the motorcycle. You know? Why'd you deflect the fuck out of that? What happened there? What kind of car crash just happened in your mouth, Fred?
no, the one that I hauled back in, it was for Brandon Close.
Okay.
Two different motorcycles.
Then, what color, make, and model was the truck that the What color and make and model was the truck that the tree trimmers had stuck at?
Well, at least they figured out mystery of where the bike bullshit come from. They've been trying to script right into another Andy versus Fred bullshit. I suggest none of y'all let that happen, but whatever, right? Especially since he's already been caught in so much fuckery. There's only 2 driveways, and there's 3. Wait, there's a whole road full, and then there's this and then here. And then common sense, deductive reasoning, all this shit apply. And you should be like, when the fuck did these motherfuckers on XYZ Day have time, or when their presidents still motorcycles and shit? The fuck? Yeah, okay. See, this is the shit we're talking about here.
67.
Oh, here's a bucket truck that they had stuck over in the field. It wasn't. It was on Richard Goley's property that they had that truck stuck.
Okay.
It was just a white bucket truck. I don't know.
Okay. Fred, do you know why Laura said you and she passed Candace on Lone Star? If so, what time?
I don't know that we even passed them or nothing. I even questioned Laura and asked.
But y'all said it.
The other day about this, and she tried to say that.
She also says the first people that notified you that Summer was missing that were law enforcement. What the fuck's really going on right here?
It was at next to Levi Love's, which is about 3/4 of a mile from Ben Hill. But she tried to say that she seen them in Grandis, or not Grandis's vehicle, but the green Suburban. But I didn't see. It was on Richard Goley's property that they had that truck stuck.
Okay.
It was just a white bucket truck. I don't know.
Okay. Fred, do you know why Laura said you and she passed Candace on Lone Star? If so, what time?
I don't know that we even passed them or nothing. I even questioned Laura actually the other day about this, and she tried to say that it was at next to Levi Love's, which is about 3/4 of a mile from Ben Hill. But she tried to say that she seen them in Grandis, or not Grandis's vehicle, but the green Suburban. But I didn't see nobody on the road that day myself when we was traveling right there. They're going out. And she tried to say that they was coming in as we were going out on going up Beach Creek about 3/4 of a mile. She said that we had passed them, but I didn't see no vehicle. But she tried to say that they was in the green Tahoe, but I didn't see one. So
The Tahoe or Suburban?
well, Suburban, Tahoe, whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's a Suburban or.
Fred is so good at makes
Oh, I know it's a big SUV. As far as I know, it wasn't even.
According to Candace, it's called a Superbot. I remember telling that I got it. It took me a minute to read the text. It's like, oh, fucking what? He bought you a what? Okay. You might carry on.
I mean, using it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's a Suburban or Tahoe. I know it's a big SUV. As far as I know, it wasn't even. They wasn't even using it at the time.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's another.
It's the airflow and tone changes around all that.
And so these are the
3/4 of a mile. She said that we had passed them, but I didn't see no vehicle. But she tried to say that they was in the green Tahoe, but I didn't see one. So
The Tahoe or Suburban?
well, Suburban, Tahoe, whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's a Suburban or Tahoe. I know it's a big SUV. As far as I know, they wasn't even using it at the time.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's another question. So these are the ones that I had starred because I didn't want to interrupt Fred earlier. Fred, Candace claims you hauled a blue station wagon that day. Did you? And if so, where did you take it? Thanks for answering.
No, I didn't haul nothing. No car that day. They wasn't no car hauled out of that hauler until, I don't know, I'm trying to think. It was way over a week after someone went missing.
Okay. Do you remember a blue station wagon at all?
Yeah, I had a blue station wagon. See, that was what I was trying to load when I backed up and let Andy buy that day and never could get it loaded in time. So I just quit trying to load it and just unhooked the trailer and stuff. Right. That was at 167, that station wagon was.
Okay.
And that station wagon actually wasn't hauled until, I don't know, they done moved the law and stuff off of the hauler. It was probably a month and something after someone went missing before that car was ever hauled.
Okay.
What'd you do the hitch giddy up for?
Fred, do you believe the tree trimmer really saw a little girl that looked like Summer in the back of a truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
That would be speculation, you know? That would be just
I appreciate that. That, like, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. I don't want him to speculate.
What they had seen, I hadn't talked to none of them. I did talk to a couple of tree trimmers, but that was way after Summer went missing and stuff. They was up next to 207. They actually used one of their pieces of equipment and loaded an old vehicle on a trailer for me up there.
Did you guys talk about Summer?
I don't think so.
You guys still hear me?
No, Fred wasn't concerned about it. He was concerned about getting his shit hauled off. You weren't concerned about talking to others, sharing things about Summer, like the tree cutters, those things. Yeah, Fred.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think my internet just cut out or something really quick.
Sorry.
I don't know why.
When the fuck did you say it was?
It
was.
That would be just
I appreciate that. That, like, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know. I don't want him to speculate.
What they had seen, I hadn't talked to none of them. I did talk to a couple of tree trimmers, but that was way after Summer went missing and stuff. They was up next to 207. They actually used one of their pieces of equipment and loaded an old vehicle on a trailer for me up.
How way after Summer went missing, Fred? Did you talk to them in there? How way after? Any dates and times on that? I'm curious. How dates and times you on that shit, Fred? What do you consider way after? Someone will ask that? I'll wait.
Did you guys talk about Summer?
I don't think so.
You guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think my I think my internet just cut out or something really quick. I don't know why. My screen disappeared for a second. The video I was sharing for Summer, and then I couldn't hear Fred. Sorry, say that one more time.
He was just.
And it's pretty wild. You've done nothing but play video of Summer's pictures while you and Ziggy and Fred are lying your asses off. Yikes.
Or you were just saying about seeing
about the tree trimmers.
Yeah, I asked if the tree trimmers that you had seen, but it was like way after Summer went missing.
Yeah, it was about a week after Summer went missing when I was talking to them ones that was up there next to 207, and they used that. I don't know what kind of piece of equipment it was.
Yeah, but did you guys talk about Summer? You guys didn't talk about Summer. That's what I was.
I think so. I'm not for sure. I can't remember if we did or not. There's been so much go on.
Yeah.
Between people talking.
Okay. When did Fred remember about the man who said that about the little girl? I don't remember hearing that before. I think they're talking about when that other missing child was brought up. So.
Oh wait, or they're talking.
Go ahead.
Wait, what, Miss? Are they talking about when the? What is she talking about the other little girl? Little girl, are you? Did she mean when the people with the?
Ziggy's having a panic fucking attack, a meltdown, a U-Haul. She's gotta get rid of this before it even begins. She's gotta. All right.
Okay, I think they're talking about the.
Y'all, I'm wanting to check here in a minute.
The guy in the car, like that's when Fred hauled the motorcycle when he was talking about the little girl, how his bike is like his little.
I think he's gonna do anything to twist this shit, like before it can even begin. What girl? Wait, which girl? The missing girl? What girl? Oh, you mean Fred and bike and the girls, and then he was referring to us? Oh, what are you talking about, Tiffany? Tiffany, boss lady. We're supposed to be staying on the bike stuff, right? And Jody Seal and her kids and family, and all these narratives that Fred and we're all just only supposed to say it was recorded every time, right? Where's this going? This is a gotcha question. What's happening, Tiffany? This is off script. God damn it, Tiffany. What are you doing, Tiffany? Listen to the fucking full Panic at the Disco here. Love it.
They've been so much go on.
It's similar to what she just did when she was like, "Oh, no, no, what about?" It's great. Listen, it's fucking fantastic what she does this.
Yeah.
Between people talking.
Okay. When did Fred remember about the man who said that about the little girl? I don't remember hearing that before. I think they're talking about when that other missing child was brought up. So.
Oh, wait, or they're talking.
Go ahead.
Wait, what, Miss? Are they talking about when? What is she talking about the other little girl? Little girl, does she mean when the people with the Okay, I think they're talking about the guy in the car, like that's when Fred hauled the motorcycle when.
If you'd shut the entire fuck up instead of playing the guessing game. Oh, did Tiffany just plug out on you to find? She started us and everything had it ready. She didn't text you behind the scenes to let you know in advance. This was not agreed upon. This is some funky Cold Medina shit she's pulled. So you're lucky she didn't walk away when she did it. Like, this is fantastic, ladies. I love this. Tiffany, you done triggered your own bitch. Harder than you've done anything. This is fantastic. I love it. It's fucking fantastic.
Talking about the little girl, how his bike is like his little girl. Is that what they're talking about?
I don't know. Noreen.
Y'all want to listen to it again? It's great. I love that. Can we listen to that again?
If you're still when did Fred remember about the man who said that about the little girl? I don't remember hearing that before. I think they're talking about when that other missing child was brought up. So.
Oh, wait, or they're talking.
Go ahead.
Wait, what, Miss? Are they talking about when? What is she talking about the other little girl? Little girl, does she mean when the people with the Okay, I think they're talking about the guy in the car, like that's when Fred hauled the.
Have y'all ever owned a hamster and had one of those shitty wheels engaged, but the hamster's going really fast? So fast it slings itself out of the fucking wheel and across the cage, and then you feel bad for it. You're like, oh goodness, bless it, that was so cute. But bro, you're going so fast, and you threw your own self out of your own wheel. Yeah, you ever owned a hamster? Did that? If there was a sound to go with it, besides a fluffy hamster hitting a cage wall, that'd be it. Her hamster done slid off its wheel at high speed. And she was trying to figure out where in the fuck she landed at. Where she was going. And what the fuck is that? Fucking cheese sliding off a cracker. Ziggy's hamster done threw itself off of his brain wheel. I figured shit out. That's the sound of the company, is that. That's exactly what happens. I need y'all to just close your eyes. Think of a hamster going so fast it yeets itself off the wheel while we listen to this game, because it's fucking much funnier that way.
When he was talking about it.
They used that. I don't know what kind of piece of equipment it was.
Do it with
Yeah,
me
but
now.
did you guys talk about Summer?
It's like it's cathartic, really, for all those who've been lied upon or destroyed or decimated by Ziggy and Tim and Fred and such and the crew. It's fucking cathartic listening to her whole fucking hamster. Do it with me. This is now our form of yoga. I don't know. We're gonna do this. Breathe out, breathe in, nasal, or I don't know. Do the things. Close your eyes.
I didn't talk about Summer. That's what I was.
And not none of that church shit. Where everybody's looking around, see everybody got their eyes. Nope.
So I'm not for sure. I can't remember if we did or not. There's been so much go on.
Yeah.
Between people talking.
Okay. When did Fred remember about the man who said that about the little girl? I don't remember hearing that before. I think they're talking about when that other missing child was brought up. So.
Wait, or they're talking.
Go ahead.
Wait, what, Miss? Are they talking about when what is she talking about the other little girl? Little girl, did she mean when the people with the okay, I think they're talking about the guy in the car, like that's when Fred hauled the motorcycle when he was talking about the little girl, how his bike is like his little girl. Is that what they're talking about?
I don't know. Noreen Ivy, if you're still in chat, can you possibly allow?
It's fantastic. I feel more inner peace right now than I have. And she just said, wait, the guys in the car that were talking about the little girl that with the motorcycle, those guys? Did those guys bring up a missing child too now? Holy shit. That's when you slow down and listen to the panic you-holes. The hamster flew off the wheel. And then it tried to pick up a gear and get back on the wheel. And it couldn't accomplish mission. Cathartic. I do not condone the abuse of hamsters, nor find it funny when real ones fly off the wheels, because I feel bad. I'm going to be like, oh, baby, you know. Ziggy's imaginary brain hamster, totally different stuff. She just had a total hamster wheel. Carry on.
Right, question, yeah. And then I'll move to Appy Blue. So, did you see Brandon at the end of Bragg Road?
Now you all about that Appy Blue. Come on. After the third hill, it's fine.
Fred?
Right there next to Bragg Road, yes.
Okay.
That's right, close to Bragg Road.
Megs asked, Fred, was it Hawkins or TBI that you recorded for? It was Hawkins, right?
It was Hawkins.
Okay. Freebird asks, can you ask Fred about what and
The same guys are like, please, no. Not Fred.
why did Cotton tell him about a cave and a waterfall, and if he checked it out since he knows where it's at?
About Cotton, like when and why did Cotton tell you about this waterfall, and did you check it out because you know where it's out? And he didn't.
Still wondering if that's in the opposite direction, though, right? A little psychic-y things were pumping that out in the first few days online. I'm afraid of the first one to say shit and do things around all that, and then by jail time, he is being told to him by Cotton, right, and all that shit. I just wonder if it wasn't somebody that was spewing bullshit to Cotton, like they were everybody around the community, that maybe had Cotton believing certain things. And him going and looking at certain places. I guess it depends on who you believe told who what. And who had people potentially. Right, Fred? What do you know about that cord? Boy, I tell you what, some people was in a hot hurry to try to acquire others 2 days after all that. That reeked. Still does. Strange shit. But y'all do you, I guess. And weren't those all around that Jason shit too, Fred? And things Jason may have gotten into too, Fred. I'm just like, whatever, Fred.
Where it's out.
No,
Anyways.
I didn't even know where it was at. I mean, I was going by what Cotton had told me, you know.
But all of it's got something to do probably with the small group that they're setting up. NTM's the small groups kind of take the fall plan of as her and Z pull the, what are we doing tonight, Brain? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to lie to the world and set up high-profile active cases. Fuck with and go extreme real life on people. For strange change.
He just talked. He didn't say waterfall. He said cave.
Okay.
He said once they found her that they know exactly who done it and stuff. And then he was talking about a cave, but see, he talked at the same time. He was talking about being up on the hill on the 15th, sleeping with mother and daughter.
Yeah, but didn't you originally put about some bullshit that ended up in Psychic Fairland over there on Facebook stuff coming out that directed or got fucking bullshit recalls in to wake people up all night during certain things and whatever in the first wasn't that thing? Probably to target other neighbors. I don't know. Could be. Carry on.
And say whether his granddad's Candace and Summer, you see. But he just said he was up on a hill and stuff, sleeping with mother and daughter, and then he was talking about.
Okay. Now, Fred, why would you say that he said he was up on the hill sleeping with mother and daughter? I didn't say which one, but don't you think he would have said? I believe he would have. And all that. You got that from somewhere else there. And online, it always come out as confusion because he said the others, right, that you and Ziggy cope with, that it was mother and daughter. right? I don't think anybody telling you would have quite said it in the exact wordage that was used on them. I think they would have said names or something. That's just me, though, right? They were comfortable enough to tell you they were doing that, but no, the name is just similar. Okay. But those are exact words online otherwise. And you said, okay, Fred, whatever you say, most people.
Hey, something out of cave. And then he's talking about once they found her, they would know exactly who done it. And then, like, the very next evening is when I found out that he's no longer alive and stuff, because Marvin and high school Ryan's come and asked me if I'd heard what happened to Cotton. I said no, and they're like, well, they found him over by Big Joe's camper and stuff off the bluff there, and said he was like 60 foot from the mouth of a cave, and so, and that's how I found out about the gashing in his back head, because they said it. And then I'm repeating this to law enforcement, and then they're like, well, how do you know about the gashing back his head? You know, that's why they want to do a lie detector test. But see, by him done.
But didn't you say on the phone call, Ziggy, you just found out about this? Making it seem like you just found out one joke. That info and then whatever, and then we're talking about, I mean, see, I don't know, man.
About a cave and stuff, and then when they said, well, they found him within 60 foot of the mouth of that cave or whatever, then I'm like, well, it's odd. Did he leave from here and go straight there and kind of see if it was still there? Because he was talking about he was trying to take and get the reward money, but the law enforcement wasn't taking him serious. Mm-hmm. But see, Cotton wasn't right in the head either. I mean, he had a lot of brain surgeries. And
was he easily fuck with bull? Because it's like Laura said, Fred, right? I think that he suddenly started appearing more for some reason. It might have set a motherfucker off, wouldn't it, Fred? Maybe to feed him some bullshit. Maybe just let him go in there and see what he could get info-wise or something. Maybe it set you off. Oh, I'm just saying. And maybe you fed him out a bunch of bullshit. Y'all got problems up in your crew there. I mean, said something.
And he had a power attorney, his sister's power attorney and stuff over him. He drove the crazy check, and just like they said, well, we don't know if it's true or not. We don't know how to take him because of his issues with his head and stuff.
But they were asking why do you told you this stuff? Because
I don't know why he told me that. So
you had known him. How long had you known him?
I'd ever talked to him.
Yeah, second time you ever.
Not according to anyway, it's fine. It also depends on what Laura and you were paid that into. Thing is, though, there are other people playing with other portions of the tragedy pit bill inside the court. I don't know.
Yeah, like money, but the law enforcement wasn't taking him serious. Mm-hmm. But see, Cotton wasn't right in the head either. I mean, he had a lot of brain surgeries and stuff, and he had a power attorney, his sister's power attorney and stuff over him. He drove the crazy check, and just like they said, well, we don't know if it's true or not. We don't know how to take him because of his issues with his head and stuff.
But they were asking why do you told you this stuff? Because
I don't know why he told me that. So
you had known him. How long had you known him?
I'd ever talked to him.
Yeah, second time you ever met.
Tell him to change. Carry on.
That's the second time I ever met Cotton in person. I mean, I've seen him along the roads and stuff that are different places in public, but not ever talked to him before. Mm-hmm. Just 2 different times.
Okay. Jody says she heard you leave and saw you come back in.
You're telling me you didn't see or know any of these characters that are related to those around you for so many decades? And those clearly around others you hang out and frequent. Seriously. Okay, buddy.
I wanted to star that because I think it's so important to note that Jody had no idea, allegedly, what was going on that day, yet she knew when Fred came in and when he left, which tells me the only.
Never talked to him before.
Mm-hmm.
Just 2 different times.
Okay. Jody says she heard you leave and saw you come back in. I wanted to star that because I think it's so important to note that Jody had no idea, allegedly, what was going on that day, yet she knew when Fred came in and when he left, which tells me.
Bitch, I'm the one that don't know what the fuck was going on in and around her. Seriously? And you're saying that with this whatever face behind the avatar near Fred fucking Hill? Oh, you're just trying to get things again. And times again. And stuff again. No. Put that on one motorcycle, the other, and ride it into hell, bitch.
The only way I personally feel you would know that is if you watched your cameras back. And I do really find this so.
Anyway. Okay. If you say so, Tiffany. Are you after cameras again, or are you after timing on Freddy? What are you after? It doesn't matter. You can twist it all up with a red truck and target myself. You can twist it all up, and you can put that bullshit on whatever bike bullshittery script y'all been trying to formulate, or you can put it in fucking pools that didn't exist, and it's time to target the children. You can do whatever you want to with it, bitch. Alright, but you can shove it directly up your ass, or up that random B footage cow's ass. Good luck with all this. Months later, I don't tell you.
Saying that the camera, I don't think I've ever heard you say that Damien came down the driveway. Am I nuts? But I don't think I ever have heard Fred say that he was.
And there you are, right back on my kid again. You just can't stop it. You just can't stop it. The universe has spoken. Jody Sue and her kid, Jody Sue and her kid, Jody Sue and her kid. I don't think I've ever heard you say that the cameras were. Yeah, Tiffany. How many times do you think she's gonna do this during this goddamn tragic, pathetic live stream? I mean, didn't you just lose yours days prior to this shit? Like, and here you are targeting another woman's child still and again. With motherfuckers who have tried to get him killed, including, sorry, are you serious? Talking about heartless. Zero empathy, soul, anything. Bitch, you were vapid and void. I cannot imagine losing my mind and then having nothing better to do than still yet go out and target another mother and her child. Or a woman in her cancer or cancer disabilities like you and Nick did while that was current. I cannot imagine. This is what you do, though. For years now, buddy. Well, how in the fuck would they know Trail Junkie? According to Fred, they were never running. Or Laura. When the hell would they have been in situations with them to know whether they could read, write, any of that? And I gotta tell you, as someone who had to explain their report cards and things to Candace because she didn't understand them, I mean, I can show you those receipts where Candace would send them to me so I could help explain them to her because she didn't understand them. But hey, whatever Fred and Lauren are best will say, I guess. Right? Why are you shitting on Laura? Why are you leaving Fred out of this, Trail Junkie? Why are you shitting on Laura? Fuck's your problem? Why aren't you shitting on Ziggy for paying and putting all this shit into action and doing all this fuck shit and helping feed you all this shit and the world this shit? And paying all the characters and players and shit with TM and Brooks and crew and everybody else. Why are you going after Laura? You just heard Laura on her once. But you've never heard Fred around these blocks? Never. I feel like you're very biased for some reason. And you're showing up 6 comments deep again. And pretending you've never heard a goddamn word Fred said. And you're taking a shit on Laura. Well, could have fooled me because you remember, I don't know. Both of them hot liars, but they've been paid hot liars. Intentional fucker rounders. Scripted motherfuckers. Targeting motherfuckers with the script. So, I don't know what they... Maybe you should be mad at the group doing all this shit to you, all those viewers, subs, etc. And those like these jackasses. Changing shit, eating shit, targeting people, pumping out bullshit like Fred Lord, Canstone, the rest of some Jose's, and Hiltz's, whatever's. Hunter's changing story after Nina Toaster visit hospitals. I don't know, man. When you know other minor witnesses are real good and vulnerable. They do love that. And especially nobody's around to protect them or call them that way. Anyway. Carrying on.
Damien walked down the driveway with a trail cam in his hand, in my nuts, but
and there you go, my kitty. Bliss.
I ever have heard Fred say that he watched Damien walk down the driveway with a trail cam in his hand, and asked Jody where he wanted her to put it.
Yeah, we're talking about it on my channel, but of course, like, you know, sometimes it's in there lost and, you know, just me sitting there.
And you did it wrong, that sentence again, Tiffany. Just like you did earlier.
I know. Am I nuts? But I don't think I ever have heard Fred say that he watched Damien walk down the driveway with a trail cam in his hand, and asked Jody where he wanted her to put it.
Asked Jody where he wanted her to put it. See, this is how you know you be lying, you dumb bitch. You smoke too much. That's twice now you fucked up that shit about my kid walking down the driveway. Both times you fucked up that sentence like that. You really just said he asked her where. Oh, bless you, Tiffany. You ain't thinking her quite right, do you? Listen to that shit again.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that Damien came down the driveway. Am I nuts? But I don't think I ever have heard Fred say that he watched Damien walk down the driveway with a trail cam in his hand and asked Jody where he wanted her to put it.
And he asked me where I wanted her to put it. See, what? It's twice now. When you continue to bring up, bring it up. You know, the thing about propaganda and bullshit is, Tiffany, the more repetition you do, the more it mind fucks people. Oh yeah, you know that. And it makes them think about it and brings it to mind for them, so they start talking about their own. It goes everywhere across the YouTube streets, and then you get children's and people's and whatever targeted with false narratives and believing bullshit. And assume you want camera stuff, locations, dates, or I don't know. And to target my kids always. Yeah, you can put that on whatever shit y'all listen off of here around the Vanille fuckery and retro, and you can shove it up your ass. Maybe send AB or somebody a picture.
Yeah, we're talking about it on my channel, but of course, like, you know, sometimes it's in there lost in, you know, just me sitting there doing my nails or something. But yeah, it's been talked about before, but gosh, there's so much, you know. I mean, at first he probably didn't mention that detail because it's not a detail. I mean, I don't know when exactly it first came out.
It come out early because I started talking about it when I was talking about everything I'd recorded for law enforcement when I first started talking about it.
Well, you didn't tell me the stuff about you recording for law enforcement. Like the first time I met you didn't come out. It didn't come out the first time I met you. Then I didn't see you for another 6 months, and then.
What I'm saying is when I started talking about recording and stuff, is when I said it. I didn't tell you anything different.
Okay. Anyways.
But if you got a picture of the driveway, it's like a third or fourth tree up on the right hand side. It's the only great big pine on the right hand side of the driveway is where he put it up.
Okay. Fred, have you ever heard about anybody in Duffield?
Okay. Dear law enforcement fans, I need you to go locate this big ass pine 3 or 4 trees up. Please. Alright, Fred.
What about the field for? Well, see that boy that I was hauling that bike for. He talked about his dad living in Dustville.
Okay.
The one that, I mean, but he didn't say who he was or nothing, you know.
This feller, he never offered his name or anything, but he kept on yelling his info on his dad and all this. Never said his name. And you're telling me out of all these years, out of all the people I know you know that were living in permanent conditions over at West Side, that were definitely your customers, you couldn't get any of them to tell you who this feller was. Like, hey, you remember that guy 4 doors there from you? And none of them could tell you, Fred. Damn. Still even? None of them? Well, it's sad. Karen.
Okay.
Because he was talking about that's where his dad lived and stuff. Because he talking about when he was talking about he traded his dad that
bike.
Well, his dad traded him that bike for that red Toyota truck. but he didn't say what type. I mean, what model or nothing. You know,
It's weird how it's red Toyota truck too.
But he was talking about his dad lived in Duffield at that time. You know.
Oh, see, that's it. I think that was the part I'd skipped around there. Another red truck shit around the Spin Hill fucker. They were all pulling at once. Trying to do things. But whenever cameras were and things too, and people are doing things. This group mainly. And anyway, so there's another red truck, right? Mm-hmm. You get a red truck, and you get a red truck, and somebody else gets a red truck. Now, this guy, he didn't mention what make and model though, but he definitely got a red truck, according to Fred. He had one, but his dad traded him. Ooh. Who in Duffield pissed Fred off? And I'm sorry, what did Dudley's folks over there said? Anyway, the point is, he don't know what make or model, but there was a red truck. Okay.
He mentioned Duffield. That boy did.
That is weird.
But other than that, I don't. It depends on what they know about.
There's a lot of people though in that area.
That bike for that red Toyota truck, but he didn't say what type. I mean, what model or nothing. You know.
It's weird how it's red Toyota truck too.
But he was talking about his dad lived in Duffield.
Fred just said he didn't say what make and model, and there's a going weird Toyota truck too. What?
You know, he did mention Duffield. That boy did.
That is weird.
But other than that, I don't. It depends on what they know about.
There's a lot of people though in that area that has ties to Duffield. I think that's pretty normal, isn't it?
My family was from Duffield, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, I don't know Trail Junkie. I just remember Virginia being mentioned. And, yeah, not Duckville. Nor Ducktown. Duffield is what Fred's saying. But I don't know, I can't recall. Dudley said himself. Weber or one of them. I don't know. And I can't remember where that crew's from, honestly, but yeah. Whatever. You did ask them, I think they're akin to Laura.
That's close to, that's really close, isn't it, to Ben Hill area? I mean, oh, it's not? Like,
it's almost our way.
Oh, okay, well, hour, but it takes a half hour to get anywhere from Ben Hill, though.
What the fuck? Here's Ziggy, trying to go ahead and pre-talk. Listen to that shit again.
Hour's nothing when you...
It depends on what they know about.
There's a lot of people, though, in that area that has ties to Duffield. I think that's pretty normal, isn't it?
My family was from Duffield, so that's why I'm asking.
Because that's pretty close to... That's really close, isn't it, to Ben Hill area? I mean, oh, it's not? Like...
It's figures out it's not. But, wait for this.
Oh, okay, well, hour, but it takes a half hour to get anywhere from Ben Hill, though.
Oh, okay, it's not. But, well, it takes half hour to get anywhere from Ben Hill. No, it doesn't, Ziggy. Are you okay? And what the fuck would that do with... Shut up, Ziggy. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Oh, you're afraid Fred would say something and there's something you don't know. Maybe he has people in there and you don't make him look. What are you doing? Shut up, Ziggy. Shut up.
Hour's nothing when you live out there.
You know where we broke down at that store when we went to Tennessee last?
Who broke down?
Me and you.
I don't remember.
And a vehicle.
Run out of gas? I don't remember breaking down.
Yeah. And they came and followed us all the way back to her house.
Oh, okay. You mean
Okay.
Fred, that embarrasses her that she was in a trash ass vehicle that broke down. Take the hint. She didn't want the world to know that you motherfuckers broke down. Or that either of y'all were driving. Fred, what'd you just do to Ziggy?
Duffield.
Now,
You know where we broke down at that store when we went to Tennessee last?
who broke down?
Me and you.
I don't remember.
And a vehicle.
Run out of gas? I don't remember breaking down.
Yeah. And they came and followed us all the way back to her house.
Oh, okay.
And somebody followed them all the way back to her house. He said the last trip I made to Tennessee. You don't want to rewind it? Let's listen.
You mean
Okay.
go in that area that has ties to Duffield? I think that's pretty normal, isn't
my
it?
family was from Duffield,
yeah.
so that's why I'm asking.
Because that's pretty close to, that's really close, isn't it, to Ben Hill area? I mean, oh, it's not? Like,
it's almost our way.
oh, okay, well, hour, but
way.
it takes a half hour to get anywhere from Ben Hill, though. Hour's nothing when you live out there.
You know where we broke down at that store when we went to Tennessee last?
Who broke down?
Me and you.
I don't remember.
And a vehicle.
When they went to Tennessee last, they broke down. And then somebody phoned back to her house, either meaning the person they were staying with, or I guess all the way back to goddamn Indiana, without a breathalyzer on board. 6, did I catch that right? And wait, did y'all maybe possibly break down? Did you go to Virginia? Because Ziggy does have a habit of visiting Virginia before going back to Indiana with stuff. Did y'all do another Ziggy to Virginia trip? Did you break down over there? The last time you visited Tennessee, did y'all pull another Virginia? Ziggy has habits. And go back to Indiana? Is Fred even aware? I think he was in jail when she was carting it up. And if I had my times and dates correct, that's when Justin came in and hung his head at the steering wheel Lockretta. Down there, Stone was like, fuck. And he was supposed to stay for a few days, but decided he was leaving. He wasn't even here but a few hours. It's weird. Wasn't that year? She went to Virginia again before going right back to Indiana? I can remember about. Oh, man. I love how he's just tired of her dumb shit over here. He ain't taking the hints. Like, motherfucker, nobody's supposed to know we broke down or that we were whatever. 6, did you catch this back a couple months ago? You probably did. I didn't watch it. I tried actively not to watch anything around their Van Hill season of bullshittery. For reasons.
Run out of gas? I don't remember breaking down.
Yeah. And they came and followed us all the way back to her house.
Oh, okay. You mean
Okay, that's Duffield.
You mean the battery? Okay, yeah.
Well, I'll be goddamned. I should have played it a second or two longer, eh, folks? So you broke down at a goddamn store in Duffield. Or is her house in Duffield? is the hers house that somebody followed you back to hers house. Is that hers house in Duffield, or did y'all break down at a goddamn store in Duffield? 6, can you make any goddamn sense out of these hamsters? Maybe this is why she didn't want to mention it Duffield. Oh. Oh, motherfucker. Let's listen to this again.
Okay.
I don't. It depends on what they know about.
There's a lot of people though in that area that has ties to Duffield. I think that's pretty normal,
I mean,
isn't
my
it?
family was from Duffield,
yeah.
so that's why I'm asking.
Because that's pretty close to. That's really close, isn't it, to Ben Hill area? I mean, we're. Oh, it's not like
you got a lot of family up in there. All right.
Almost hour away.
Oh, okay. Well, hour, but
away.
it takes a half hour to get anywhere from Ben Hill, though. Hour's nothing when you live out there.
You know where we broke down at that store when we went to Tennessee last?
Who broke down?
Me and you.
I don't remember.
In the vehicle.
Running out of gas? I don't remember breaking down.
Yeah. And followed us all the way back to her house.
Oh, okay. You mean?
Okay, that's Duffield.
You mean the battery? Okay, yeah. Okay. I know my memory's not like.
He said followed her back to her house. So either the house or the goddamn stores in Duffield. Now I've got to ask. You most likely had permission to come to Tennessee, obviously, because at first you had to be. Now, if you're staying with someone in Duffield in order to be in a hotel, but I'm sure you have permission for that. But if you were just traveling and driving around in another entire state than proved to be, that's a whole different story. Oh, whatever. Well, obviously 6. Sure, he wasn't approved to be stalking the fuck by hearing shit either. You're up to the fuck shit he was, or the places I know he's fucking around at. Sure, half the activities I watched him fuck around and do while here were definitely not approved as well. Sure, those violate certain things like stalking, screaming, yelling at, doing fuck shit. You know, all that. I mean, some of those are actual crimes, man. Am I wrong here? Stalking, terrorizing, yelling at people. I don't know many who are on probation that would do such. Tee the fuck about it. But we are talking about Dollar General timing don't add up, glove stealing bastard here in front of the world. So. Apparently, certain people can do whatever the fuck they want. And now 6 up, they're saying Duffield. Despite the name, that is pretty pleasant. Carry on.
Son, I have a horrible memory. I never claimed to have a good memory.
When was the last time Fred saw Chad before Summer disappeared? How was their relationship? That was from Use Your Chapstick.
What?
They're asking you, when's the last time you saw Chad before Summer went missing, and how was your guys' relationship? Like, what was your...
Before Summer went missing, he was at least at the house about once a week or something.
Did that change after Summer went missing? Did he stop coming around as much?
Yeah, he allowed it where the law enforcement was around so much and stuff. He just did. See, Chad, he's been questioned.
He's a fucking smartest one. Yeah, he's like, fuck everybody. Nobody fuck everybody. And I don't know, somebody you were in his history. Of course, he wouldn't want to be around where Elliot, like, I don't see his ass going around being like, hey, treat me just like one. He was like, I'm out. 6, I'd say it's a bit more frequent.
For another woman's death and stuff, and
what?
Did that change after Summer went missing? Did he stop coming around as much?
Yeah, he allowed it where the law enforcement was around so much and stuff. He just did. See, Chad, he's been questioned over another woman's death and stuff, and which is kind of scarred him when Summer went missing and stuff. He just wanted to stay plumb away from it. He that's what he allowed and not have nothing around that out there.
Yeah.
Because when Jill got killed up on Mountain View and Schoolhouse Road and stuff, they questioned him a lot over that. Him and Jason Arnold both. They didn't have nothing to do with it. To come find out, they finally made arrest on that. And it was actually a woman that had done it.
Yeah.
6, they try to get me off track with politics because they know how I feel about the president. I'm not going to tell them about gold toilets and such, alright? Or Doge or anything. Or unnecessary spending here. Our house is the most corrupt in history.
Enforcement harassed him over it, and so when he had nothing to do with it, they ended up solving it. But
are you in here trying to get me to talk bad about the FBI? You mean he's cleaned them up? The FBI were fine, man. I don't know about Patel, but everybody else was. Everybody else still is. You alright over here? Ah! 6. I'm gonna stick by the feds, man. Even if Patel makes us all go, what the fuck? Why's that guy look like he's shocked to be there? Shocked as we are that he's there. Yeah, but I think everybody else is functioning just fine. Even with that looking like he's shocked to be there. No, we aren't great again. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to this.
Fred, you were good friends with Jason, really his brother, and that's
Yeah, me and Chad's always had a pretty good relationship.
Okay, so the next one.
So, you just eat out all your friends' business and get them targeted and fucked with good relationships. Of course he does.
Do you think that someone had Summer inside of their house the whole time? Because I believe that they moved her in the middle of the night. This is just someone, they had asked a couple times if you thought maybe someone had held Summer somewhere. It would be just your opinion.
She's asking your opinion about whether you think like somebody could have had Summer held in a house somewhere the whole time, like while they were up, on the 15th, right there in the community or something.
That's why that me and law enforcement was going to abandoned, or not really abandoned houses, but houses that they were still powering stuff on that people could have been hiding or whatever. We went to many places that, and just walk up, kick a door in, and go in.
And there you go with that there was still power on it. It's another leakage of Fred breaking and entering. And apparently, shit, they had 6. Now the feds had Fred for this crime scene exposure tour. They were also kicking in all the doors with him. Did you hear that shit? So they were taking Fred along, apparently, where they were serving warrants, so they were staying in the restaurant, and they were kicking in doors that Fred pointed out, I guess.
Someone had held Summer somewhere. It would be just your opinion.
She's asking your opinion about whether you think like somebody could have had Summer held in a house somewhere the whole time, like while they were up, on the 15th, right there in the community or something.
That's why that me and law enforcement was going to abandoned, or not really abandoned houses, but houses that they were still powering stuff on that people could have.
So now it's not that you needed to show them around all these places, That's why y'all were going, is because you all thought. And you were showing them places she could be. Is that what we're to believe now? Fuck it. Change whatever, Fred.
Hiding or whatever. We went to many places that, and just walk up, kick a door in, and go in and search for her.
Mm-hmm.
Now him and feds are serving and protecting together. He showed them a house, they have a warrant, but they just kicked the goddamn doors in. Notice he said, we there. What the fuck? Are you okay, pal? Like, this fucking fuck face. Okay, Fred.
Well, you weren't kicking in the door. You better elaborate.
No, good.
Better elaborate that, because then they'll act like you were trying to act like you're part of law enforcement or something.
No, I didn't say that.
No, so they basically brought Fred along because they knew Fred
because they didn't know about.
What do you mean they brought him along? No, remember, they needed Fred to show them all the places. So they didn't bring him along, they needed Fred to show them. Even places directly across from the commands. Where Packers on, they were clearly been breaking and entering at least a year before. Oh, goddamn. This is great.
A lot of places around there,
You better elaborate.
No.
And you know how TMers are, you're both up this shit right here again? They talk all over Fred. They're all trying to figure out where their fucking hamsters flew off at, what he might say next. Nobody proved this on the goddamn notebook or scripting scales.
Better elaborate that, because then they'll act like you were trying to act like you're part of law enforcement.
Bitch, we still laughing. We still laughing.
something.
No, I didn't say
No, so they basically brought Fred along because they knew Fred could
Here's a
probably
ride
have
along,
an internet
basically.
because
where-
they didn't know about a lot of places around there. You know,
Yeah.
they didn't know about a lot of houses and stuff that was just sitting back and kind of in the bushes that still had power on and stuff that nobody's actually living in.
They didn't know that
in the bushes. Power. Where all of you been breaking? Somebody get 12 of this here. I don't know, except there's a couple associated with Fred that ran at times. Night shit, they left their ID behind them too. Check, gave the ID and they checked. Stupid asses.
road properties was Andy's. They didn't know about the bottom property.
Yeah, they didn't. I mean, they didn't even know about Don's spot where the shed is on the bottom, belonging to Don and stuff.
Repetitive, ain't it? I mean, I'm just gonna mention this, and I'm gonna tell you, full of fucking shit, you liars. They didn't even know about that bullshit. Oh damn.
They hadn't even searched it right off the rip or nothing until after they found out that it was belonged to Don.
So did they search it on the 15th then? They searched it on the 15th after they talked to you.
Night, yeah, late night.
So it was, so that would have been at least a couple hours after Summer went missing before they even got to that bottom shed area then, right? Because
it was pretty late at night.
Dark time, right?
Yeah, it was way out of dark.
How would you know when they got there? Were you there then too at the shed? Peeping and creeping about like you were wondering what law enforcement was doing when Carly went missing and was taken. All of us had the call because you were creeping and teeing and had the dogs going the fuck off, and then we figured as you threw out it was your fucking ass, but we all assumed. But yeah, because you want to know. Like, bro, you got problems with that shed. You got more goddamn shed problems with that shed than Don Wells has got shed problems. Nobody tell McDonough this. You know, talk about is semi-shed and sliding tin. Fred. You little Rocky Raccoon motherfucker, you. Weird how many other people's dogs see you smearing. Ain't it? Or how many all your crew has learned how to come behind or around. Because y'all just be TEing that much in trails and finds other people's properties to keep it off cameras, y'all. Fred. Still don't, and I can't figure out why in the hell you never told the crew who was on benches. Certain times. No, Fred, you don't know nothing about that. Carrying on.
Well, so.
And then they was searching at the next because I went with them down there and showing them where certain wells and where there's a hand dug well, and then there's another well, and then there's a couple septics and another well across on the other side of the highway, and then.
Hey, Fred, do you know how I know you're full of shit here on this? Here's how. We had some of the oldest maps in there. We show all the things. I mean, all the things for generations. And we offered them to law enforcement, feds and shit. Search crews in case they needed them. Right? And we were told they didn't need it. They had already pulled all it. It turns out the federal government is real quick, real handy, and they got better mapping. I don't know where they get the ones with all the things like that. You wouldn't assume they'd have better ones than the hundreds of years old ones, right? But apparently they did. But yeah, they didn't need maps and all the old timers or any of us or anything. All right, now we're good. Yeah, I was like, well, if anything starts cruising, we'll be happy to make copies, provide them to wherever. Oh, it's good. We got everything, and they did. They had all the, I guess, beautiful things, you know. So I'd love to know why they need you to tell them.
Another well on down there. Only thing I ain't walked them through and showed them is in the mid 80s or late 80s. See, they drilled for oil.
And guys, this ain't new news that Trigger Bitch and Co are getting. I've said that before. Eons ago. So. Should be database somewhere.
All up Beach Creek. And there's still a lot of spots that's open that goes down. I mean, you can't see the bottom. And some places that is opened up like 4 and 5 foot across and some at the top, and some places that it's a couple inches across where they drilled down and blasted with dynamite. And see, they've drilled every 200 feet all the way up.
Okay, Fred, but did you take feds all across the mountains and trails of wee where you cut pieces out of and haul it out for the hiding or anything like that? You know, I know Ziggy clearly knows about one. Others do. Some of them. Did you go to all those and make sure nothing could have been by your body's room? I'm asking. Ain't it harder, you think, to get sense further up of something there? Anyway, I'm just asking. Now, Six, what's threats? They can take me out for that or swear I'm threatening Fred. It's near June 15th, and you know how they love making me look like I'm a danger to everybody around right now. You know how they be. I mean, I'm serious. That's Nana and Jenny and Adrian. They sort of do that and propel whatever season of this sort of shit. And the fire shit and all the things. They do shit, Six. I swear they do. Carry on.
In fields along Beach Creek. And then right there before you get to Don Shed, right coming up from Mount Carmel Church side, along them fields, they drove.
I'm just saying. Anything they can do. Six's thoughts are wrong.
Up through there, and then right before you get to Don Shed, they turned and went in between Don's and like Don Sherfy's and stuff up that wooded area of drilling. Of course, they drilled all the way back through the holler like that. Every 200.
Did you just identify that as Sherfy's property? He did. He did that. Are you mad at Sherfy for some reason? For too? Oh wait, he did. I mean, granted, Sherfy lied on my ass too, but I don't know what the fuck that's about. And then it turns out he didn't know me. He got caught on PG. He's like, who the fuck? But couldn't remember. He couldn't figure it out. So I don't know what the fuck he was doing on Ben Hill lying his ass off either, quite frankly. But I also assume that maybe there was something to an actual person being chased away from her that Candace on the team that Sherfy mistook as me. Probably the night of Penny and Chase, or Candace and Dawn screaming up and down the road, or fake phone calls from there. Who the fuck knows, right? But it wasn't me. But maybe Sherfy thought it was. Okay, but it wasn't me. And that's my assumption, and not even necessarily, but whatever. But he did say that to him about your ass, and he said you were told that if you said another word or mentioned his name again, he'd shoot you or kill you dead or something. Are you mad at Sherfy ever? Now you're targeting him, saying there's a whole old drilling shaky ground situation over in that property. Bitch, please, if the gradient that is, and if the ground was not solid or whatever, and they were trying to build on old space, bro, they wouldn't even allow that. I know Hawkins is lenient with land and stuff in building, but no, man, that ain't it. You okay? Don't answer that. Clearly not.
They drill and blast.
Um,
But that's the only thing I hadn't thought about really showing them where they had drilled all that. Because I don't know how deep that goes, but
Oh, and another thing
you
that
can't
makes
see
Ed
down to the
Redman,
bottom.
I just thought of another reason that Ed Redman is like, you know.
Quit helping him talking everybody. You crazy cow. Stop that. What's weird is. Shit. Somebody else was sort of wanting that done around that time. This reeks. That's also why you're doing it.
You know that, tell him about how.
That's why during this time you're heavy doing it for others you were coding with. They were also aiming at. What the fuck is going on? It really doesn't matter how far removed you are from genetics. In which you're better fucking liars and manipulators than the others. Really doesn't matter. Alright. Oh, there you go. Anyway. I don't know about that, Six. You still having up church? I think there are bounds. And you know, free speech, man. It's this thing, there's like catch 22 to it. You have a right to free speech, but not the consequences there, you know. I'm just saying. Up church overlooked the fuck. And look how much less he actually did. Those like Tiffany Marie and Z have done. Do you recall Upchurch getting out and stalking the fuck out of Kylie's family, or trying to get them murdered, or blackmailing them, or making up bullshit like Tiffany Marie manufacturing with accounts with, like, seriously other people's names and their pictures on them, and manufacturing evidence in Summer's case? I mean, Upchurch like did some stuff, right? And it's sick what he did. But this group was in with him doing all things, profited off all that shit too. But let's make it clear. You've seen how much this whole crew's done, Six. It makes what Ryan did, it's small peas in comparison. I mean, this girl, let me go on. think they're honestly half the reason Ryan's up shit creek without a church, as I recall. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think what most creators around Summers are done to a great many with intent, malicious intent, intentionally, in a group fashion using feral. No, that goes well beyond public discourse, free speech, obviously. Calling people that, or, So, mm, Brian might have a bigger platform, but he didn't go as hard as some of these creators over here, and Summers on all of us, man. Sure so, but so I don't tell everybody else over here doing even crazier shit than Upchurch did to everybody in around Summers, but
Enforcement went there one time.
Well, 11 o'clock. When
Yeah.
they went there at 11 o'clock on the 15th and made him take him to a waterfall backside of his property. He was mad about that.
Oh, it was on the 15th.
I'm pretty sure it was on the 15th.
No, I think you got some shit wrong there. But wasn't that the shit that come out to the little psychic-y things on Facebook things? Targeted back there where you were displeased? And you're over here teeing and laughing repeatedly over the years about how that made him mad or upset or I don't know. But it didn't. He got up and took it and did the right thing. Okay, Fred. Whatever you say.
Okay, I was thinking it was a different day.
16th, but I was thinking it was the 15th.
And he was all mad about it, that they woke him up about it and stuff. Like, that's like, there's nothing. I can't imagine being mad for somebody waking me up, to help find, when it comes.
And maybe